So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto is abandoned by his team in Wave. If you guys enjoy this, what if? Comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. The Fallen Angel. Naruto was fuming as he entered a clearing in the forest of the Wave Country. His team had set upon this country for their first C-rank mission. They were tasked with guarding the drunken bride builder Tazuna. It was supposed to be a cut-and-dry mission to protect the client from unsavory bandits, but it seemed that the client was not entirely truthful about the mission details. A few hours into the mission, Team 7 encountered a team of Chunin-level missing nin known as the Demon Brothers. Although he would never say it out loud, Naruto froze upon the grisly scene of his sensei being ripped to shreds. And while he did eventually come to, it made him upset with himself. After dealing with the duo, it was revealed that his sensei, Kakashi, wasn't really injured and instead used the Kawarimi no Jutsu, along with a minor Genjutsu, to make it seem like he was taken down. This was done with the purpose of testing his team's mettle. Not that it was much of a surprise, as Team 7 were fresh genin out of the academy and were not even on the radar to be a target for someone, and no self-respecting Chunin would ever take their chance with the infamous Sharingan no Kakashi. According to Tazuna, a shipping mogul by the name of Gato has a stranglehold on the Wave Country in terms of imports-exports as well as the economy. He also is a lot shadier that he projects himself, as he uses mercenaries and hired thugs to oppress the people of the Wave Country and is slowly bleeding it dry. Tazuna's bridge represents the hope of the Wave Country to connect them to the mainland and open up a new trade route, which is why Gato wants Tazuna dead. After much debate and a bit of guilt tripping, it was decided that Team 7 would carry on the mission, despite the high risks it now presented. The reality of their choice was brought to the fore when, as they neared Tazuna's house, they encountered the demon of the Bloody Mist, Mamachi Zabuza, one of the notorious 7 swordsmen of the mist. Unfortunately for the genin, he was an A-rank missing nin and someone they had no hope against. After a prolonged struggle, Kakashi was able to overcome him with some help from Naruto and Sasuke and was about to deal the killing blow when a Kiri Hunter nin swooped in and did the job. After Kakashi collapsed from exhaustion, the team made their way to Tazuna's house where they met his lovely daughter, Tsunami. Unfortunately, they received bad news from Kakashi when he revealed that Zabuza is probably still alive. With that in mind, the next day he set his team the task of learning the tree walking exercise by climbing a tree, by channeling the appropriate amount of chakra to their feet to allow them to stick to the surface and climb all the way to the top. It was after one of these training sessions that Inari, the son of Tsunami, ranted at the Leaf Nin for trying so hard and stated that they would die fighting Gato and that they had no idea what it was like to live a hard life. This set Naruto off fiercely. His usual reaction would have been to shout and rant about it, but what Inari said brought forth memories and emotions that he tried so hard to bury. So with an intense glare toward the boy that almost made said boy piss himself, Naruto tersely excused himself from the table and made his way to the forest that we find him in now, currently tearing up parts of the forest with a small army of clones in an attempt to quell his rage. How dare that little brat. He has a mother and a grandfather who love him and he dares to preach about suffering. Arg. These were the furious thoughts of Naruto as he put even more effort into his little demolition derby of the surrounding trees. This trend carried on for another hour or so till Naruto was physically and emotionally drained. As he sucked down with his back against a tree that was still standing, his thoughts went to his life so far. He tried to avoid this subject as much as possible. It hurt him all the time to think about it. His life in Konoha left many scars on him, fortunately or unfortunately depending on who you ask, none of them were physical. His abnormal physiology coupled with his tenant gave him an inhuman healing factor. So while he looked perfectly normal to a spectator, Naruto was a boy who was deeply troubled. While he wasn't physically abused in his village, except the occasional drunks and on his birthday when people got a little bolder, he was verbally and emotionally abused. For a young boy, full of innocence and life, to grow up in an environment that denied your very existence and even went as far as to encourage suicide, it was enough to break most people. The glares and whispers of hatred and derision that seemed to have bled over into the younger generation was sometimes unbearable to him. He was kicked out of the orphanage at a young age and lived on the streets for a large part of his childhood. Being forced to sleep in a dark alley and digging through trash just to find something to eat took its toll on him, but Naruto, for the most part, stayed as strong as he could. It didn't mean that he was unaffected though. Those experiences stick with people even when they don't acknowledge it. He has been fighting since the day he was born. Fighting for attention, for recognition of his existence and most importantly, for survival. One would never be able to tell he suffered through from his outward appearance. From his infectiously boisterous personality to his unfounded confidence, he seems to be a pretty normal if not annoyingly loud teen. But what lurks beneath the surface is a cacophony of negative emotions that he doesn't even realize he has. Through all the abuse that he has suffered, he suppressed his feelings, his wants and his desires to make himself seem harmless in an attempt to gain acceptance from the villagers, so much so that he convinced himself that he is happy and that if he becomes Hokage all his problems would be solved. He had been doing it for so long that he honestly started to believe it. Unfortunately for our young hero, life is never that simple, and his actions taken in an attempt to appease the villagers have him sitting on a hair trigger in terms of snapping. For the most part he can ignore what people say about him and keep smiling, but sometimes those feelings that he suppressed seep through the cracks and force him to face them. Like now. Naruto looked out at the sky, a feeling of dissonance swept over him. He wondered, not for the first time, whether he could ever truly find happiness. From his perspective, he seemed to be a punching bag to whatever sick-twisted deity controlled the universe and decided to single him out. He remembers the Hokage always telling him that things would get better and that he needs to be patient and understanding. But why should he? Why does he, a 13-year-old abused orphan, have to be the one to be doing that and not the adults? Why should he always have to suffer and everyone else can just make excuses for their disgusting behavior? He just felt like giving up on some days, but he knew that to do so would be a win for the villagers. So he powered on, hoping to one day find some meaning in his life. With those thoughts, Naruto allowed unconsciousness to claim him. Scene change. It was a beautiful morning as a young girl made her way into the forest. The sun was shining brightly with a cool breeze blowing through the air. The dew on the green grass along with the numerous sounds of the woodland critters truly created a peaceful and serene ambience. The girl moved swiftly and elegantly through the woods with a basket in her hand, keeping her eye out for anything of use to her. As he went deeper into the forest, she came upon a section that looked like a war zone. Trees were slashed and chunks of the earth were overturned. It looked like a battle took place, but upon closer inspection she spotted a blonde clad in bright orange, sleeping peacefully among the debris. The young girl started as she recognized him immediately. He is the loud one from the team of Konoha that Zabuza-sama encountered. Though the girl is now identified to be the accomplice of Zabuza. She paused as she carefully weighed her options. It would be so simple to kill him right now in his sleep, were the thoughts running through her mind as she approached Naruto. She crouched down beside him and reached out her slender hand towards his neck in a motion that looked like a choke before diverting at the last second and gently shaking the boy awake. "Hey, if you sleep out here you'll catch a cold, you know," spoke the girl in a soft voice. This was what Naruto heard as he groggily regained consciousness. As his bleary eyes took in his surroundings, he focused on the person whose touch he could feel. From the sweet scent wafting from the person he could tell it was a girl. He focused on her face, and a huge blush covered his face as he took in her porcelain skin, long brown hair that framed her beautiful face, and her chocolate brown eyes that gazed at him with concern. He could feel his heart thumping in his chest and could only find one appropriate word to describe her. "Tenshi," was whispered out by Naruto as he gazed almost drunkenly at the girl. The girl for her part had a light blush from being called an angel, coupled with the intense gaze of the young boy. She just smiled beautifully at him instead, increasing his blush. He quickly snapped out of his funk and sheepishly rubbed the back of his head as he spoke to her. "Did you wake me up, Tenshi-chan? By the way, what are you doing here?" he questioned bashfully as he scratched his cheek. The girl felt a little embarrassed once again at the nickname but soldiered through with her response. "Picking herbs," was her reply. "Herbs?" questioned Naruto quizzically. "That's right. It's to cure injuries and illnesses," she said, and Naruto noticed how soft and gentle her voice sounded. So free of the usual hatred or contempt that he's become accustomed to. It gave him a warm feeling in the pit of his stomach. Being the emotionally stunted boy that he is, he had no way of identifying what these sensations were. All he knew was that he liked the fuzzy feelings it gave him and he didn't want it to end. With that in mind he offered to help the pretty girl to pick the herbs that she wanted. As they got to picking, Naruto would occasionally steal glances at her if she noticed she never made it known. He decided that he wanted to hear more of her lovely voice. "Tenshi-chan, why are you doing a tedious job like this in the morning?" he asked. Again a little dusting of pink made its way to her cheeks from constantly being called an angel. "Please don't call me that. My name is Haku," stated the girl. Naruto's smile just widened at hearing her name, but caught himself as it was only polite to introduce himself. "Nice to meet you, Haku-chan. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage of Konoha," he exclaimed boisterously, pumping his fist to the air, causing the girl to honestly giggle at his goofiness. Naruto was struck one more by the overwhelming feeling of warmth from the incredible sound of her giggles. It was delicate, like the sound of a tinkling bell. He didn't understand why, but he desperately wanted to hear more of that sound. "It's nice to meet you too, Naruto-kun," she responded with a dazzling smile, turning the poor boy into a blushing and stuttering mess. Haku just giggled a little in her mind. She honestly thought the boy was cute. He seemed so full of life and innocence. His smile was infectious and she found herself being drawn in by him. She knew that Zabuza-sama would not approve, but she wanted to know more about this strange boy. "What are you doing here so early in the morning, Naruto-kun?" she questioned. He finally got his wits about him and answered with a big grin on his face that made his eyes squint, making him look like a mischievous fox. She thought it was quite cute. "Training," was the emphatic reply to her question, causing her to blink at him. "Are you a ninja or something?" she inquired, even though she knew he was. She felt a little guilty about deceiving him, but she didn't want to give herself away as yet. She didn't understand why though, as he was technically the enemy, but something deep inside her was calling out to this boy. It was almost primal. She desperately needed to know what it was. "That Hittite is. Do I look like one? Do I look like one?" He was excited and happy that someone was able to recognize him as such. Haku once again giggled at his energetic personality. "That's right, I'm a ninja." He finished, pointing his thumb to his chest. "Wow, you're amazing," she commented, causing him to blush and puff out his chest at the compliment. She could honestly say she found him endearing with all his little quirks. But she needs to know something important first. "But why are you training?" she asked. "I want to become stronger," was his honest reply. "But you look strong enough already," replied Haku. "No, I want to become stronger and stronger," countered Naruto. Haku looked a little pensive. "For what reason?" she questioned. "To become the #1 shinobi in my village. I'm going to make everyone acknowledge my power," he stated boldly. Haku didn't reply immediately, instead taking a little time to gather herself. "Are you doing that for someone else? Or for yourself?" she inquired. His response would let her know the kind of person he truly is. Naruto honestly looked a little lost at that point. For him, he never thought about that. He just powered on with his belief that if he became strong he would become Hokage and then everyone would acknowledge and respect him. Haku just giggled at the cute confused expression on his face. Although Naruto loved the sound of her giggling, he was a little put out that she was laughing at him. "What's so funny?" he demanded with a pout on his face that made her giggle even more. After she finally gathered herself, she put on a gentle smile that made his insides turn to goo. "Do you have someone important to you?" asked Haku. The question honestly made him freeze up, something that her sharp senses spotted immediately. Naruto for his part was having flashbacks of his life that were entirely unwelcome. He felt his stomach turn at the thought racing through his mind and forced himself to ignore it. He just did what he did best and asked a stupid question. "Important? What are you getting at?" he asked quizzically. There was silence in the clearing after that. Haku for her part noticed his inner turmoil and decided to ignore it for now. Instead, she lost herself to her own memories of living on the street and digging through garbage so she wouldn't starve. It was a painful time for her to think about. They were both unaware of the parallels of their lives and the similar conditions that they grew up in. Naruto for his part would never claim to be a genius, but he was perceptive enough to pick up the somber expression on her face and the change in the atmosphere of their conversation. As Haku continued to reminisce, Naruto looked on at her with worry in his eyes. Even though they didn't know each other long, he felt a connection with the girl that he never felt with anyone before. He desperately wanted to see her beautiful smile again. Just as he was about to say something, she finally looked up at him and straight into his eyes. Her gorgeous chocolate brown eyes bore into him and made him feel as though his soul was being bared to her. When her pretty pink lips moved, her sweet voice spoke the words that would be forever engraved into his soul and change not only his life but the course of the world as well. The person is able to become truly strong when they wish to protect someone they cherish. It was like the loud gong of a bell going off in him. The words, spoken by the angel that deigned to grace a commoner like him with her presence, reverberated through him and resonated with something deep inside him. His soul, his very essence screamed out at him for attention. He racked his mind thinking of anyone that would fit the mold of the person that she described. While he had people he considered precious, he always had doubts about it. The Hokage, who he affectionately calls Jiji, was someone he considered as such. But he was the Hokage, he once said that the entire village was his family. Naruto never heard of him taking a special interest in any other orphans, so what made him special? He got his answer when Mizuki team revealed that the Kyuubi no Yoko was sealed inside of him. It was like a punch to the gut to hear that. He remembered asking his Jiji for years why the villagers treated him the way they do, and he always said that they feared what they didn't understand and that he should be patient with them. It never made much sense to him then, but after Mizuki revealed his circumstances, it all made sense to him. It made him angry that the Hokage had been lying to him all those years. It hurt him to think of it, so he buried it deep within himself and got on with his life. But now he couldn't help but question, if he didn't have the Kyuubi sealed within him, would the Hokage even care about him? Was it all done to make him loyal to the village? If he lied about that, what else could he have lied about? The numerous times he asked about his parents immediately came to mind. The same with Iruka-sensei. He treated Naruto with the same scorn and contempt as the rest of the village in the beginning, and even though he came around in the end and became someone precious to Naruto, it's hard to forget first impressions, and he could still see the sneering face of Iruka-sensei in his mind. And while he loves the Hokage and his teacher and would protect them with his life, he can't help but be unsure and untrusting of their motives. The less said about his team the better. Sakura-chan constantly abused him, physically and verbally. Sasuke wasn't any better and treated Naruto like he was something to be scraped off the bottom of his shoe. Kakashi-sensei seemed detached and unapproachable and seemed more concerned with Sasuke and igniting the flames of rivalry between the two boys to, what seemed like Naruto, pushed the last Uchiha further. He wasn't really sure what to think of the guy. The only people he can honestly say care about him and his well-being were the father-daughter duo that owned his favorite ramen stand that always fed him when he went hungry, Ichiraku Ramen, Tuchi-Jiji and Am Nichin. While it was a sad state of affairs, he was okay with it for now. This passed through his mind in a few seconds as he finally looked up at Haku. Said girl had to hold back a gasp at the look in his eyes. She would know, she sees those eyes in the mirror every time she looks. Naruto didn't know why, but he trusted this girl in a way that he hasn't anyone else. He felt as though he could bare his soul to her and she would embrace it and help to mend it. He decided to take a chance and told her about his life and the struggles he has been through. It was the first time that he has ever spoken to anyone about the demons that plague him. Haku for her part was shocked at the similarities between them. She now understood why he seemed to call out to her. He was a kindred spirit. She could tell that it took a lot for him to open up to her, which is testament to how wounded he is, that he trusted a complete stranger with his emotions instead of anyone in his village. She decided to return the favor and tell him about her life, minus her role as Abusa-sama's accomplice. He was shocked as well at how comparable their lives were. From there on they spoke more about themselves as they shared their hobbies, likes and dreams. Haku was happy to know that Naruto had quite the green thumb when it came to flowers, and Naruto was ecstatic to learn that his new friend enjoyed ramen, though not to the extent that he did. The conversation flowed on smoothly from there onward, and Naruto felt as if a weight was lifted off his chest, a weight that he didn't even know was there. As he took in her beautiful features and the happiness that radiated off her, he felt his heart drum in his chest, and he decided then and there that there was no sight more beautiful than this. As it was getting late, they both had to return to their respective places. They made a promise though to meet up again tomorrow and maybe the following days. Naruto left the clearing with a spring in his step, feeling lighter than he ever has. Scene change. Naruto was jerked away by the sound of a feminine scream and a crash. He immediately took in his surroundings and realized that he was in the guest house in Tezuna's house. It seemed like he slept in. He heard another scream and he recognized the voice as Tsunami. He kicked into action and made his way down the stairs. The scene before him made his blood boil. Tsunami was on her knees, being held by her hair by one of Gato's thugs. An area of her face was red, indicating that she had been hit, while the other advanced towards a trembling Inari. He was about to make his way to them when he heard Inari. "Let go of my mom, you jerks," he shouted whilst brandishing a kitchen knife. Naruto broke out into a little smile at the boy, finally finding his resolve to stand up for himself and his mother. While the thugs laughed at him, Naruto created two clones and quickly used the Kawarimi no Jutsu to replace Tsunami and Inari with them and proceeded to beat the thugs unconsciously while the two looked on in awe. After rounding them up with some ninja wire and asking his clones to take them out in the woods, he turned to the residents of the house. He smiled at Inari. "Good job protecting your mother, Inari. I'm sure she's proud of you." He started causing the boy to blush happily at the praise and his mother to beam happily at him. Naruto inquired as to his team's whereabouts and could help feel a bit of dread when he was told that they made their way to the bridge. As he took off toward the bridge, he couldn't help reminiscing about the last few days of his life. Having met up with Haku for the last 4 days to talk about everything and anything that they could think of, he could honestly say it was the happiest time of his life. He didn't know what it was about the girl, but she made him feel at peace. With the world and with himself. When he was with her, all his problems seemed so insignificant in the face of her beautiful smile, when he made her laugh or her adorable pout when he teased her. The feeling of contentment and belonging was one he was unfamiliar with, and he honestly couldn't comprehend the strange new feeling she ignited within him. All he knew was that he wanted to protect her smile. He wanted to make her happy and he would go to any lengths to keep her safe. He would talk to her about these strange feelings when he sees her next time, and hopefully she can tell him what to do. She was a smart girl, she would know how to help him. The sounds of fighting and metal clashing reached his ears as he looked up and noticed the conflict taking place on the bridge. He saw Kakashi-sensei engaging Zabuza through the mist on the bridge. He also spotted Sakura-chan guarding Tezuna, although he did notice her trembling. The final thing he noticed and the strangest was a large dome-like structure that looked to be made of ice. It looked quite foreboding. By the process of elimination, he realized that it was probably Sasuke who was fighting Zabuza's accomplice in there. He figured the Kakashi-sensei could take care of himself and that Sasuke would need a hand. He rushed towards the dome just in time to see Sasuke fall to the ground, his body riddled with what looked like. He was still and unmoving. While Naruto didn't really like the guy, he was still a fellow Konoha shinobi. He could feel his anger overcome him. Haku noticed Naruto rush in just in time to see his teammate fall. She had conflicting feelings at this juncture. While she wanted to fulfill the mission that Zabuza-sama assigned her, she didn't want to hurt Naruto-kun. She wasn't ashamed to say that she had quite the soft spot for the blonde enigma. In the few days they have known each other he had somehow wormed his way into her heart. She knew that she would never be able to harden her heart enough to do what needs to be done. Was he a friend of yours? He fought well. He just wasn't strong enough. This is the way of the shinobi world, said Haku solemnly. She knew he was still alive as she didn't aim for any vital points, but she needed to keep up the charade. While this was going on, Naruto was thinking about the words Haku spoke to him in the forest when they first met. The person is able to become truly strong when they wish to protect someone they cherish. He would never consider Sasuke someone precious to him as long as he lived. But as his teammate and fellow Konohanin, he was the closest to fulfilling that description, even if it's just for a moment. He wanted to live by those words spoken by the angel who gave him newfound strength and determination. He pictured it was her lying there instead of Sasuke. When he did, something inside him snapped and a monstrous amount of chakra burst from his body, saturating the atmosphere of the bridge with an air of oppression and malevolence. Haku was shocked at the power that her friend was radiating. It was palpable in the air. She never imagined he was this strong from their interactions. He was always so gentle and caring towards her. Thinking about it made her heart flutter. Looking at him now, she couldn't help but smile. While she only knew him for a few days, she can say with confidence that she knows him well enough to know what he is thinking right now. He is probably repeating the words she spoke to him and trying to live up to them. That brought a warm smile to her face, knowing that her words brought out his inner strength. For a large part of her life, she viewed herself as a tool for Zabuza-sama to use. But even if it's for a few moments, she will be the tool that will give her new friend the strength to break his shackles. With that in mind, she directed her at him, aiming for non-fatal spots. He didn't even move as the visible shroud of chakra around him deflected, much to her shock. She decided to dart between her mirrors to get a better angle, but she found herself momentarily frozen as Naruto followed her speed and intercepted her. That fraction of a second was all that he needed though, as he delivered a thunderous haymaker right to her face, sending her crashing out of the dome, causing the entire structure to collapse. Naruto felt the adrenaline pumping through his veins. He would admit that the power he was feeling was a bit addictive, but then he pictured Haku's face, and he promised himself that he would never lose himself to it. As his opponent groggily stood up, cracks could be seen showing of their mask. Naruto charged in once more to deliver a finishing blow. As his fist neared the face of his opponent, her mask shattered, revealing the face of the person he now held closest to his heart. Even covered in blood and wounds, she was the most beautiful person in his eyes. Her sad smile tugged painfully at his heartstrings. At this moment, he was lost and confused. All his power just ebbed away in her presence. Haku-chan. Why? He questioned with a hitch in his throat. She just looked at him sadly. I am Zabuza-sama's tool. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I seem to have outlived my usefulness. Please finish me off. I can die happily knowing it was by your hands, she said somberly. Naruto was having trouble comprehending the last few moments of his life. He was starting to question his interactions with the girl. The fact that Haku was an enemy hurt him, but more than that, hearing her defeatist attitude and calling herself a tool pushed him over the edge. How can you say that? You're my friend Haku and I would never hurt you. You're the one who made me see that I was worth something. You're the one that taught me to value my life no matter what I've been through, so how can you think so little of yours? I won't allow you to think that way, countered Naruto, emphatically, bringing a bright smile to her face. His presence alone filled her with incredible warmth and security. He was like a gentle ray of sunlight in her dark world. She had no problem admitting to herself that what she felt for him was far deeper than she anticipated. Her reply was cut off though by the loud sounds of what sounded like chirping birds. She looked towards Zabuza-sama and saw that he was in trouble. Although what she was about to do filled her with sadness, she couldn't help it. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. It looks like this broken tool has one final purpose to fulfill. She spoke with deep regret as she gathered the final vestiges of her power and disappeared from the spot. Naruto screamed out her name in anguish and ran in the direction he knew he would find her and could only hope he wasn't too late. Scene change. Kakashi was exhausted after a grueling fight with the infamous Demon of the Mist, as powered up his only original to finish the job. He was finally able to catch Zabuza off guard with his summons holding him in place for him to deliver the final blow. He ran forward with as much velocity as he could gather and thrust his hand towards the chest of his enemy. Urkiri, shark. The sound and sensation of his hand sinking into flesh greeted him, but as he looked up and saw the face of a young girl, one that he realized from the way she dressed was Abusa's accomplice. This was the scene that Naruto walked into. The hand of his sensei is stuck in the chest of his most precious person. Haku-chan. He screamed hysterically, snapping Kakashi out of his funk, making him withdraw his hand, causing the girl to fall forward. As she was about to hit the ground, Naruto rushed forward and slid on his knees, skinning them in the process, and gathered her in his arms. As he gazed upon her dying visage, Naruto felt the dam break. Never once in his life has he ever given into the sadness that plagued him. He refused to shed tears. Throughout it all he stayed strong. But as he looked at the state Haku was in, he felt all the tears he ever held back burst out of him. He held her close as he sobbed his heart out. As he cried though, he felt a soft dainty hand gently cup his cheek. He followed the hand to the face of his angel. The one who brought him salvation. "You're always such a crybaby, Naruto-kun." She joked at his expense. "Why, Haku-chan?" he questioned weakly. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. My body just reacted on its own. But I don't regret it. I was able to protect my precious person." She answered with a happy smile. "Was it all a lie? The time we spent together?" questioned Naruto desperately. He needed to know. "Of course not, Naruto-kun." Cough. "I treasured every moment I spent with you. I told you I always thought of myself as a tool. But when I'm with you I feel like I can just be a regular girl. You made me feel human for the first time in my life. Every second spent with you is something I will forever hold in my heart. I know you." Cough. "I have no reason to trust Naruto-kun, but please believe me when I say you mean the world to me," said Haku with a gentle smile on her face. Naruto felt his heart swell at that, and even more tears came to his eyes. "You mean the same to me. Before I met you I was so lost. I felt I had no purpose in my life. But you came along and filled me with this sense of warmth that I never felt before. Your smile filled me with happiness that I've never known. Hearing you laugh made me feel as though I could spend the rest of my life listening to such a beautiful sound. I swore that I would protect you with my life if I had to just to preserve that smile. I know I'm a pretty dumb guy, so I told myself the next time I see you, I would ask you what those strange feelings meant because I just didn't understand them," said Naruto in a bit of a rush. All he got in response was the same beautiful laugh that he became addicted to. "Love, Naruto-kun. That feeling is love," answered Haku with the brightest, most beautiful smile he has ever seen from her. Even near death, her radiance was unmatched in his eyes. "I know that because I feel the same way when I am with you. I love you too, Naruto-kun," she said with tears of happiness in her eyes. Hearing those words broke through every psychological barrier he has ever set up in his life and pierced his very soul. The happiness he felt from that single statement made his entire life worth it. All the abuse was worth it if it meant hearing those magical words from this angel in his arms. It seemed as his entire life led to this one moment. He never knew he could feel this at peace with himself. He felt as though he could topple mountains with a punch and take on the gods themselves if it was for her sake. As he was stuck on cloud 9, an unwelcome sound brought his happiness crashing down. Cough. Cough. Was the sound of Haku coughing up blood. Her breathing was getting shallower. Naruto started panicking. "Haku-chan. Hang in there please," he pleaded. "I'm sorry Naruto-kun, but I'm not going to make it," she said with a sad smile. "No. Don't say that. I know you can fight this. Please, you have to," he cried. "Don't be sad Naruto-kun. I'm happy that if I'm going to die it would be in the arms of the man I love. There is no better way to go for me," replied Haku with a content expression on her face. "No. Don't say that Haku-chan. I still need you. You're the only one that loves me. I can't go back to the way things were. I can't go on without you Haku-chan. Please. Please, I'm begging you. Please don't leave me," begged Naruto as he sobbed into her chest. It broke Haku's heart to see him like this. She too wished that she could spend the rest of her life with him. She could almost picture them living in a little house near the river with her taking care of their beautiful children while her Naruto-kun went out fishing to bring home food. She pictured him as a goofy and over-affectionate dad that clung to their children, annoying them to no end. She pictured the beautiful moments that they would share as lovers. But she knew that it would never happen and it broke her heart. Those images, no matter how fleeting, were ones she longed for and she knew her beloved was the same. It brought tears to her eyes knowing the pain he would be in because of this. That's why she needed him to know. She needed him to make peace with what was about to happen. "Naruto-kun. I know. I know it hurts. I don't want to leave you either. I wanted to live with you. To start a family with you. To grow old with you. But I won't make it." Sob. "I know it will hurt, but I also know that you are strong and that you will overcome this. I know in my heart that you will be somebody great in this world, Naruto-kun. I can feel it in my heart. That my Naruto-kun will change this cursed world we live in someday. So please. Please be strong for me. Don't close your heart off to others. I'm selfish in that I don't want you to ever forget me, but I also don't want you to be alone for the rest of your life. Promise me, Naruto-kun. As my dying wish. Promise me that you will find love again. Promise me. Pleaded Haku. Naruto felt even more pain at the thought of forgetting his angel. He didn't know if he could do as she asked, but there isn't anything in this world he wouldn't do for her. With a wry chuckle, he responded to her. You weren't fair, Haku-chan. You know I would never deny you anything. His response made her giggle. The giggle that he loved so much. He just took this time to gaze at her beautiful face. Engraving every feature of hers into his mind and his soul. Her hand weakly came up to cup his cheek as he looked into her gorgeous brown eyes that drew him in. She smiled softly. And be selfish once more and ask for one more request. She asked weakly. He put his hand over the one that cupped his face and kissed it gently, feeling his emotions overwhelm him. Anything for you, Haku-chan. He replied, causing her eyes to shine with happiness. Can you please take my first and my last kiss? Pleaded Haku, causing his eyes to widen before he looked at her tenderly. Even though he could feel himself breaking, he needed to stay strong for her. He simply nodded his head, causing her eyes to sparkle with happiness. He gently cupped her face as she did the same to him. As they drew closer, they could feel their hearts beating as one. Everything in the world seemed insignificant to them at this moment. Only the presence of the one they loved mattered in this moment. As her soulful eyes looked up at him with all the love she could muster, she said the words that set his heart aflame once more. I love you, Naruto-kun. She said tenderly. Her face filled with love and contentment. I love you too, Tenshi-chan. Replied Naruto with a smile as he felt her soft pink lips connect with his. His world exploded into color from the simple act. The dull world that he lived in was suddenly filled with vibrant colors, brought forth from the angel that saved him from himself. It was a bittersweet moment to him, knowing that he might never experience this happiness again. The happiness of sharing your heart fully with one who loves you just the same. As the tears fell from his eyes and he lost himself in the sensations of his first kiss, he felt the hand Haku was cupping his face with fall limply. He could no longer feel her gentle breath on his lips, and her body was completely still. As realization finally sank in, the pain he felt in that moment was unbearable. All that could be heard from the now silent bridge was the anguished wail of a heartbroken young boy. Chapter 2. Meeting of the Minds. The scene on the bridge was one that tugged at the heartstrings of even the most hardened shinobi. As Naruto sobbed painfully whilst clutching onto the cooling corpse of the only person to ever show him love and affection, the two veteran shinobi looked on helplessly. Kakashi for his part was extremely confused. From what he could gather, Naruto seemed to have some kind of relationship with Zabuza's accomplice. He was unsure how that happened, but from the reaction of his student, he can tell it meant more than anything to him. He was having flashbacks to a similar event from his part when his teammate, Nahara Rin, did something similar in terms of intercepting his Rikiri to take a death blow. To this day, the nightmares of that event still plague him. He looked on sadly at his student, whose personality reminded him of his other teammate Obito. In his mind, instead of Haku lying on the ground, it was Rin. In place of Naruto, it was Obito crying over her body. The images froze him on the spot, bringing up all the demons that have haunted him throughout his life. Zabuza, for his part, was numb at the scene. His tool did her job, the one he trained her so well to do, and risked her life to save him, and she succeeded. But as he looked on at the blonde brat cradling her in his arms, he couldn't help but feel a piece of himself missing. He thought back to the dirty little girl that he met under the bridge that day. How he took her in and trained her to be the perfect tool. He thought back to the many adventures they had on the road. While always being on the run was far from a glamorous lifestyle, having her by his side made it all the more bearable. The warm smile she would use when she welcomed him home made him feel comfort that he never thought he would. He's never had any children, but he couldn't help but wonder if that was what it was like to have a daughter. It was a bittersweet thought for him, as it was too late now to tell the girl what he should have had a long time ago. Maybe if he did, she wouldn't have done what she did and would still be alive instead of taking a killing blow for him. He knew he was going to die anyway though, he lost far too much blood, all Haku did was give him a little more time. He could feel his eyes getting a little moist from thoughts of how it seemed his adopted daughter died in vain. The somber atmosphere on the bridge was interrupted by the unwelcome sound of clapping and snickers. "Ooh-oh. Looks like you're getting your ass kicked. How disappointing, Zabuza," came the obnoxious nasally voice of a short man standing at the end of the bridge surrounded by numerous thugs. Spat out Zabuza. What are you doing here? And what's with those thugs? We had a little change of plans, replied Gato snidely. I'm sorry Zabuza, but you're going to die here. What? Roared Zabuza. If I rented out a regular ninja, it would cost a lot of money. So, I rented out a nuke nin like you. If you ninja had just killed each other, it would have saved me the trouble and money, commented Gato with a sneer on his face. And you call yourself the Kurigakur no Kajin? You're just a cute little demon if you ask me. He finished with a mocking tone of voice much to the amusement of the thugs around him who started laughing and jeering at Zabuza. "Kakashi, I'm sorry, but the battle ends here," stated Zabuza. "Since I don't have a reason to kill the bridge builder, I have lost the reason to fight you." "Yeah, you're right," replied Kakashi, monetarily pushing whatever thoughts of the past to the back of his mind to deal with the situation at hand. "That's right, I owe that little bitch of yours a favor for breaking my hand like this. But it seems like she's already dead. That's too bad, she would have made a nice gift for my men to play around with. I'm sure they could have broken her to make an obedient little house pet," commented Gato with a lecherous tone of voice. The reactions from those present ranged from the tightening of Kakashi's eyes to Zabuza gritting his teeth in anger. Gato was about to open his mouth to make another snide comment before he froze in his tracks. He broke out into a cold sweat and momentarily lost control of his bowels, as evidenced by the wet spot in the front of his pants. An unholy amount of killer intent flooded the bridge. Rage. Hatred. Violence. These were some of the emotions intensely permeating the atmosphere. Kakashi knew the sensation well enough from 13 years ago when the Kyuubi rampaged in Konoha. But for some reason this time it felt more concentrated, more potent. It honestly made him tremble. He knew exactly where it was coming from though as he looked to his student who was still cradling the body of Haku. Blood-red chakra was swirling dangerously around his body. Kakashi could only hope that the seal held up. Zabuza, for his part, was caught between being impressed and trembling in his boots. He was no stranger to killing intent, but the intent waving off the blonde brat was chilling. He could feel his body freeze up and the hairs on his neck stand on end. It felt like the Shinigami had come to claim his soul. He could feel the stroke of death run up his spine. Gato's subordinates were faring even worse. As untrained thugs, they were never exposed to intent like this, as such they had no way to deal with it. Their breaths caught in their throats, their knees trembled, and they were having visions of the gruesome kinds of death they would suffer at Naruto's hands. It was too much for some of them who couldn't handle it and they collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Naruto, for the first time in his life, let go. All the pain, all the hatred, the desire to cause bodily harm. All the negative emotions he suppressed his whole life came crashing through his very being. And it was all directed at the source of the problems in this country. If it wasn't for this greedy fucker, his beloved Haku-chan might still be breathing. It was a bit of a stretch to think that, but with the state his mind was in, Naruto didn't really give a fuck. The only person to ever show him love and grant him a small measure of happiness in his hellish life was robbed from him. He was emotionally stunted to begin with, and now, with all these new vicious sensations coursing through him, he didn't know what to do. He needed to direct it somewhere. For the first time in his life, Naruto embraced the hatred that was always knocking at his door. He embraced the pain, the insanity, the agony, and welcomed them with open arms. He wanted to slaughter these fucking animals. But he also thought of the love that he experienced, the happiness that Haku-chan granted him. The feeling of peace and serenity. He was so confused. All these conflicting emotions, some of them didn't even feel like his own, running through him, and he didn't know what to do. Naruto didn't know it, but for a few moments, the blood-red chakra cloak that surrounded his body flickered, turning a golden orange for a few moments. This went unnoticed by everyone on the bridge. But deep within the mind of Naruto, a large blood-red eye with a vertical slit iris snapped open before a fanged grin broke out on a large maw. "Oigaki. Throw me a kunai," called out Zabuza to Naruto, who paused momentarily to look up. Zabuza looked at his anguish-filled eyes and flinched a little, knowing those eyes reflected his own inner feelings, but he had to keep it contained for now. Naruto, even though conflicted, did as asked as he knew the man had no reason to fight them anymore. Plus, he was Haku's precious person. "I know you want to go wild, but I suggest you don't move from that spot. For some reason Haku seemed to be in love with you. I have never seen her smile so brightly in all the time I've known her. It was a beautiful sight. I have lived a life of many regrets and I have committed many sins. None weigh me down more than the regret I have for never telling Haku how much she meant to me. I regret not telling her that she wasn't a tool and that I thought of her as a daughter. She brought a brightness into my dark life and shined brightly like the sun, chasing away all the darkness. But I don't have to tell you that, you know better than anyone. I can feel my life slipping from me. I know that I won't make it to see tomorrow. But I'm okay with that. I want you to watch though. As the man that Haku chose, I too will put my faith in you. I know you will be somebody feared in the future, so let me give you a lesson about the life of a shinobi. We may be tools for our villages, but we are human too. Listen well, the measure of a shinobi isn't taken from the life that they lived, but the way that they died. My last act in this life will not be as the Kurigakur no Kajin, but as the proud father who will pave the way for the one who gave my daughter back her smile, by protecting what is precious to me. All I ask is that you bury me next to Haku when this is done." Finished Zabuza with an uncharacteristic smile on his face as tears ran down from his eyes. He caught the kunai Naruto threw at him with his teeth as his arms were immobile from the damage he took from the fight with Kakashi. The thugs were finally regaining some of their bearings when Zabuza exploded into action. With the swiftness of a predator, he pounced on his prey, slashing throats and crushing skulls under his boots. His powerful neck and leg muscles were on full display as he tore into the gang of thugs like they were made of paper. It was a gruesome, but at the same time mesmerizing sight to Naruto. As Zabuza took down more and more thugs, ignoring whatever wounds were inflicted on his body, Naruto wondered if this is what it meant to be a shinobi. He always bragged about being Hokage, but he felt so weak and helpless right now. Holding the dead body of his would-be lover and watching the man she sacrificed herself for tearing through the enemies that threatened them, even though he was on the brink of death. Was this true strength? Was this what Haku spoke of? Even though he knew he was going to die, Zabuza walked to his death with his head held up high. Naruto, for his part, let a small smile grace his face in the midst of the carnage. I understand now, Haku. I understand what you were trying to tell me. I promise you that I will carry your words and your thoughts in my heart forever. This is my promise of a lifetime. Thought Naruto with a sad smile. At the other end of the bridge, Inari arrived with a small group of villagers just in time to see the massacre that was taking place. While most of them felt sick watching the carnage, they couldn't look away. They needed to see this through the end. Edo was running as fast as his stubby little legs could carry him in an attempt to get away from the demon on his tail. But it was all for naught as Zabuza, even without the use of his arms and multiple weapons sticking out of his body, was able to take out all the cheap thugs he hired and ran him through with a kunai, causing Geto to cry out in pain. You and I are going to hell together, Geto. Look forward to it. I'll let you see if I'm a cute little demon or not in hell. Roared Zabuza as he mercilessly tore through Geto's body with numerous cuts and lacerations from his kunai before plunging it straight into his heart, causing him to fall off the edge of the bridge and into the ocean, sealing his death. With his job finally done, he made his way back to Naruto and Haku, walking through the corpses he left in his wake. As he finally collapsed next to the young girl, he motioned Naruto to come closer before whispering something in his ear, causing Naruto's eyes to widen before getting a determined look in his eyes. It's time to say goodbye, Haku. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry. Those were the final words of the feared Kurigakure no Kijin, who died, not as a tool or a demon, but as a human, protecting the one he held closest to his heart. He died with a smile on his face. Scene change. Naruto stared solemnly at the two grave markers before him as he reminisced the last week or so spent in this country. He experiences fear, sadness, anger, love and happiness, along with a cacophony of other emotions. It was a rollercoaster experience for sure. His heart still ached terribly at the thought of the one he had given it to. He hated the fact that he would never again see her soothing smile, hear her beautiful laugh or experience the warmth that she provided him. He wanted to shout, to scream at the unfairness of it all. He wanted to curl into a ball and cry. Cry for the angel that was taken from him far too soon. But he made a promise. He promised her that he would be strong for her. He promised that he wouldn't close off his heart. While he didn't think he would ever let anyone in anytime soon, he wouldn't become a brooding prick like his teammate either. He would be the man that his Haku-chan fell in love with. He would be a man she would be proud of. A man who will protect those precious to him, in her honor and her memory. He will become the man she knew he could become, and he would change this world. So nobody will ever experience the pain that he and Haku-chan experienced in their lives. How he would do that he was unsure, but she believed in him, and that's all the motivation he needs to take on the world. A smile came across his face as he thought this. She really made a man of him. He felt like a whole new person. Like a huge burden was taken off his shoulders. He felt someone lay a hand on his shoulders and looked to the side to see Kakashi-sensei standing beside him. Are you doing okay, Naruto? He questioned. His student was withdrawn ever since the battle on the bridge, which isn't surprising when the revelations on that day were taken into account. He could infer that Naruto had some relationship with the girl, Haku, and he was deeply affected by the loss he experienced. He felt a lingering guilt from his role in that event. He wondered if Naruto hated him for being the one to end the life of the one he loved, but so far he hasn't shown any indication of such. While that may be the case, he hasn't been as social or boisterous as he normally was. He wanted to know if he was going to be okay. Naruto tensed a little before relaxing. He was still unsure how to act around Kakashi-sensei. Whenever he saw him, all he could remember was his lightning-covered hand piercing the chest of Haku-chan. While he knew it wasn't Kakashi's fault as Haku-chan intercepted the attack that was actually meant for Zabuza, he still couldn't get the picture out of his mind. He wasn't sure if he would ever be comfortable around the guy again, but he won't needlessly give in to hatred either. I won't say I'm fine, Kakashi-sensei. It hurts to know that she's gone. But I have to live on. I know that's what she would have wanted. I won't waste the life she gave back to me, answered Naruto. Kakashi just nodded his head and took the time to pay his own respects. Scene change. We currently find Naruto sitting in the lotus position on the floor of a cottage located deep within the forest of the Wave Country. Zabuza, before he passed away, told Naruto where he could locate their hideout and he left everything in there to the young blonde. It took Naruto a few hours to find it. It's been 2 days since the battle and Naruto was still recovering, emotionally, from the ordeal. He followed the advice of Zabuza though and was pleasantly surprised by the amount of equipment that was hoarded by the two. Large amounts of kunai, shuriken, ninja wire, explosive tags, smoke bombs, blades of varying lengths and even soldier pills were what he found, along with clothes and a large amount of money that Zabuza was saving up. He felt a little bad by taking these things but shook off his hesitation as it was Zabuza himself that told him to take the equipment and use it how he saw fit. It was a blessing in disguise for Naruto, who couldn't get quality equipment in Konoha due to the prejudice of the villagers, who either kicked him out of their stores or overcharged him and sold him crappy equipment. This was evidenced by the blunted and chipped kunai and shuriken he's been using. He gathered those from the training ground surrounding the village, but he knew that he needed better tools as it might save his life someday. With that in mind he continued to seal the massive haul of equipment into scrolls for easy travel. He also found, to his amazement, jutsu scrolls, mainly for suiton and fuiton ninjutsu, but also different styles and kata for kinjutsu, along with chakra control exercises. He knew this would be invaluable to him and his shinobi career and silently thanked the late Kurigakure no Kajin for his help. He never had any direction in his career. Neglectful teachers coupled with his goofing around really stunted his growth. But now he finally had the motivation, along with the direction he needed to take himself to the next level. He would not waste this opportunity. After finally sealing everything away and packing the scrolls away into his backpack, Naruto took up the lotus position we now find him in. He didn't really know why, but it felt as though something was calling out to him. He was always one to trust his instincts, and right now his instincts were telling him he needed to do this. He was aware something had changed within him. Ever since the events of the bridge, he noticed that he could sense the people around him. It happened on the bridge as well, when he was hit by a multitude of different negative emotions. He didn't understand it then, but over the last few days, he instinctively could tell when the people around him were feeling any negative kind of emotions. He wondered if this was a bloodline or something, but he never told anyone about it. He was still uncomfortable around Kakashi and he felt a bit alone right now. So he decided he would keep his strange new ability to himself. He sat there meditating for what felt like hours. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he knew he needed to keep it up. The feeling was getting stronger. He needed to know what was going on with him. He had a feeling he could get his answers this way. The silence around him was interrupted by what sounded like water dripping. His eyes snapped open as he found himself no longer in the cottage that he knew he was sitting in a few seconds ago. He now found himself in a dimly lit hallway with what looked like numerous pipes running along the wall, deeper into the hallway. There was water on the floor and as he got to his feet, he noticed that the water reached just above his ankles. All in all, it was quite an eerie place to be in, not to mention depressing. He could feel something primal further down the hall, the same thing that seemed to be calling out to him. He once again trusted his instincts as he walked into the darkness, following the direction of the pipes on the wall. After walking for what felt like ages, he finally saw a little light at the end of the tunnel. As he reached the end, the hallway opened up to a wide expanse. A huge area with the same design as the hallway could be seen. But what caught his eye the most was the enormous cage from right in front of him. The bars looked sturdy, and the height was something he was having trouble comprehending as he couldn't see an end to it. In the middle of the gate was a piece of paper with what looked like the kanji for seal written on it. Try as he might, he could not see anything other than darkness within the cage. All in all, it was quite the oppressive and intimidating place. The power that was pulsing in the air also made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. As he contemplated the meaning of his surroundings, his eye caught a slight movement inside the structure. Before he could question it, two blood-red eyes snapped open and started directly into his. He started slightly from shock at the action. His heart started beating a mile a minute as more of whatever was behind the cage came into view. The creature stood tall, he could make a rough estimate that it stood close to 50 feet tall. It had luscious crimson fur that honestly made him want to run his hands through it. Its hands were sharp menacing claws that looked as though it could tear him to shreds without effort. But the most defining feature, and the one that struck him deeply, were the 9 tails that were swishing behind the creature ominously. He knew who this was. He knew what this was. He never thought that day would come where he would actually meet the creature. Even though he knew he should be afraid. He couldn't help himself but admire how beautiful and how majestic the creature looked. He didn't see it as he was too lost in his thoughts, but the creature's eyes widened slightly before an almost imperceptible blush came upon its cheeks. It quickly regained its bearings though and decided to get on with why it called the boy in here. HMPH. So my jailer has finally decided to grace me with his presence. I'm honored. said the creature with a snarky tone of voice that was dripping heavily with sarcasm. The voice was deep and reverberated throughout the room. It jolted Naruto out of his contemplation as he fixed his gaze upon the creature that was the bane of Konoha. "Kyuubi?" he whispered. He was unsure of what to do or say in this situation. It's not every day you come face to face with a 50-fucking-foot tall demon fox that could squash you like a bug if it wanted to. He really wanted to freak the fuck out right now. To scream in fear and shout obscenities. That's what the old him would have done. But in his mind, Haku-chan would be disappointed if he did something like that. He was a new man now though, she made him see the world as more than just black and white. He vowed never to judge a book by its cover. He would keep trying to be cool, on the outside at least, and try to figure out what's going on before he starts tripping balls. "Oh, you recognize me? How flattering. You're smarter than I thought you would be." Note, I meant that sarcastically, as I have 9 huge tails floating behind me. I'm sure a brain-dead monkey would know who I am. Mocked the now identified Kyuubi, much to the annoyance of Naruto. He wanted to keep his cool, but this motherfucker was making it really hard. "Do you want a cookie for your amazing deduction?" It was ridiculed even further. Naruto felt his patience snap. He was never one to take things lying down. "Fuck you. You overgrown rabbit," shot Naruto. That seemed to have set it off fiercely as it started banging its head against the cage while its tails thrashed against the ground. "Say that again, you puny insect. If this gate wasn't in the way I would tear you to fucking pieces, you insolent flesh bag," roared the Kyuubi. Naruto was a little shaken, but he didn't show it. He's had a lifetime of putting up fake emotions to say he's gotten pretty good at it. He knew though that he needed to move this conversation forward. "Look, I'm sorry, okay? I shouldn't have said that. You were being kind of annoying and mocking me and it just upset me. I'm sorry." Apologized to Naruto. He was never one to take such an action, but these last few days have really taken their toll on him. The Kyuubi stopped what it was doing and simply raised an eyebrow at him. It eventually shrugged, at least that's what it looked like, before settling down by resting its head on its front paws that were crossed. "I accept your apology. I too am sorry for the unsightly little display. My ears are a bit of a sore point for me," said Kyuubi. Now that it was speaking normally instead of mocking him or roaring, Naruto noticed it had a strange lilt to its voice that, for the life of him, he couldn't place even though he knew he should. He decided to put it in the back of his mind for now and focus instead on the calamity before him. "I understand. I get that way too when people make fun of my height," Naruto said with an understanding look, causing the Kyuubi to nod sympathetically. "You know, you're a lot more agreeable than I thought you would be. I expected you to be calling for my blood and screaming about hatred and destruction and all that jazz," he pointed out carefully. He knew he had to be careful here, but what he said was true. This meeting was not at all going the way he thought it would when he eventually came face to face with the Kyuubi. He honestly expected more fire and brimstone, but he decided not to look a gift horse in the mouth and go with the flow. "HMPH. You humans always think you know everything. Don't hold me to the same standards as your pathetic race. I'm not so weak to give in to hatred and rampage like some mindless beast. That's what you humans do. I'm far more elegant and refined than that," stated the Kyuubi a bit pompously, causing Naruto to chuckle a little, internally of course. He didn't want to set off the creature again by laughing at it. Not sound like an ass, but you kind of rampaged in Konoha 13 years ago. That's kind of the reason people hate me so much," pointed out Naruto. Well, it piqued him to know that the Kyuubi was sealed in him and that it was the primary reason for the abuse he received. He got over it. Blaming the Kyuubi for the situation they were both in would make him no different than those ignorant villagers. Something he vowed never to emulate. Humans are always looking for an outlet for their hated boy. You just happen to be the one they directed it to in these times of so-called peace. More importantly though, you are assuming that I magically appeared in that pathetic village. You would be wrong. You see, I was in that village from the very beginning," replied to Kyuubi cryptically. Naruto was now majorly confused. He was never one to claim to be a genius, but he also didn't think of himself as being stupid. In times of need, he could think up strategies on the fly better than anyone else. But he was having a hard time wrapping his mind around what the Kyuubi was implying. He didn't even know what this magic was that it spoke of. If what it said was true, somebody would have noticed a big-ass fox around the village at some point. It wasn't like it was easy to hide when you're a 50-foot fucking monstrosity. Except of course in his case when it was sealed into him. His eyes suddenly widened in comprehension. "Oh. Looks like you aren't as dumb as you look. That right, boy. You are not the first person I have been sealed into. In fact, you are the third. Jinchuriki. It means power of the human sacrifice. That's what humans refer to people like you who have Biju sealed into them," said Kyuubi. Naruto was in a state of shock. He was the third person to have the Kyuubi inside them. Why didn't anyone tell him that? Why didn't the Hokage make that public knowledge when he revealed that to show the people that he wasn't actually the Kyuubi? To let them know that there have been others who lived in the village that were just like him. He seethed silently, and his trust in the old man took another harsh blow. It seemed he was always suffering from the mistakes and misconceptions of those around him. Another piece of information caught his attention though. Biju? You mean there are more like you? Asked Naruto with a tilt of his head and his eyes squinting in concentration. It was an action that older females would consider cute. Naruto didn't notice it, but there was a light blush on the face of the Kyuubi with regards to his actions. It snapped out of it quickly though. That's right. Biju or tailed beasts are what my siblings and I are referred to. We are each denoted by the unique number of tails we possess. From the Ichibi Shukaku to me, the most powerful Kyuubi. Boasted the Kyuubi whilst striking an intimidating pose causing Naruto to clap lightly, causing its chest to puff out a little in pride, making Naruto sweat drop. He did find something of interest though. Kyuubi? What? He asked quizzically, making the beast blink at him uncomprehendingly. What? It was confusing. You said Ichibi Shukaku. I'm assuming Shukaku is the Ichibi's name. But then you said Kyuubi, but you never said your name. Pointed out Naruto. The Kyuubi for its part was a bit stumped. It didn't mean for Naruto to ask such a question. It was just pointing out the existence of the Biju. It honestly didn't think the boy would be so perceptive. And I never will if I have a say in it. You are not worthy of hearing my name, so put it out of your mind. More importantly, you are in no position to want to know my name when you don't even know yours. Said Kyuubi. At first Naruto was peeved at the slight against him before becoming mightily confused. His name? What in the world are you on about? My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Affirmed Naruto, causing the beast to chuckle lightly. It really pissed him off to hear it. Well, it's true that your name is Uzumaki Naruto, it isn't your full name, technically speaking. You are missing your father's last name. Replied the Kyuubi with an almost evil grin on its face. Naruto snapped to attention upon hearing that. You know who my parents are, tell me. Please. Pleaded Naruto. It was the one piece of information that he valued above all others. He has been asking the Hokage for years with no success. He desperately needed to know whether they were still alive or dead. Whether they hated him and threw him away. If they loved him like he hoped and prayed they did. The Kyuubi had a brief flash of sympathy flash through its eyes before it disappeared. It needed to know whether or not this boy was the one she was waiting for. Of course I know who your parents are. The old monkey leader of your village knows as well. I will tell you, but you need to prove yourself first. You need to show me your resolve. Said Kyuubi. Naruto's head snapped up to look in the eyes of the Biju before him. Even the Kyuubi was a little taken aback by the intensity in those cerulean eyes of his. How? Was a simple word that escaped his mouth, but it was filled with determination. The Kyuubi just shook its head amusedly. This boy never ceased to amaze. Simple. You need to confront your darkness. All those negative emotions you buried deep within your psyche in an attempt to gain acceptance from those pitiful villagers by showing that you are harmless. You need to show me that you won't lose yourself to the darkness lurking within you. But most importantly, I won't tell you anything until you are finally complete. Life is all about balance. Yin and yang. Spiritual and physical. Light and darkness. They are two sides of the same coin. You are imbalanced. By burying away your darkness, you essentially denied a part of yourself and hid it away. Until you confront this aspect of yourself, I will not tell you what you desire. Said the Kyuubi in the most serious manner he has seen from it thus far. He was honestly a little shocked by that revelation. He had no idea that he went so far as to reject a part of himself just to appease the villagers. He was unsure how to feel about that. Would he be able to face all the pain and hatred that he buried away? Will he be able to maintain his sanity when he finally comes face to face with the thoughts and feelings that threatened to break him when he was younger? Suddenly, he heard footsteps. Heading towards him. He could hear the slight splashing of the water on the floor as whoever it was neared him. His heart was beating a mile a minute as he turned to confront the intruder. Well. If it isn't my other half. Finally deciding to come pay a little old me a visit. Spoke a voice that was so similar to his, but with a more guttural quality to it. It sounded a lot more menacing than he ever did. He turned around fully and was met with a sight that set him on edge. The person who spoke to him was an exact replica of himself. With one striking difference. The eyes. While his were clear cerulean, something that Haku-chan complimented him on, the replica had eyes that were blood red, with sclera that was pitch black that were twisted in hatred and contempt. All in all, it was a bone-chilling look to see on his face. Wah. He blabbered. Those damn villagers. All they've done up until now was shun us. Abuse us. The replica seethed vehemently. Who are you? Questioned Naruto carefully. The replica just sneered at him. And you tell just by looking. I'm you. Answered the replica. I don't recall making any shadow clones. Protested Naruto. I am your true self. The true self that lives inside your heart," replied the replica. Naruto was in a state of shock and denial as the implications started to hit him. "I didn't think the Kyuubi could bring me to the surface like this. I am the true you. The real you," stated the replica. "The real me?" whispered Naruto with a feeling of dread pooling in his stomach. "Yeah, I'm your precious hatred, your dark self," thundered the now identified Yami Naruto. "You," spoke Naruto in a daze as he gazed upon the culmination of his years of self-suppression. "That's right, I'm the true you. I won't let you drive me out, poser," stated Yami Naruto emphatically. "So that's how it is," answered Naruto. There was a moment of tense silence before Yami Naruto exploded into action, catching Naruto by surprise with a fierce left hook. Even whilst experiencing the pain, he noticed the technique and form of his dark self were far more refined than his. He recovered quickly before sending a haymaker of his own at Yami that he blocked before Naruto head-butted him to break the stalemate. As they separated, Naruto's thoughts were running a mile a minute. "I don't want to fight him. I've had enough of that these past few days. But it seems like he doesn't want to talk this out. I have to find some way to defeat him," thought Naruto. "You will never defeat me," stated Yami Naruto, causing Naruto's eyes to widen in shock. It was almost as if he was reading his mind. Yami Naruto once again charged him with a flurry of kicks and punches. Most of them were blocked by Naruto, but he still took a lot of damage. He was putting up minimal resistance as he continued to take a heavy beating. He didn't want to fight. He was already messed up enough. What use would it be to be at war with yourself? His mind drifted back to the days he spent with Haku-chan. Flashback. Is Haku-chan wrong? To feel hatred for the people who have hurt me. Is it wrong to want to hurt them in return? Would you think any less of me? Questioned Naruto as his head lay in the lap of Haku. They were in the clearing where they first met 2 days ago. Naruto had a solemn look on his face, with hints of fear as he asked his companion this question. Haku on the other hand had that gentle smile on her face that caused his heart to flutter in joy. "Never, Naruto-kun. I could never think less of you. It's not wrong to feel these emotions. Everyone feels them at some point, myself included. It's a part of life. What is important is that while it's okay to feel them, one must never give in to them. You have to accept that part of yourself. Denying it will only compound the feeling. But you should never let hate overcome you. That's why I think it's important to fill yourself with love to counter the hate," answered Haku with a beautiful smile on her face that made Naruto break out into one of his own. Flashback end. Naruto smiled gently to himself as he recalled his angel and the words she spoke to him. It was almost prophetic when you consider the situation that he is in. He could feel himself being filled with energy. He didn't understand fully when she said those words to him, as he had no understanding of love at that point, but now he understood. Yami Naruto, for his part, was irked. His counterpart was not fighting back at all. And now he had this happy smile on his face. "What are you smiling about? Do you think this is a joke?" thundered Yami Naruto. "No, I don't think it's a joke," answered Naruto with the same smile on his face. "Then stop smiling. I hate that smile. It's the same smile that you used to cover up the pain those worthless villagers inflicted on us. You might have forgotten, but I haven't. You seem to have forgotten that for 13 years they treated us like shit. They knew we weren't Kyuubi. They knew we were just the container, but they still scorned us. They taught their children to do the same. Even though they knew this, they still treated us like trash. No, they treated us lower than trash. They treated us like some lower life form that didn't even deserve existence. We were denied the ability to pursue our own happiness. Apparently that was too good for us. And all you do is smile and say you will protect those same monsters who denied us for so long," screamed Yami Naruto. The pain in his words was something that struck a chord with Naruto. These were his feelings. His thoughts. Ever since he was younger, he had an aversion to thinking. If he thought too deeply, he would question why people hated him, knowing he would never get the answer. He would question why he was the only one who wasn't allowed to be happy or have friends, when he knew the answer would be too painful to bear. So he suppressed the need to think too deeply, hoping to avoid causing himself too much pain. He smiled sadly at his dark counterpart. "It's true. I used this smile to cover up the pain that we experienced. I don't regret it though. I know that if I didn't, the pain, the loneliness and the hatred we felt would have broken us. You are right about those villagers though. I see that now. But it won't change much. I will still smile through it," answered Naruto. It caused Yami Naruto to explode in anger at hearing his answer. "How can you say that? They've always deceived us. They made up random rules to shun us. Do you not remember the pain? It was almost unbearable. I'm the only one that understands you," shouted Yami as he charged Naruto. Tears were running down both of their eyes as they relieved the pain and loneliness of their childhood. They both understood each other far better than anyone else. As Yami got close to Naruto, he cocked his fist back to deliver a punch but never completed it as Naruto held him in a strong embrace. Filled with love and acceptance. "How? How can you accept them? Yami whispered painfully. Naruto just smiled through the tears. You seem to have misunderstood me. I know how the villagers treated us, and for so long I yearned for their attention, for their acknowledgement. Even going so far as to pull pranks and wear this bright orange jumpsuit, although it's all they would sell to me, just to gain attention. Even if it wasn't positive. I didn't care, as long as they were looking at me. I even neglected my shinobi training, being the dead last, the dope, because I was too busy trying to get their attention. Even though I now know it was in vain. You don't have to worry though. I finally understand. I know that I can no longer run from all that which I buried within me. I can no longer push you away and hope they will accept me. Because I already found someone to accept me. My existence was finally acknowledged by someone. She accepted me, faults and all, and returned it with unconditional love. The opinions and acceptance of the villagers are a shallow consolation prize now. We hit the jackpot when an angel, so pure and filled with love, gave us what we've craved all our life. From this day forth, I promise you, no longer will I smile just to hide the pain. I will smile knowing that wherever she is looking down at me and happy knowing that I will be free to be who I am because her love gave me the strength to. The acknowledgement of the villagers no longer matters. If they want to hate us, let them. But I won't give in to my hatred that would make me no better than them. I will stand strong and I will persevere. I will protect the village, not for the villagers, but because it's our home. It's where Tuchi Jiji and Am Nichan are, the same people who fed us when we were starving. It's where Iruka-sensei is, the first teacher to help us and the one who allowed us to become shinobi. It's where Jiji is, even though he lied to us, he still is the closest thing to family we have. We will become strong to protect those few precious people that we have. But most importantly, we will become strong to fulfill the dream of Haku-chan, to ensure that none else suffers as we have. To end this cycle of hatred and violence. Don't worry any longer. You don't have to be alone anymore. I accept you. Spoke Naruto with understanding and sincerity as they both cried, caught up in their memories. Yami Naruto just nodded, with a content smile on his face. Suddenly they both started glowing, they didn't move though, and they accepted what was happening with happy smiles on their faces. The light coalesced into one point between them and shone even brighter, causing the Kyuubi, who was watching with interest, to turn away. When the light finally died down, there was only a single Naruto left standing. As he stood, his posture was straighter, more refined compared to the way he used to slouch before. When his eyes opened, the same cerulean as before now shone with understanding, happiness and contentment. The Kyuubi allowed itself a small smirk. Well done boy. It seems you passed my test. How do you feel? It questioned Naruto who looked at it with a smile, full of benevolence. I feel complete. For the first time that I can remember, I feel as though there is no longer a struggle. It's like I found a piece of myself that I didn't even know I was missing. My mind doesn't feel as cloudy as it used to. I feel clear and whole. My body feels like it's truly mine. I can move it better than I ever have and every muscle and joint responds to my commands. My chakra feels different as well. It doesn't feel as chaotic as it used to. I feel completely at ease with myself. Commented Naruto as he marveled at the new sensations of his body and his very being. That's because your body and mind are no longer at war. You are no longer rejecting yourself, even on a subconscious level. Your body and mind is now working in harmony. Be proud boy, not many people reach this point in their life. I doubt even that old monkey you call Hokage has reached this level of self-actualization. Explained the Kyuubi. Naruto just nodded his head in understanding and a little amazement at how rare what he accomplished just was. His head snapped up when he thought about Kyuubi's voice. When he first came in here, he recognized a strange quality to its voice that he couldn't really explain. But now that his mind was clear, allowing him to think better, he realized what it was. Its voice sounded almost feminine. His eyes widened in comprehension. You're a woman. Shouted Naruto in shock, his eyes bulging comically as he pointed his finger at the colossal fox, who just broke down laughing at the ridiculous expression on his face. That's right boy. I'm the mighty Kyuubi no Kitsune, queen of the Bijuu. Replied the now identified female Kyuubi to his exclamation. Naruto for his part got over his little shock and just stared at the Kyuubi, who was doing another ridiculous pose, with a deadpan stare. You totally made up that title. He pointed out. The Kyuubi for her part looked affronted. It doesn't make it any less true though. She answered stubbornly with a pout that looked totally out of place on her terrifying visage. Naruto just shook his head in amusement. Man, I always thought Kyuubi was a guy. Who knew it was a girl all this time? Naruto commented lightly. He knew he said something wrong as the atmosphere changed immediately and an oppressive aura settled in the room. Kyuubi looked at him with a dangerous glint in her eye. Are you saying that women are too weak to be considered as mighty as I am? Are you a sexist boy? She asked with a dangerous edge in her voice. Naruto just continued to look at her with a deadpan stare, totally ignoring the oppressive feeling she was giving off, much to her chagrin. No, it's because your voice is deep and gruff, and unless you look for it, it's hard to recognize the feminine quality to it. Long story short, you sound like a dude. You should really do something about that. Pointed out Naruto bluntly. The Kyuubi could feel a metaphoric arrow piercing her chest with masculine written on it. She allowed her head to fall and her ears to droop. I didn't ask to sound this way. Do you know how hard it is to be a woman with this voice? She asked with a pitiful voice. Naruto started to feel a little sorry for her. Look, I'm sorry I said that. If it's any consolation, I think you have a very pretty voice. Naruto said kindly, causing both of her ears to perk up cutely. She looked up at him with a searching stare. Really? She whispered uncertainly. Naruto just nodded emphatically, causing her to perk up even more and her tails to wag happily. Naruto had to stifle his giggle at her cute behavior. She really wasn't as bad as people made her out to be. But he knew from experience that people only see and believe what they want to. They judge what they don't like or don't understand with harshness. He sobered up though as he needed answers. He finally accepted himself after all these years. For him to move forward though, he needed to know where he came from. He needed to truly know who he was for him to be the man he wants to be. You told me you would tell me about my parents if I passed your test. He pointed out, snapping Kyuubi out of her reverie. She looked down at him with a scrutinizing stare before nodding her head and resting it on her paws in front of her. Sit down and make yourself comfortable. I will tell you not only about your parents but about my origins. It is a story that is connected and universal. She said. Naruto nodded before he sat down on the water-covered floor in a cross-legged position. My story goes all the way back to the Rikido Sennin. I can see you don't know who that is. He was revered as the god of shinobi. He was the first and most powerful. Today, he is just a myth amongst shinobi, but I know him to be very real. There was once a colossal primordial monster that threatened the world. Its power was what shaped the continents. It was always hungry though. Not for food, but for death and destruction. At the time, people had no way to oppose this terrible calamity. But then he came along, the Rikido Sennin. He fought the beast for days on end with no rest. When he finally wore the beast down enough to do something nobody thought possible. He sealed the beast within himself, becoming the first ever. The people were so thankful to be freed from their fate that they worshipped him as a god. Naruto was listening with rapt attention as Kyuubi regaled the tale. Kyuubi noticed that he paid full attention to her words. If this was the old him, he would have gotten bored halfway through and drifted off. It seems fusing with his darker half, which embodied the more spiritual aspect of himself, represented by his cognitive functions and intelligence, really enhanced him. The Rikido Sennin then went around the world, meeting different people and gifting them with chakra, as well as passing on his teachings of peace through understanding. He called it ninja. However, over the years, humans perverted his teachings by using it not for its original purpose, but rather for wars and violence. Thus ninja became what you know today as ninjutsu. Explained the Kyuubi to an amazed Naruto about the origins of ninjutsu. For all his power though, the sage was not immortal. He knew that the day would come that he would pass on to the next world. He knew that when this came to pass, the Kyuubi will be free from the confines that he kept it for so long and will once again rampage upon the world. So he came up with an idea. Before his death, he split the chakra of the Kyuubi into 9 different parts, thus giving birth to the Bijuu of today. The husk of the Kyuubi that was left over was sealed up and thrown into the sky, creating what you know today as the moon. He gave the 9 Bijuu different names and tasked us with maintaining the balance of the world. We were neither good nor evil, we were neutral. It was our task to ensure nature and the world remained in equilibrium. It was on his deathbed though that the problems started. You see, the sage had 2 sons. The eldest inherited his eyes and was hailed as a prodigy in the mystic arts. The youngest son inherited the powerful body and chakra of the sage, and he wasn't nearly as talented as his brother, but he believed in hard work and determination. On his deathbed, when the sage was looking for a successor to his teachings, he asked the brothers how they would go about maintaining the peace. The eldest believed in peace through power and intimidation. The youngest, however, believed in peace through friendships and bonds, forming an understanding between people. The sage decided the philosophy of the youngest was more in line with his thinking, thus choosing him as his successor. The eldest was infuriated at being overlooked for what he thought was his weak younger brother. He challenged the youngest to a fight. It was unclear who won, but the events from that day forward started an ancient blood feud that I'm sure you are quite familiar with. The youngest son was the ancestor of what is today known as the Senju clan, whilst the eldest is the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. Finished the Kyuubi, gritting her teeth at the thought of that accursed clan. Naruto on the other hand was wide-eyed at the history of the founding clans of Konoha. Fucking assholes. Those Uchiha were always arrogant pricks. They always went out of their way to make my life difficult when they were still around. It's no surprise their ancestor was just a big baby throwing a temper tantrum. stated Naruto with a scowl on his face, causing the Kyuubi to smirk at him in approval. You and I are going to get along great. Anyway, after Rikido Sennin's death, my siblings and I hid ourselves away, whilst still doing our jobs as guardians of this world as the sage expected from us. Over the years, I witnessed how humans became more violent, more bloodthirsty and uncaring of their fellow man. The sage's teachings were all but lost to the humans who were far too drunk on power to care. It disgusted me. I secluded myself away on a mountaintop so I didn't have to see those monkeys continue to perpetuate their hatred. That's when that man came along. She said the word man with such hatred and contempt that Naruto had to do a double take. The fury and malevolence plastered on her face at the thought of whoever this man was really brought out her bad side. Her visage right now resembled more of how he thought she would be. He made a mental note to never piss her off. That accursed pink-eyed monkey, Uchiha Madara. He came to my abode and spouted some ridiculous speech about the superiority of the Uchiha clan. I was going to turn him into a bloody smear on the ground, but I made the mistake of looking directly into his eyes. I blacked out, I don't know for how long, but when I regained consciousness, I found myself on a battlefield opposing the other hairless monkey from the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama. I didn't have much time to regain my bearings before the wife of that tree-hugging monkey, Uzumaki Mido, sealed me within herself, making her my first Jinchuriki. I later realized that Uchiha Madara took control of him with his Sharingan and used me in battle against Senju Hashirama. I felt anger and hatred for the first time in my life. I had never felt so humiliated before. I was used as a tool, reduced to a slave by a power-hungry megalomaniac. It was then that Hashirama, and all his infinite wisdom, and I mean that as sarcastically as possible, decided to use his unique bloodline and capture my siblings and hand them out to the other villages as some kind of peace offering. Like we were just toys he could give away to soothe whatever tensions he caused. He was just as bad as Madara, in my opinion. She said with a bitter tone in her voice. It was a demeaning memory. She looked at Naruto who was a bit shocked and a little interested in a certain piece of information. She knew which it was and decided to enlighten the boy. I see you are probably wondering about Uzumaki Mido. She was indeed your fellow clansman. That's right, the Uzumaki were once a clan. They were feared and powerful. They were regarded as the cousins of the Senju. They excelled at Kenjutsu and Kinjutsu and were known for their monstrously high chakra reserves, abnormally fast healing factor, as well as their prowess with Suiton ninjutsu and Kinjutsu. The Uzumaki clan were the masters of Kenjutsu. It is said there existed nothing that they couldn't seal away. However, the other nations felt threatened by their power and independence, so they conspired to wipe them out. Iwagakure, Kumagakure and Kurigakure formed an alliance and proceeded to wipe out Uzushiogakure, the home of the Uzumaki. I'm unsure why the Uzumaki were not in the history books or lessons of Konoha, as they still bear the symbol of the Uzumaki on their uniforms. The red spiral. It is unsure how many survivors there were, if any, after the attack. But Konoha brought a young girl to the village before the attack happened. She was to be my next Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, Mido poisoned her mind by telling her I was a being filled with hatred. So she treated me like a rabid dog that needed to be put down. I was chained to a molten rock for the rest of her lifetime, in excruciating pain. I thought I could convince her I wasn't some apocalyptic beast, but Mido's hatred and bias was inherited by her. Her name was Uzumaki Kushina. From what I could see, she was quite a tomboy, with a violent temper to boot. She eventually fell in love with that flaky pretty boy, Namikaze Minato, I'm not really sure how though. He eventually became the Yondaime Hokage. Their life was going pretty well and she found out one day she was pregnant. They were both extremely happy at the news. It was a few months later that they decided on a name for their baby. Minato took inspiration from his favorite book written by his sensei Jiraiya. He chose to name his son after the main character of that book. He decided his name would be Naruto. Naruto was in tears as he heard the origins of his name. He now knew. His parents loved him. They were pretty famous too. He decided to listen to the story before he got too emotional. The problems arose from the fact that when a female Jinchuriki gives birth, the seal weakens. To prevent this, it was agreed that Kushina would give birth in a secluded location, with the wife of the Sandaime Hokage acting as the midwife, as she was one of the few people who knew about Kushina's status as a Jinchuriki. I only have a vague memory of that night, but one moment I watched your mother give birth to you, and the next moment I saw her strapped to a rock as I was extracted from her. Before I could think of what happened I blacked out again. You should know that when a Biju is extracted from a host, the host dies. When I regained my consciousness, I found myself in the middle of Konoha, going on a rampage. It took me a few seconds to figure it out, but I realized that I was once again taken control of by a damn Uchiha. At that point, years of resentment for my treatment at the hands of that village, as well as the hatred for that accursed clan, made me lose my patience. I rampaged freely, destroying everything in my path, until that damn Yondaime Hokage fought me with his summons. The overgrown frog held me down long enough for him to complete his preparations. I saw you lying on a ritualistic altar and I knew immediately what he was planning. I tried to get to him, but I was stopped by golden chains that restrained me. I was shocked because I knew this was a special ability of your mother, who should have been dead from the extraction. But she fought on and held me down while your father completed the seals. I tried one last attempt to kill you, to prevent myself from being sealed again, but both your mother and father jumped in front of you, and I ran my claw through them. By then it was too late, and your father completed the Shikifjin, a powerful branch of Genjutsu that summoned the Shinigami to seal away whatever the caster desires for the price of his soul. Your father then divided my chakra, sealing the yin half within himself and sealing my yang half within you. They both passed on a few seconds afterward. Finished the Kyuubi. She was anxious to know his reaction to the story he's just heard. It would decide the kind of interactions they would have in the future. That's the story of how you became a Jinchuriki. Do you hate me now? She questioned with a neutral expression on her face. She needed to see if he truly could be the one her father spoke of. She needed to know his strength of will and fortitude. Naruto just sat in silence, contemplating everything he heard. It was a lot to take in. He found out he belonged to a clan. He wasn't the first person to hold the Kyuubi. He finally learned the names of his parents. I want to hate you, I really do. I want to scream about the injustice of the world. But I know that it will make no difference at this point. I know how it feels. To be pushed to the side. To be ignored and be thought of as a monster. To be disregarded as a mindless beast. I understand you better than anyone. I know if I had a chance to make that difference in my life, I would take it. I don't blame you for wanting your freedom, which was stolen from you, back. I do feel a little guilty for the way my mother treated you. I guess, in my mind I always had this imaginary image of my parents being perfect and infallible. But they were human too. Capable of making mistakes and judgments influenced by others. I'm still not sure how to feel about my father. While I'm happy he loved me, I can't help but be a little pissed at how I was sacrificed for the village. It isn't an easy pill to swallow. Well, I'm sure they had their reasons, they subjected me to a life of hell. I guess there's no use thinking about it now. I just have to make do with what I have and move on with my life. So to answer your question, no Kyu-chan, I don't hate you. Answered Naruto, with an understanding smile on his face. The Kyuubi for her part smiled back at him, happy that she finally found a human who was worthy. After centuries of hatred and prejudice she can hopefully fulfill the job left to her by her father. Her mind finally caught up to what he said though, causing her head to snap in his direction. What did you call me? She asked incredulously. Well, I can't keep calling you Kyuubi, it's so impersonal. And since you won't tell me your name, I decided to call you Kyu-chan. Answered Naruto with a mischievous and teasing smile on his face, causing a furious blush to appear on the face of the Kyuubi. Don't add chan to my name. I'm the mighty Kyuubi no Kichun, you insignificant worm. Not your childhood friend. You should be calling me Kyuubi-sama. Shouted the Kyuubi in anger as she pounded her head against a cage, much to Naruto's amusement. Calm down Kyu-chan, you're going to give yourself an aneurysm at this rate. Placated Naruto, but it lost its effect as the Kyuubi shot him a scathing glare for calling her that name again. He just smiled happily at her in return, causing her to huff in annoyance. I'm starting to regret calling you in here. She said, causing his smile to widen even further. Don't be like that Kyu-chan, we're going to be a great team. But we need to find a way to get your yin chakra back. Pondered Naruto, completely missing the look of utter shock on the, mixed with hope, on the face of the Kyuubi. What? She questions, just to be sure. Well, you said the Yondaime split your yin and yang chakra apart. Meaning, right now you're incomplete. Again, considering what happened to me a few minutes ago, I think I understand better than anyone what it's like to be missing a part of yourself. So we need to find a way to give you back your yin chakra. Answered Naruto like it was the most natural thing in the world. Kyuubi just looked at him carefully before breaking into a smile. This boy really never ceased to amaze her. While I appreciate the sentiment, you are a long way away from being able to extract my chakra from the belly of the Shinigami. You need to be more knowledgeable in Kenjutsu for that to be possible. As it stands, you are barely acceptable as a shinobi. Pointed out the Kyuubi bluntly, causing Naruto's shoulders to droop and a small rain cloud to appear over his head, causing her to chuckle. I know that. I regret not taking my training seriously. I can't help but wonder sometimes, if I was strong enough, would Haku-chan still be alive? He questioned himself. Kyuubi looked down sadly at him. Knowing how painful the girl's death was for him. It did make her feel a twinge of something, she was unsure what it was though. She decided to put it at the back of her mind and help him out of his funk. You can't dwell on the past too much, Naruto. Your girl would not have wanted that for you. You have to be strong and face the world with your head held high. It's too late for what ifs. What's done is done. You need to look to improve yourself from now on. You already have the perfect tools to be somebody great, you just need to use them properly. Soothed the Kyuubi, making Naruto smile at her in appreciation. That's the first time you called me by my name. He pointed out with a smile on his face, causing her to huff in annoyance. What do you mean I have the right tools? He asked quizzically. She just shook her head at him. You have the perfect training tool in your arsenal. And you can use it in a way that nobody else can do to your unique condition. She said, causing question marks to appear above his head. She forgot that he was still an idiot when he learned the technique and therefore never truly understood what he was learning. The Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. You haven't realized it yet, but they have a special function. When a Kage Bunshin dispels, the memories of its lifetime are transferred back to the original. This technique was originally designed for recon missions, where you can send in a clone and get the layout of the place as well as traps without the danger of being caught. You on the other hand, with your massive chakra reserves, accelerated healing plus me inside of you, can use this like nobody ever has. Imagine it, if you made 10 clones, what would normally take you 10 days to learn can be learnt in 1 day and so forth. What could take most people years to master, you can do it in days, weeks or months, depending on how many clones you spend on it. You can use it to finally catch up on all the important points you missed from the academy and go even further. The possibilities are limitless. She pointed out, to his wide-eyed amazement. He thought back to all the times he used the technique. He realized with a jolt that it was all in combat situations. While in the rush of the battle he never took the time to notice anything off about his clones. He was an instinct fighter, so he probably did get memories of his clones, but he mistook them for his own in the heat of the moment to beat his targets. Kyuubi was right, the application of this jutsu was mind-blowing. He could accelerate his training by years. While that asshole Sasuke now had his little eye infection, he had a much greater tool in his arsenal. A wide maniacal grin spread across his face as he started to chuckle in a creepy manner, making the Kyuubi sweat drop at his behavior. He snapped out of it though and fixed her with a scrutinizing stare. Not that I don't appreciate the help, but why are you doing this? Questioned Naruto with a suspicious undertone in his voice. Now that he is finally whole again, his personality is much more in line to what it should be, as such, years of mistreatment had caused him to have a rather cynical view of things. HMPH. Regardless of what you hairless monkeys think of me, I'm not some mindless beast filled with hatred. She said. I know that. Interrupted Naruto. But why are you being so forthcoming with information? He questioned. Because I realize that I'm stuck with you. The seal on this cage binds us together. If you were to die, I would follow you. Only I would end up in the stomach of the Shinigami with the other half of my chakra. It's futile to try and fight you when there are other forces working against us. That accursed Uchiha who manipulated me the night you were born is still out there. There are others as well that would mean both you and I harm. I have a feeling that you will play a pivotal role in the coming events. Plus, I can have my host be weak. As the Jinchuriki of the mighty Kyuubi no Kitsune, you have to stand above them all as my avatar. So I have decided that I will aid you as I expect you to aid me. Consider it a mutually beneficial partnership, she concluded with a fanged grin. Naruto, for his part, broke out into a happy smile. So we're friends. I'd be glad to be your friend Kyu-chan. Concluded Naruto with a satisfied nod, like he just made the greatest deduction. Kyuubi just looked at him with a goggle-eyed expression on her face. That wasn't at all what she said. I'm not your friend, you insolent brat. If you were inside this cage I would flay you alive, you worthless flesh bag. And don't call me Kyu-chan. Roared the Kyuubi in impotent anger, causing Naruto to smile serenely at her, pissing her off even further. You're so angry, Kyu-chan. You need to relax every once in a while. Speaking of anger. I've noticed that in the last few days that I am able to somewhat sense the emotions of people around me. What's up with that? Inquired Naruto. The Kyuubi for her part finally calmed down and smirked at him. That is a special ability that can be granted to my hosts when they sync with my chakra. It's called negative emotion sensing. You awakened the ability when you momentarily sensed with my chakra on that bridge when that midget threatened your mate. You didn't give in to the hatred, which would have usually happened, causing a corrosive chakra cloak to appear. But because you balanced it, either by fluke or on purpose, you achieved the conditions to unlock this ability. It's the highest form of sensory in the world. Nothing can ever escape your notice if you learn how to properly control it. Bragged the Kyuubi in a smug tone of voice as Naruto looked up at her with sparkling eyes of admiration, boosting her ego even further. Woo. You're so cool, Kyu-chan. Imagine how this will aid in my training. I won't have to worry about people spying on me now when we get back to Konoha. I need to get training quickly if I want to get to an acceptable level. Luckily, I have Zabuza and Haku-chan's equipment to help me out, not to mention their scrolls. Plus with the Kage Bunshin to aid my training, I can progress nicely. I only need to worry about my physical training now. I need to gain some height and weight. Said Naruto. The Kyuubi at first had a tick mark on her head at the annoying nickname he insisted on calling her, but let it slide for now to address more important matters. It's because of all the ramen that you ate that stunted your growth. I don't blame you though, as I know it was hard to get other food. But now that you're a shinobi, you should start hunting for your own meals. It will help your trap setting and tracking skills, plus you get a meal out of it. And by finally eating a proper diet, I can divert the nutrients where it's needed to be to fix your malnutrition and stunted growth. Once that is fixed, you just have to keep eating healthily to allow your body to flourish naturally. Pointed out the Kyuubi, earning a comically tearful smile from Naruto to show his gratefulness, causing her to shake her head ruefully. Plus, you have an advantage when it comes to physical training as well. With your Uzumaki heritage and my chakra flowing through you, you have an abnormal regeneration rate. What takes most people weeks or months to heal, you do it overnight. So when you train your body, constantly tearing your muscles and healing them overnight, you are making them stronger and more durable, increasing your strength and durability to inhuman levels. Finished the Kyuubi. Naruto just looked at her with an even stare that gave away nothing, making her a bit nervous at his unnerving stare. I love you, Kaio-chan. He said with finality, causing the self-proclaimed queen of the Bijuu to splutter incoherently with an atomic blush that could be seen through her crimson fur. What are you saying to a worthless monkey? Stop being a baka. Just get out of here. I'm tired of seeing your stupid face. Protested the Kyuubi in what Naruto thought was quite a cute manner. I didn't think Kaio-chan would be at tsundere. It's going to be so much fun to tease her. Though Naruto with an evil grin caused a shiver down the spine of his tenant. Fufu. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. But I know we can rise to the top. The world won't know what hit it when we're done with it. Are you with me, Kaio-chan? Declared Naruto with his fist pumped to the sky. The Kyuubi just sighed in exasperation, already feeling a headache coming along from dealing with her unpredictable host. But she grinned to herself regardless, she wouldn't have it any other way. HMPH, I knew there was a reason for you being my favorite host. And don't call me Kaio-chan. Roared the Kyuubi while Naruto just laughed at her antics. Happy that he made another new friend. His second, behind Haku-chan. He was happy about that. He now had something to look forward to in the future and a lifelong friend to share it with. Chapter 3. Break the limit. It was a festive scene at the entrance of the now completed bridge in the Wave Country. Tazuna, with the help of the workers who finally came back once the threat of Geto was gone, plus a heavy dose of shadow clones from Naruto, was able to get the job done efficiently. The result was a beautiful and sturdy bridge that signified the hopes and dreams of the people of the Wave Country. Team 7 was able to locate Geto's base of operations and distribute whatever food, clothing and other essentials they could to the people. Geto's cash was also distributed amongst the people as a way to help them cope and to jumpstart their economy. We now find Team 7 plus Kakashi facing the residents of the country they helped liberate. They were packed and ready to head back to Konoha as their mission was finally complete. I want to thank you, Kakashi-san, and your team. None of this would be possible if it wasn't for the help of you guys. The Wave Country will forever be thankful to you. Praised Tazuna sincerely. Kakashi just scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Mama Tazuna-san. We are shinobi of Konoha. It's our job to complete our missions. Just be sure to send the proper amount to the Hokage for the revised ranking of the mission. Answered Kakashi. Do you really have to go to Naruto Nai-chan? Asked a sobbing Inari as he clung to Naruto's pant leg. Naruto for his part just smiled wryly. Come on now, Inari. You're a big boy now, right? You protected your mom and your country. I know you'll do great in the future. I'll even try to come visit if my mission ever passes through here. Replied Naruto with a gentle smile. Who knew that the whiny and moody little boy would open up to him in such a way? It made him happy to know that he could help others in such a way. As their final goodbyes were said, Team 7 finally set off for Konoha. There they go. We need to decide on the name of the bridge. I was thinking of the super amazing Tazuna Bridge. What do you think? Queried Tazuna, earning deadpan stares from the people around him and causing his daughter to cover her face in embarrassment. The Great Naruto Bridge. That should be its name. Said Inari, earning shouts of approval from the people. Tazuna himself couldn't argue with that, so he settled for a smile. Scene change. Team 7 were currently standing at attention in front of the Hokage as Kakashi gave the mission report. The journey back was an uncharacteristically quiet one as Naruto kept to himself for the most part. His teammates didn't care much about what was going on with him. Sakura was too lost in her fantasies of her precious Sasuke-kun, while said Avenger Wanab was enjoying the thrill of his newly awakened Sharingan by constantly turning it on and off. Kakashi did keep a somewhat worried eye on them but decided to leave them be. After the report was done, the Hokage dismissed them but asked Naruto to stay behind. How are you feeling about Naruto-kun? Asked the aged leader delicately. He knew how painful it was to lose a loved one. It came as a surprise to him that Naruto fell in love with an enemy Kunoichi, but he wasn't going to judge his surrogate grandson. He would do his best to comfort him though. I'm doing better, Gigi. It was painful at first, but I told myself that she would want me to live on. The pain is still there, but it helps me get through the day. Answered Naruto with a sad smile. The Sandaime just nodded in understanding. Just now Naruto-kun, if you ever need to talk, my door is always open. Advised the Hokage. Naruto nodded his head in thanks. Thanks Gigi, I'll take you up on that sometime. I'd like to get home now though. It's been a long journey and I'm missing my place. Answered Naruto. The Hokage just chuckled sympathetically and motioned to Naruto that he is allowed to leave. Scene change. I'm surprised you didn't blow up at him and demand answers. More importantly, I'm a bit shocked you can still speak to him in the same manner after knowing all he's hid from you and all the lies he's told you. The voice of the Kyuubi rang through his head as he put his backpack down immediately after getting home. It would accomplish nothing but revealing that I somehow know classified information to him. He won't tell me the truth even if I throw it in his face. Doing that will bring up questions about how I found out. It might lead them to interfering with your seal, and I don't want that. Rather just keep it to myself. If they can't trust me with that information, then I can't trust them with my information either. I'll just keep the status quo. He seems to be intent on keeping information about my parents and myself from me in some strange method of protection that he's convinced himself is the only way. I just don't understand it. He supplied. The path to hell is paved with good intentions, they say. Quipped the Kyuubi. Wow Kyu-chan, you're quite the philosopher aren't you? Teased Naruto. He could huff an annoyance in his mind. I thought you would be more mature now, but you really are an insufferable little brat. Commented the Kyuubi in annoyance causing Naruto to grin widely. You know you love me Kyu-chan. Declared Naruto. Keep telling yourself that you are an impudent monkey. And for the last time. Stop calling me Kyu-chan. She argued for what felt the 100th time to her. Her container just had this annoying habit of getting under her fur. Anyway, we need to think up an efficient training schedule for me to follow. Pondered Naruto. Boy. Don't ignore me. She protested. Shhh Kyu-chan. I'm trying to plan here. We can deal with your womanly issues later. Said Naruto causing the Kyuubi to splutter incoherently in denial. We've got plenty to work with thanks to Zabuza and Haku-chan's hoarded stash, but we still need to branch out a little more. I'd like to find out my chakra nature. I have enough information on Fuitin and Suitin ninjutsu, so if I have any of those natures, I'm good to go. Zabuza also had a ton of Kenjutsu scrolls, plus with all the different blades he left behind, I can probably find one that fits, or I can melt some of them down and get a new blade forged. Luckily they are chakra conductive metal, so it's a plus in my book. Pondered Naruto. You also need to get your chakra control to an appropriate level. Even with you having done the tree walking exercise, your control is absolute shit. There is the water walking that you found in Zabuza's scrolls, not to mention the kunai and balancing exercise from your mate's scrolls, that should raise your level. You can even combine some of those to increase the difficulty, therefore increasing the results. The tree hugger's granddaughter was said to have the greatest chakra control in the elemental nations, so you should try and find some information about her training exercises, along with the exercises of the Iryonin, as they usually need perfect control. Suggested the Kyuubi. Wait, are you referring to Senjutsunadi? One of the legendary Sannin. I suppose I could ask Gigi, but I don't want him or one of his lackeys poking around my training. And I doubt the hospital will allow me to view their training methods. Pointed out Naruto. The Kyuubi just face-palmed. Why the hell would you need permission? Are you a shinobi or not? Just sneak in and copy it down. If there was one thing your idiot self was good at, it was stealth and infiltration. Weren't you the brat that broke into the Hokage tower and stole the forbidden scroll of seal, one of the most valuable treasures of this village, without anybody finding out till much later on? You also seem to have forgotten that you pulled pranks in the major clans of this village, including the all-seeing Hyuga, as well as infiltrating and pranking the Anbu headquarters, a location that's supposed to be top secret to even the highest ranked jounin, whilst wearing a fucking bright orange jumpsuit. It's only because of that one with a scar on his face that you were even caught most of the time, and that's because he was actively looking for you because you skipped class. Now that you are free to roam, for the most part, plus with the negative emotion sensing ability, you can get around easily without getting caught. Do the same with that shinobi library available. If they don't let you in, just sneak in and take what you want. Argued the Kyuubi. Naruto just smiled to himself when he heard her praise, lost in the memories of some of his greatest triumphs. I guess I kind of forgot about that. I was so used to trying to be some kind of hero that I forgot what profession I'm in. They really should do something about that academy filling our heads with all those heroic tales of saving princesses and stuff. But now that you pointed it out, I can easily get in and out without getting caught. The Kage Bunshin no Jutsu will be invaluable here. I can cause a diversion with a regular prank, pulling away the Anbu, and my clones can sneak in and copy down what I need for my training. Damn. That's a good plan. Plus, thanks to the new clothes I got from Zabuza's stash, it will be even easier when I blend it all black. Phew, this is going to be good. He chuckled menacingly. But first, I need to find out my chakra nature before, so I can get a basis of what I need. Do you remember those squares of paper you can cross in their things? If I remember correctly, humans call that chakra paper. If you channel chakra through it, you find out your nature depending on the reaction. If it burns, your nature is fire. If it gets damp, your nature is water. If it crumbles, your nature is earth. If it crinkles, your nature is lightning. If it splits, your nature is wind. Answered the Kyuubi. All she heard in response though was complete silence. Naruto was completely still as he processed her words. Is it wrong that I pictured you wearing glasses, with a pointer in your hand when you explained that? If you were human I would probably picture you in some sexy teacher cosplay. Commented Naruto, inciting a blush on the fur of his tenant. How do you even know this stuff? He queried. HMPH. You forgot that I was sealed into two of the most powerful kunoichi that this pathetic village has ever seen, regardless of how much I hate them. Plus they were both wives of the Hokage. I'm a treasure trove of information my dear host. In fact, I think you should start referring to me as Kyuubi-sensei. She said pompously. Nice try Kyu-chan, but no dice. He said, causing her to TSK in annoyance. Meanwhile, Naruto was rifling through his hoarded treasures before finally finding what he was looking for. Aha! Kyu-chan said to just channel chakra through it. Here goes nothing. He said before channeling as little chakra as he could through the paper, which meant a hell of a lot of chakra. The reaction was instantaneous as the paper split evenly down the middle before both sides were drenched in water. He also noticed that the edges were slightly crinkled. There was complete silence as they both contemplated their discovery. It seems that you have a very powerful Fuetin and Suitin affinity. It's not surprising as your father had a powerful wind nature and the Uzumaki clan were famous for their powerful water nature. That little at the end though, it seems that you have a minor lightning affinity. How peculiar. She commented. Are you just going to ignore the fact that I somehow have strong affinities to the elements that I coincidentally happen to have a ton of jutsu scrolls on? Deadpan Naruto. Meh. Sometimes lady luck swings your way. When that happens, you have to pounce on her and fuck the shit out of her. Answered the Kyuubi nonchalantly. Naruto for his part did a spit take. Well, no stranger to such crass language, having lived in the red light district of Konoha for most of his life. But to hear the most powerful being in existence spout such obscenities, it really takes one by surprise. I've spent enough time with the nice nichans at the brothel to roughly translate that to mean something like, when things go your way make the most of it. Right? Queried Naruto. Give the boy a prize. Now stop complaining. You have work to do. Put together a plan to allow us to pillage that shinobi library for what we need to whip you into shape. You should do that before hitting the hospital as you may find the advanced chakra control exercises we are looking for in there. If we don't, then you can ransack the hospital. Also, you should get a lot of blank scrolls as well as some sealing scrolls. People will notice if stuff is missing. With the use of your clones, we can copy down whatever we need, then seal them away before getting the fuck out of there. Advised the Kyuubi before she remembered something. Did you just indirectly compare me to a whore? Good idea Kyu-chan. That means I can hold off on the pranking diversion I was thinking up. Oh well, I'll keep it in the back pocket if I ever need it for a rainy day. I'll spend a few days scoping out the library first to get the general layout and security details, if any. Responded Naruto, willfully ignoring her question, much to her annoyance. Scene change. It's been 3 days since Naruto returned to Konoha. In that time, Team 7 got back into the usual swing of things. Wasting 3 hours waiting for Kakashi-sensei in the morning before doing a D-rank mission before ending their session with training, which amounted to teamwork drills. Naruto, for his part, went on with his life. There were a few subtle differences though. For one, he wasn't as loud or chatty as he used to be. His team didn't really question it as they were thankful for the quiet. He also stopped adding the chan suffix to Sakura's name and stopped pestering her for dates. Again, she didn't really notice as she was too lost in Sasuke land. Same could be said about Sasuke, he was too lost in his thoughts of murdering his brother now that he finally unlocked his Sharingan to care about anything else. If Kakashi noticed, he didn't say anything. What his team didn't know was that Naruto had an army of clones constantly training in the most secluded training ground he could find. It was training ground 41, right next to the infamous Forest of Death. He heard whispers of it being abandoned, meaning it wasn't a convenient spot for most people. He took advantage of that fact and had at least 300 clones situated there, with 100 dedicated to the water walking exercise and another 100 practicing the Shunshin no Jutsu and the remaining 100 working on the Kawarimi no Jutsu. While he wanted to practice his control first before touching any, the benefits of the shunshin, for making a quick getaway or escaping a hairy situation, were too vital to pass up. He was happy that it only took 2 days for his army of clones to perfect the water walking technique. He could now do it for hours on end, including in combat situations without breaking his concentration. It was a small step forward, but good progress nonetheless. It proved that the cage bunshin training method would work. He decided to have them move on to the kunai balancing next before tackling the balancing. The shunshin was a bit trickier. While he can perform, it's not really up to the standards he wants it to be. He decided to have his clones continually practice it till it became almost instinctive and sealed less, like the kawarimi. While he isn't as good as he's seen from Kakashi, he knows it's better than most people his age. He plans to keep training it though until it becomes second nature. Thanks to his hacks training method, he would get both of those down in a few days. It would probably save his life one day. Tonight would be the night he breaks into the shinobi library to gather what he needs. He was walking back to his apartment right now, just contemplating things before he heard his tenant speak up. "So I noticed that you didn't ask your precious Sakura-chan out on a date today, again." She pointed out teasingly. She sobered up though at the somewhat melancholic feeling she got from him. "I guess you're right. But after what happened at the wave, I'm not sure if I'm ready for being in a relationship yet. Besides, Haku-chan was an angel, she was kind, beautiful and supportive. Comparing her to Sakura is like comparing a polished diamond to a lump of shit," said Naruto. Kyuubi was a little sad for her host, but knew that he wouldn't want hers or anybody else's pity. She sweat dropped though at his last statement. "I believe the comparison was between diamonds and coal, not shit," she pointed out. "I know. But that would be an insult to the coal," he responded, causing her to chuckle. "Before you left for that mission, you were head over heels for this girl. What changed so suddenly?" she questioned. "Besides the fact that I experienced real love. Now that I'm whole again. My thinking is a bit clearer and I can recognize that I latched onto Sakura almost instinctively as a way to get attention. Before the wave mission, I didn't even know what love felt like. It was Haku-chan that taught me. During the academy, I just emulated what I saw from most civilians. As the loudest and most popular girl in the academy, I think I felt that if I brought her onto my side, that would mean I would be acknowledged, not just by her but her followers as well. Not to mention that it got me attention, even though it was negative, I took what I could get. Now though, I don't really care what people think of me. So her opinion means squat. Plus, now that the rose-tinted glasses are off, I can recognize what a worthless human being she truly is. Not only is she weak, physically and mentally, she also has some serious insecurities and used to use me as a way to boost her own ego when her precious Sasuke-kun rejected her. I'll give it a few more days for her to realize that I'm not really interested in her anymore. That would probably lower her already fragile confidence even more. But hey, that's Kakashi's problem to sort out, not mine. I'm just going to get in with my life," he explained. She just nodded her head in understanding, happy that he wasn't chasing after that pink-haired howler monkey any longer. Scene change. It was the dead of the night as a shadow can be seen quickly moving about the library. Naruto was honestly disappointed at the lack security. You would think that it would be more difficult to infiltrate one of the most important locations in a shinobi village. But it makes sense, in a twisted sort of way. Konoha, as a whole, has become complacent. After winning 3 world wars, they probably feel that somebody trying to infiltrate their library is impossible. That sort of attitude was commonplace in the village as the arrogance and hubris of the shinobi and the civilians as well was disgusting for Naruto to see. Thankfully though, it worked out well for him as he now had full access to the shinobi section of the library. He probably had a few hours to do what needed to be done. With that in mind, he created 30 shadow clones and sent them off to different areas to pick out and copy down what he needed. His main areas of interest were chakra control exercises, Fuitin, Suitin and Raiten manipulation exercises, and maybe a few Raiten ninjutsu. He also wanted a good taijutsu style that was both swift and unpredictable. Maths, history, anatomy, chemistry, politics and laws of Konoha were also something he believed he could benefit from. Luckily there were many duplicates of those books, so he could afford to steal them without anyone noticing. Jinjutsu was also something he wanted to at least try. It wasn't really at the top of his list, but if he came across something, he would snatch it up. The big one though, was Kenjutsu. After hearing about his clan as well as needing knowledge to help Kayu-chan regain her other half, it was an art that he wanted to master above all others. So he and his clones got to work. He wasn't really sure what they picked out, but trusted that they selected something useful. They were copies of him after all. It took him almost 5 hours to complete his objective. At that point he could see the sun peeking out and was happy that he was able to get his work done. He carefully put the scrolls back before sealing away all his copies and quietly sneaking out of the library and back to his apartment. Phew. That was way easier than I expected it to be. Scratch that, it was kind of pitiful. You would think that the most powerful shinobi village would guard their better. Oh well, I scored a nice collection so I can't really complain. Plus if I ever need anything, I could always go back. He said. I agree. I find it highly amusing though. Ha. Serves you right you hippie motherfuckers. That's what you get for stealing me away. She gloated. Naruto just shook his head in amusement. He never got tired of Kayu-chan. She always had something funny to say. Let's see what we've got to work with. The civilian subjects are easy to work with. I'll dedicate a handful of clones a day for each subject. It shouldn't take more than a month to complete. He said. Focus more specifically on anatomy and the laws. Those could help you in your shinobi career better than the others. I'm not saying you should neglect other areas though, just pay special attention to those. Suggested Kayu-chan. They're probably right. Those civilian council assholes will probably just look for excuses to slap some infringement on us. Better read up properly. Chakra control. Water gliding, haven't really tried that. Sounds cool though. I already have info on most of these. Balancing kunai and on the tips of each finger. Ouch. Sounds painful. Thank the sage for shadow clones. Separating and organizing different colored powders on each hand using chakra. That sounds a bit tough. Nothing I can't do if I put my mind to it though. Said Naruto happily. Now that he has a lead, he can take things from there. Oh here's the training methods for elementary. For wind, you have to cut a leaf in half with your chakra. Then you have to split a fucking waterfall. Who the hell comes up with this stuff? Water seems fairly straightforward. Trying to drench regular paper with water using your chakra. Creating whirlpools of varying sizes. Heh. Doesn't sound too bad. For lightning I have to light up a light bulb with lightning nature chakra. Wow. That's going to be expensive. Fuck it. I'll steal them if I have to. He said causing his tenant to sweat drop. Hey. Why did they copy Fueton? I already have some of those. What's this? Vacuum manipulation. How interesting. He whispered. Lost in thought about what he just read. It was an intriguing branch of wind manipulation. He knew he would have to get to that level. Ooh. They actually did manage to find a jinjutsu. It seems like it takes a lot of chakra, but that's right up my alley. Once I get my control up, I can start practicing it. Ha. It would be a real surprise for me to pull out. Especially since everyone said I had no talent for jinjutsu. He smirked. He always thought jinjutsu were cool. But could never pull them off. Now though, he would at least get one. I will also teach you one of my illusionary techniques. Even though I'm just a massive chakra and not a real fox, I still take characteristics from them. Foxes are naturally tricksters, so illusions are right up my alley. Using my chakra, you can form the basis of one of my favorite illusions. She suggested. Wow. Thanks Kayu-chan. But I think it might be a bit of a problem. I don't want people to know I can use your chakra. It would raise way too many questions. Until the time that they actually decide to train me to use it, which would give me the excuse for it. Pointed out Naruto. I've already taken that into consideration. Because of you accepting your dark half and because I'm not influencing you. There is a somewhat semi-synchronization between us. The seal still prevents full synchronization, but if you were to call up my chakra, it would be a lot purer than what most people would expect. It won't have any negative effects that a regular chakra shroud would have had on you either. It also won't be red and won't give off the feeling of malevolence unless you want it to. So you can easily disguise its use. She informed him. Sweet. That makes things a lot easier. But I don't want to rely on your chakra for now. I want to raise my own power first. Maybe in a year or two we can find how well we can sync. For now though, it will be a trump card to use in the worst case scenario. He suggested. She just nodded her head in understanding. As I suspected. Taijutsu will be a bit of a problem. Although using weights and resistant seals will hone my body to the max, if I can't find the right style to allow me to use my body, it would be a waste. The Goken looks good. But a bit too rigid for my tastes. I want something more unpredictable. He bemoaned whilst scratching his head in frustration. Why don't you just create your own unique style? It won't be too hard if you know your body well enough. You can use another style as a base and then expand from there. Suggested Kyuubi. I could kiss you right now Kayu-chan. You're a genius. He proclaimed, much to the embarrassment of his tenant. Shut up. Stop saying embarrassing things like that you bastard. She shouted while blushing profusely. Fufu. You're so cute sometimes Kayu-chan. Anyway, there seems to be some pretty useful non-elemental ninjutsu here. The Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and the Bunshin Daibakuha are really great supplements to have. I think I can learn them pretty quickly thanks to my familiarity with the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, which I'm assuming those two are based on. For some reason, my clones also wrote down the hand seals for the Kuchiyas no Jutsu. I don't have a contract with any summons so it's a bit pointless. Actually, I believe I can help you with that. Just learn the hand seals and I'll tell you why a little later," said Kyuubi cryptically. "Okay. I want to get really far in the Kenjutsu training though. Luckily, we've got a lot of volumes to work with here. I want to at least be at an intermediate level or above in the next few months. As for Kenjutsu, I need to find a blacksmith who isn't biased in this damn village to forge me a sword. I even have a basic design in my head. That will be for later though, I want to get the katas down first," he said. "That's all well and good. But we need to address a far more serious issue first," said Kyuubi in a rare serious tone of voice. Naruto too got a serious look on his face at the tone of his friend. "What is it?" he questioned. "I refuse to allow you to wear that hideous jumpsuit any longer," she declared, causing him to face the plant. "What the hell, Kyu-chan? I thought you had a serious issue to discuss," he protested. "This is serious. As a woman, with a keen sense of style, your jumpsuit is an affront to all things good in this world. I will not allow my container to wear such ugly apparel any longer. You found quite a bit of clothes in that hideout, I'm sure we can put together something that looks good," she said. Naruto looked at his jumpsuit lying on his bed and sweat dropped. Maybe Kyu-chan has a point, he thought. He unsealed the clothes he picked up from Zabuza's hideout. There was quite a bit and he realized that some of them weren't even his size. He probably just scavenged it from whoever he killed. He picked out a few pieces of clothing and asked his tenant's opinion. "What do you think of Kyu-chan?" he questioned. Not bad. It provides a lot of freedom of movement, plus it can blend in if needed. Not to mention, I think traditional clothes would look better on you. It would also be a bit more stylish if you left one side to hang loose. If you add a nice sash around your waist it would complete the look. The snowflakes at the bottom are also a nice tribute to your mate. It also helps that there are a few pairs of this outfit. Don't start wearing it before you're far enough in Kenjutsu though. You can add durability, self-repair and self-cleaning seals to it to ensure it never takes lasting damage," she advised me. "Thanks Kyu-chan. I'm kind of excited to wear it now. It looks cool. You think maybe I should grow my hair out?" he inquired. I think that could work. Maybe somewhere at shoulder length. If your hair's a little shaggy, it would go great with the outfit," she told him. "Sweet. Anyway, I should get a few hours of sleep before I need to meet up with my team. I'll send a few hundred clones to get my training started. From then on it's straight to the top," he said with a yawn before letting himself hit his bed with a fall, drifting off to sleep pretty quickly. The Kyuubi just shook her head exasperatedly before drifting off to La La Land herself, dreaming about jazzing and catching delicious rabbits. Chapter 4. The Uzumaki Naruto Chronicles. It's been a little over 5 months since the events of the Wave mission and the dynamics of Team 7 have noticeably changed. While they would never be accused of being a team that shared strong bonds and camaraderie, they had something that kept them functioning, albeit barely. However, since the debacle at the Wave, Kakashi noticed that his team were on the fringes of capitulation. The relationship they once shared, as carried over from their days in the academy, was an unhealthy one. But it allowed them to get by as a team for the most part. The linchpin of it was Naruto. His burning desire to prove himself to be just as good, if not better, than Sasuke, and Sasuke always being one step ahead of him, was the cornerstone of the team. Pushing them both to be better, whilst also maintaining Sasuke's fragile ego. Naruto's obsession with Sakura was also something that helped the girl with her insecurities. She needed his constant validation to stroke her ego, and the power she perceived she had when constantly turning him down and berating him was what kept her confidence going. However, since that fateful mission, Kakashi realized that Naruto had changed. It wasn't anything glaring at first. Sure, he kept to himself a lot more, but Kakashi just chalked that up to the traumatic experience he suffered. But over time, the changes became far more obvious. He was a lot calmer for the most part, he also was much more swiftly and gracefully, as opposed to how he clumsily stumbled about before. His posture was straighter, and he exuded a silent confidence about him. He also isn't as temperamental as he used to be. Whereas before, when Sasuke would complete a task or show off his training results, he would send a mocking smirk to Naruto, who would then blow up and make a fool of himself. Now though, Naruto would just smile kindly and congratulate him in a manner so sincere it came off as condescending. It pissed Sasuke off because he couldn't get a reaction out of the dope. The more concerning factor though was Sakura. Usually after missions and training are done, when she would pester Sasuke for a date, after which he would coldly turn her down, damaging her self-esteem. Naruto would swoop in and ask her for a date, boosting her confidence in herself, after which she turned him down quite emphatically, sometimes to the point of being abusive. Recently however, after having Sasuke turn her down, she would turn to Naruto in preparation for turning his date offer down, only to see him walking away without a care in the world. It seemed without Naruto following her around like a lost puppy while simultaneously moonlighting as her punching bag, she started calling her own self-worth into question. Without the constant validation to her ego, he could see her breaking down. She still tried to keep up her tough attitude, but both of her teammates ignored her for the most part when she threw a tantrum or the other. It was concerning for Kakashi. While Naruto was polite to his teammates and gave no problems during missions, his actions, or lack thereof, have strained the fragile team dynamics. He can't really blame the blonde either, as with what happened, it seemed that he was finally maturing as a person, while his other two students were still stuck trying to ride the coattails of their academy success. Kakashi thought about trying to talk to Naruto about it, but realized how stupid it would sound to tell someone to go back to being verbally and physically abused just to appease his teammates. That would make him a hypocrite. He also noticed that the blonde had a bit of a growth spurt in the last few months. He was now quite tall for his age, just a few inches taller than Sasuke in fact, whereas before he was the shortest in his graduating class. Girls included. His teammates didn't seem to notice this, which was a bit disappointing in terms of their observation skills. He would need to do something about that. His sharp eyes also caught the tightly compressed muscles under the orange jumpsuit, which was getting smaller and smaller on his frame as the days went by. He realized that Naruto was doing his own training and couldn't really begrudge him this as he took a more hands-off approach to his students. He reported it to the Sandaime though, as one may never be too sure. He just waved it off though as it isn't a crime to train and improve yourself. As he pondered more on the precarious situation of his team, he was unsure how to proceed. He had them constantly doing teamwork drills, but even that only went so far. He knew that the Chunin exams were coming up. Luckily this year they will be hosted in Konoha. Maybe a live combat situation like the exams provide is what's needed to galvanize them. He knew that Sasuke and Naruto would be able to handle themselves fine. They would also pull Sakura forward, even if only for the sake of passing. The idea was looking more and more appealing to him. As someone who grew up during a war, he knew better than anyone that those situations are what can make or break a shinobi's career. He would have to put his faith in his team and hope they make it out with a stronger bond. Scene change. As Kakashi was thinking about the blonde enigma of his team, said enigma can be found in his apartment looking forlornly at the collection of items, all piled up into a metal drum. He was having flashbacks of his life about him running from angry shop owners, angry teachers, angry Anbu, angry Hyugas. Come to think of it. He made a lot of people angry. Oh well, he was never one to dwell on the small stuff. He brought attention back to the somewhat archaic ritual he seemed to be partaking in. He quietly closed his eyes and took a moment of silence to bid farewell to an old friend. Oh come on. This is ridiculous. They are just a bunch of ugly orange jumpsuits for fuck's sake. Screamed Naruto's tenant, whom he affectionately refers to as Kayu-chan. She was forced to sit back and watch her container, she would never call him her friend, even on the threat of death. The smug face she can imagine him directing at her would be something that she didn't think she could tolerate without going psycho bitch on everything in sight, go through this ridiculous ceremony, and she uses that word loosely, just so that he could burn those abominations he calls clothing. Her nerves were frayed from the absolute ridiculousness of the situation. She was truly starting to wonder if her decision to contact him was the right one. The more time she spent with him, the more time she spent questioning her sanity. She had to wonder who the true demon between them was. Although she says that, her days were never dull and Naruto spent whatever free time he had chatting with her. Sometime about nonsensical topics but it didn't matter to her, the fact that he always took the time to talk to her or include her in whatever harebrained plan he cooked up made her happy. She appreciated the attention and company he provided her. He treated her like they were childhood friends who reunited after years and are now awkwardly dancing around each other until the time comes. Okay, so maybe Kyuubi's imagination was getting the best of her. But hey, she was a girl too. She would never tell Naruto that she enjoyed his company though, she had her pride after all. Blasphemy. How dare you? This is a delicate moment. One in which I part with an old and faithful friend. One that has kept me warm on cold days. One that helped me grind my stealth and infiltration skills to ridiculous levels. It was thanks to the glorious color orange that I have made it thus far. Its beauty and sheer awesomeness has helped me through the painful days. I don't expect an unwashed heathen such as yourself to understand. Sneered Naruto. Then again, on days like this, it made her wonder why she put up with this idiot and his antics. I wish circumstances were different. However, as a man, I know that farewells always have to come. I have no more tears. I was already prepared for this. Even though I say this, I can't seem to stop the tears from flowing. You were my closest companion. You have brought me this far and I will forever be grateful. I know that you will watch over me wherever you end up. Goodbye my old friend. He finished with comical tears and snot running down his face as he set the jumpsuits on fire. The seals he drew on the ceiling earlier activated and fake snow rained down on him, creating a somber atmosphere. Kyuubi just looked on with a deadpan stare at the sheer ridiculousness of what she was seeing. She wondered whether or not this was some sort of cruel punishment for all her wrongdoings. She only had to wonder if any of her brothers or sisters were stuck with a complete nut job like she was. Somewhere in Kumagakure, the Hachibi sneezed violently. "Are you done being a fucking moron? We have better things to do than continue your little pity party," said the Kyuubi, irritably. "You're such an insensitive bitch sometimes, Kyu-chan. Why can't you just let me have a few moments to grieve? Is it that time of the month for you? Is that why you're acting up?" He pondered. "How dare you? You worthless little fuck. Get in this cage right now. I'll rip you limb from limb before setting you on fire, then pissing on you to put it out before taking the mother of all dumps on you and watch you suffocate on it." She roared violently while bashing her head against her cage. Naruto just sweat dropped, having gotten used to his friend's somewhat bipolar tendencies, not to mention her vocabulary that would put a sailor to shame. It's a bit sad that he's become so accustomed to her death threats that he barely blinks anymore. He knows he should probably stop annoying her, but he has way too much fun doing it. Her reactions are always hilarious, and he loves the new and interesting threats she comes up with. To Naruto, it's their special way of bonding. "You know, if you're trying to convince me you're not missing. It's not working. You're really messed up, you know that, Kyu-chan. Like, needing serious psychological help immediately, messed up. But don't worry, Kyu-chan, I still love you. Even though you're a complete nut job. I wonder if the other Jinchuriki have a hard time as I do with a mentally unstable tenant," said Naruto as he pondered on his fellow Jinchurikis. The Kyuubi silently seethed in her cage. She had murder, genocide, death, destruction, apocalypse and all other kinds of calamities on her mind as she tried to blow up her host's brain with her mind. Unfortunately for her, it didn't work. It pissed her off that he had the nerve to question her sanity when he was the one performing some ceremony just to burn some clothes. The fact that he mirrored her thoughts a few moments ago only served to piss her off even more. But she took a calming breath. In and out. In and out. After counting backwards from 1000 because 10 wasn't enough for her, she was finally relatively calm again. She knew he did it to annoy her on purpose, but it was hard for her to control herself from performing a reflex action. She promised herself that she would get him back one of these days. It would be painful and humiliating. She could picture it now. Her glorious moment when he grovels at her feet, humbled by her genius, vowing never to tease her again. She started chuckling darkly to herself at the imaginary, causing Naruto to sweat drop. "If you're done plotting my imaginary demise, let's move on from this little skit," said Naruto, catching her attention. She noticed that the drum with the burning jumpsuits were nowhere to be seen and his apartment looked as clean as a whistle, with no soot or fake snow. "Wah?" she stuttered. "Bufu. I cleaned up while you were lost in your little fantasy, Kyu-chan." He answered as he went to his wardrobe and took out one of the many pairs of his new outfit that he picked out with Kyu-chan all those months ago. After just over 5 months of hardcore training, he was delighted with the progress he made. It was quite noticeable to him. His chakra was smooth and controlled, for the most part at least. While he would never be on the level of Iryonin or Jinjutsu specialists, he was quite happy with his above-average control. Those brutal chakra control exercises really were worth their weight in gold. His ninjutsu, as expected, was one of the areas that yielded the most results. He was always more inclined towards the art due to his large chakra reserves. He mastered all of the elemental manipulation exercises for his elements. He has a handful for both wind and water. He didn't want to learn too much, instead focusing on techniques that would prove more useful and versatile. He practiced them to the point of cutting down the hand seals needed for them, even going so far as being able to use a few of them with one-handed seals like his beloved Haku-chan could. He has more scrolls that he can learn from, but for now he wants to perfect his current arsenal before moving on to those. He only has 2 for lightning, including one that he accidentally created, but that's a story for another time. He was able to learn the high-level Jinjutsu he snatched from the library, and he realized how invaluable it would be, especially against Jujutsu users. The technique that Kyu-chan taught him still needs a bit of work, but it's ready to be used in battle if he needs to. His Kenjutsu was something that progressed relatively nicely. While he is no blade master, he knows more than enough to handle low to mid-level opponents, especially when he coats his blade in Futon chakra. If up against a high-level Kenjutsu practitioner, he doubts he has much of a chance. He needs to find a real instructor though. There's only so much you can learn from scrolls. He got lucky one day when traveling merchants came to Konoha about 2 months ago. There was a reputable blacksmith amongst them, and with a nice cash payment, Naruto was able to convince the man to melt down a few blades made from chakra-conductive metal that Naruto provided him to forge him a sword that he designed with the help of Kyu-chan. He was delighted with the finished product. He took Kyu-chan's advice concerning his taijutsu and designed his own style. It uses the Goken as its base, but incorporates more flexibility and unpredictable movements in the style. It's not perfect by any means, but it's not far off either. He's quite proud of it. His training with weights helped quite a bit as well. His body is now built of solidly compressed muscles, perfect for speed and power. His greatest achievement though, and the one he is happiest about, is his progress in Kenjutsu. Naruto was always good with his hands. Evidenced by his skill in gardening. His dexterity was always something that he was proud of. What most people didn't know was that, as a result of his constant pranks involving painting and writing coupled with his dexterity, his calligraphy skills were surprisingly good. It didn't take much more work to get him up to exceptional levels, with the help of his clones. His Uzumaki heritage really came to the fore when it came to sealing. What was incomprehensible gibberish to most people was like a simple puzzle for Naruto to put together. It was like a unique language that only a few people had the aptitude for. He took to it like a fish to water and progressed at an alarming rate. From simple storage seals to explosive seals, his personal favorite, security seals for his apartment, containment seals, gravity and resistance seals that he used to replace his training weights, to the durability, self-repair and self-cleaning seals for his clothes and furniture, along with a few other more archaic seals. While he would never claim to be a master of the level of somebody like Uzumaki Mido, he knew that in a few years, he could reach that level. He knew that maybe with the exception of Jiraiya, he was probably the best at Kenjutsu in Konoha. It amazed him that people took such an invaluable art for granted. Oh well, it's their loss. He knew that he shouldn't get complacent though, and practiced his skills on a daily basis to keep him sharp. He took care not to reveal any of his progress to his team though. He didn't want them or the civilian counselor the Hokage breathing down his neck. He knew the Kakashi probably noticed his body changing, but so far hasn't called him out on it. He knew though that a week from now, a big event is taking place. The Chunin exams. How he knows this is answered by a little side project that he undertook. After the success of sneaking into the Konoha library, what should be one of the most secure locations in the village, he decided to take advantage of his godly stealth and infiltration skills, as well as his unmatchable sensory ability, to create his own spy network. He created a small army of clones and had them sneak into key locations and hide under a henge, like the homes of the civilian council members, the Jounin Lounge, Anbu HQ, popular shinobi bars, and a few other places that could yield useful information. It may have been bordering on treason, but with as many people in this village that have it out for him, he wasn't going to take any chances. Not only did he receive valuable information, but he also hit the jackpot in terms of blackmail material. He has plenty of dirt on the influential people, mostly civilians, in the village. Whether it's affairs, backroom deals, drug trafficking or other questionable activities. He had enough leverage to make people's lives very miserable if they choose to target him. After donning his new outfit, much to the pleasure of the Kyuubi, who complimented him on how good he looked, he made his way to the bridge his team usually meets at. If he knows Kakashi well enough, he knows that the lazy bastard will nominate his team for the exam as a sink or swim kind of test. Scene change. It's just a few minutes past 9 in the morning, and we find the more problematic members of Team 7 waiting at their regular meeting spot. They were far from happy though. Kakashi-sensei asked them to meet him at 7 in the morning, almost 2 hours ago. Even though they should have been used to his tardiness, it still irks them deeply. So now they are standing around, fidgeting restlessly, whilst waiting for him to show up. What annoyed them even more is that the other member of their team hasn't shown up yet either. Sasuke didn't care much about the dope, but his attitude lately didn't sit right with the last loyal Uchiha. Normally he could rile Naruto up for his amusement, but the last few months, the dope hasn't been reacting at all. In fact he just directed those calm smiles at him, like he was dealing with some insolent child who was throwing a temper tantrum. It pissed Sasuke off greatly. Those looks of pity mixed with condescension made him want to set the annoying blonde on fire. He vowed to put the idiot in his place one of these days. Sakura was at a loss. For years she had been trying to get that annoying blonde off her back. In her mind, he was an obstacle standing in the way of her and her true love, Sasuke-kun. So when he stopped pestering her for dates, she took it as a sign from above that things were finally going her way. And now that Naruto Baka was out of the picture, her Sasuke-kun will see how womanly she is and return her love. That didn't happen. In fact nothing else changed. Sasuke-kun still coldly rejects her every day. However, out of habit, when she turned to Naruto Baka to reject his advances, she would see him casually walking away from her. At first it annoyed her that she didn't have a target to vent her frustrations on. But as the months went by and the pattern carried on, she began to question herself. Constant rejections from her true love couples with a dead last Naruto, who has been chasing after her for years like an eager puppy, losing interest in her, made her question her worth. She now honestly missed the attention that he used to give her. His unrelenting pursuit of her made her feel special, and she honestly didn't know how to react to him completely losing interest in her. She also started to see a noticeable gap between her and her two teammates. Naruto and Sasuke-kun were frontline fighters and she was honestly unsure what she brought to this team. She neglected her training for years and now she's stuck. She started to wonder whether she made a mistake rejecting Naruto all those times. No. I can't think like that. Sasuke-kun is my one and only. He will definitely notice me soon. Naruto Baka will come crawling back to me any day now. Thought Sakura. Clearly she was delusional. Good morning team. Greeted the placid voice of their wayward teammate. Even after all these months, it's hard for them to get used to him not shouting everything. His voice even sounded different. It was much smoother and had a velvety quality to it. If Sakura was honest with herself, it was quite sexy to listen to, but knowing it was Naruto totally turned her off. She turned to berate the blonde idiot for being late when her breath caught in her throat. He was dressed in a totally different outfit. Most obvious was the absence of the glaring neon orange that usually blinded people when he walked by. His new outfit consisted of a white yukata that reached just below his knees, with blue snowflake patterns on the bottom and ends of the sleeves, worn so that his arm only goes through the left sleeve, and the right half droops down over his azure obi, and a mid-sized blue swirl on the back. Over this, he wears a black belt buckled with a rectangular plated leaf 8 as the buckle. Underneath, he wears a black-orange lined high-collar shirt with a popped collar and black pants. He also wears knee-high black boots, buckled at the top and above his foot, which appear to add about half an inch to his height, and think Sakata Gintoki's outfit minus the sword, plus the few design changes I mentioned. Now that his 8 wasn't holding his hair back, she noticed that it was much longer than it usually was. Whereas before it was spiky, now that he grew it to reach his shoulders, it looked a lot shaggier. It still had a semi-spiky quality towards the top and back, but the front was a lot smoother. He had long bangs that covered his forehead, with a longer portion falling just between his eyes, with 2 long chin-length bangs framing his face. It was a bit longer in the back and she noticed that he could pull it into a small ponytail if he wanted to, and for a visual, think of Natsu Dragneel's hair from the 1-year time skip after the Tartarus arc, but blonde. She also noticed that he was taller, at least a few inches above Sasuke, without the added height the boots gave him. When they graduated from the academy, he was shorter than her. And she may have imagined it, but those whisker-like marks on his cheeks looked a little lighter. It was still very noticeable, but they looked thinner than before. She felt her cheeks heat up. He looked good. He looked really good. Sakura felt a little drool escape the corner of her mouth. It was incomprehensible that the knucklehead blonde got this good looking without her even noticing. If he looked like this when he pestered her for dates, she might have been inclined to agree. She slapped her cheeks roughly, snapping her out of her daze. She needed to remind herself that she only loves her Sasuke-kun. Ah. That blonde looks delicious. Fuck that emo bastard. I would much rather take a ride on Blondie's die. She quickly cut off the thoughts of Inner before she could finish that sentence, blushing furiously. She needed to get a hold of herself. Boy dope. What's with the clothes? Questioned emo McBroody Pants in a sooty tone of voice. Yeah, Naruto Baka. Are you trying to look cool like Sasuke-kun? It won't make me go on a date with you. She screeched. Her long ingrained fangirl tendencies immediately kicked in after hearing Sasuke's voice, much to the annoyance of Inner. Naruto was amused by the reaction of his team for something simple as a change of clothes. He honestly felt a little sorry for them. To him, they still had a lot of growing up to do. Sakura still looked at the world through rose-tinted glasses, thinking Sasuke will swoop in to save her if she's ever in danger. Sasuke, on the other hand, seemed to think being an Uchiha made him automatically superior to everyone else. But if someone did better than him, he became immensely jealous and insecure. He had a contrasting inferiority and superiority complex. He wasn't even as prodigal as those idiot civilians made him out to be. The only reason he was regarded as a prodigy was because he was the only Uchiha in the village. If the clan was still around, he would probably be about average. He only recently awakened his Sharingan, whereas the more talented members of his clan did it before even hitting double digits in terms of age. All the baseless praise he received made him start believing his own legend, making him think he's untouchable. Naruto knew, without a doubt, that he would wipe the floor with the brooder without even breaking a sweat. Not only did Naruto feel he was more skilled right now, but it was far too easy to get under Sasuke's skin. He had no control of his emotions if you simply just mentioned the name Itachi. He was a walking flight risk, and Naruto often wondered what the Sandaime was thinking, allowing him to be a shinobi. They function in a way to keep the body warm and protected, not to mention preserving one's modesty. If you're asking, however, why I am wearing new clothes, the answer is simply that my older ones don't fit me any longer. This ensemble appealed to me. I didn't know you had such a keen interest in fashion, Sasuke-san. Maybe our resident self-proclaimed fashion guru Yamanaka Ino should know that you share such interests with her. Commented Naruto with a placid smile that came off as, almost, patronizing and enraged Sasuke off fiercely. The way he spoke was so sincere and gentle, but the amusement dancing in his eyes told Sasuke that he was enjoying speaking to him in such a manner. If it was the old Naruto, he would have blown up and screamed obscenities at him. He honestly preferred that, compared the way Naruto seemed to toy with him now for his own amusement. The rest of Naruto's sentence caught up with him, causing him to pale rapidly. The thought of one of the biggest Sasuke fangirls thinking that they shared such an interest. Sasuke, despite his arrogance, knew a losing battle when he saw one as rapidly shook his head negatively before backing away and going back to brooding. Only this time, instead of picturing just Itachi, his blonde teammate also joined his traitorous brother in his fantasies of revenge. And Sakura-san, I can guarantee you that I have no interest in asking you out on a date of any kind. So you can rest assured. Declared Naruto calmly to his female teammate, who felt her ego take a massive blow. She got rejected by Naruto when she didn't even ask him out. The fact that he looked so good now made it even worse. Why wasn't he interested in her anymore? Was she not pretty enough? Was her forehead too big? These were the kind of thoughts that plagued her mind as she tried to keep herself from breaking down. She wished things could go back to the way they were. She was much happier then. Naruto just turned out to be his teammates, not really interested in their business. While he would work with them and protect them on missions, as was expected of him, he was in no way going to be any closer to them than the absolute minimum requirement. He instead took the time to admire his new clothes. It was comfortable and provided easy movement. And even he had to admit, he looked damn good in it. Thanks to the extra strength durability seals, self-repair seals and seal cleaning seals he drew on all the sets he had, he didn't worry about them being damaged too badly. Seals really were godsend to him. It also made carrying around his equipment much simpler, as instead of having holsters strapped to his thigh, he had some intricately drawn modified storage seals on his forearms, allowing easy access to his shinobi gear. He was able to modify the seal in such a way that it sunk into his skin and wasn't visible, giving him a bit of an edge when drawing weapons with an element of surprise. He also had resistant seals on his body to continue his physical training, even when doing something simple as walking. He was on level 6 out of 10 levels. He always dropped them at the end of the day to get reacquainted with his body so that it's in sync with his mind. It won't do for him to drop his seals and not be able to keep up with his own body. He can honestly say he's probably one of the fastest people in the village in terms of pure speed. The fact that he tore his muscles daily and repaired them overnight for almost 6 months has made his body almost inhuman in terms of strength, durability and dexterity. But he knew better than anyone not to get too overconfident. While he had a lot of pure power, he had very little experience. Not to mention, as a successful prankster, he knew that a well-placed trap could take down even the most powerful people. The proof is living within him after all. Iubi made sure to remind him of that fact every day to prevent him from getting a big head from his training success. Something he was thankful for from his friend. His attention was drawn by the rapidly approaching chakra's signature. He honed his senses to be able to detect such movements, along with his special ability. He doubted there was a better sensor in Konoha than him. Poof. His teammate's attention was immediately drawn to the newcomer. You didn't have to be a rocket scientist to guess who it was. Good morning, my cute little Genins. Was the annoyingly condescending greeting from their Jounin sensei, Kakashi. Both Sakura and Sasuke had tick marks on their forehead despite his nonchalance, despite being 3 hours late. Again. I got lost today, so you're late. Screeched Sakura, cutting him off. It was somewhat of a team tradition by this point. Didn't make it any less annoying to them though. Kakashi just giggled inwardly at the faces of his students. It was just so much fun to mess with them. Their reactions were priceless. Well team, we've got a day of missions today, so he had to do a double take when he finally spotted Naruto. His mind was working a mile a minute, categorizing all the differences in his student and his new attire. It was almost like seeing Minato-sensei, but he noticed that while the features were similar, Naruto had his own unique flair, much like his mother in that regard. He had to admit though, he looked good. It was a major improvement from his orange jumpsuit. Well Naruto, you're certainly looking different today. Nice digs. He commented, giving his student a thumbs up. Thank you for your kind words, Kakashi-sensei. It relieves me that you find my attire appropriate, replied Naruto with a tranquil smile. Kakashi just sweat dropped at that. That was another thing he noticed about Naruto in the past few months. He spoke in such a polite and calm way that sometimes you couldn't be sure if he was being sarcastic or not. Even though Kakashi knew he probably was, given his prankster nature. He wondered if he did it on purpose, just to annoy people. No, that was probably exactly why he did it. He knew firsthand, seeing as how Sasuke blows a gasket every time Naruto compliments him in the same manner, and even though Sasuke isn't the most social person, even he can pick up the underlying sarcasm and condescension in Naruto's tone, regardless of how sincere he sounded. Kakashi cried in tears in his mind at the thought of at least one of his students taking after him in some way. Anyway, let's get some missions done today. He said as they made their way to the mission center. Scene change. After a long day of missions, we find Team 7 at their usual meeting spot. Kakashi was giving them their usual reviews when he noticed a messenger eagle. Knowing what it meant, seeing as though it was that time of the year, he dismissed his students and took off to the Hokage Tower. Naruto, who noticed the interaction, figured out what was happening and allowed himself a small smirk, knowing what was coming tomorrow. Sasuke-kun, would you like to get some lunch? Maybe we can work on strengthening our teamwork? Questioned a bashful Sakura. Sasuke for his part didn't even bother looking back. HMPH, if you have time to do pointless things like, then you should go practice or something. Honestly, your abilities are lower than Naruto's. Go find a way to make yourself not be useless. Replied Sasuke coldly, causing Sakura's shoulders to droop sadly. His comments really cut into her already fragile self-esteem. She was already questioning her usefulness, and the comments of her crush just drove the nail in deeper. She reflexively turned around to reject Naruto's date offer, only to see him walking away. She almost forgot that he doesn't seem interested in her anymore. Her reactions to him were honed for years that she sometimes does it instinctively. It still hurt though to see him not bother to try and cheer her up when he did it constantly before. Naruto for his part was taking a casual stroll through the village, completely ignoring the glares sent his way, along with a few curious and lustful stares that made him shiver a little. He sweat dropped though when he noticed the square rock that seemed to be tailing him. It was a horrible disguise and he knew only one person who would use something like that. He turned around with a deadpan look in his eyes as he spoke to the rock. "Konohamaru, what are you doing?" he asked. "I should have expected that for the man whom I have high hopes for and is also my rival." Came the muffled reply from the rock before it started glowing. Boom, it exploded, kicking up a large amount of smoke. Coughing could be heard from the smoke cloud and Naruto could see the silhouette of 3 kids on the ground. "Hey, you used too much gunpowder," said Konohamaru to his friend as they continued their coughing fit. Naruto noticed that all 3 kids wore the same type of goggles that he used to wear when he attended the academy. The kids noticed Naruto staring at them with a dull expression and froze. The 2 groups continued to stare at each other, not moving an inch. Suddenly the group of kids burst into action. The one that possesses the sex appeal of an adult and the kunoichi from the senior group, Mogi. Declared the girl with burnt orange hair done up in high pigtails and a permanent blush on her face while striking a weird pose. The one who loves dividing numbers, Yuden. Followed the plain-looking boy with glasses and snot running down his nose while doing an equally ridiculous pose. "This village's #1 genius ninja, Konohamaru," shouted Konohamaru, following his friend by doing a bizarre-looking pose. "The 3 of us make the Konohamaru Corps." All 3 of them said together, maintaining their poses. There was absolute silence for a few moments. Naruto could hear Kayu-chan laughing her ass off in his mind. He felt a drop of sweat rolling down the side of his face as he wasn't sure how to react in this situation. He wondered if this was what he was like when he was younger. That wasn't a pretty thought at all. He decided to just ignore the strange introduction. "Hey Konohamaru, long time no see. I see you made some new friends too," greeted Naruto in a friendly manner. Unlike his usual tone that he uses to annoy Sasuke with, this one was genuine. He really liked Konohamaru. He was a good kid who didn't care about the rumors surrounding Naruto. He was one of the few people in the village who treated Naruto as a regular person. "Yeah, this is Mogi and Yuden. We're at the academy together," introducing Konohamaru. "Well, it is nice to meet you both, any friend of Konohamaru is a friend of mine." He spoke kindly, causing a happy smile to blossom on the faces of Konohamaru and Yuden, whilst Mogi blushed cutely at how cool and handsome he looked. "By the way, why are you all wearing those goggles?" So you noticed. "We are copying the old you," replied Konohamaru. Naruto had a soft smile on his face after hearing that reply. He really was happy. It was because of people like these 3 that he fought for this village. "Oh. Those goggles helped me a lot in my younger days. I'm sure they will serve you well," he said. "Yeah. We haven't seen you around lately, boss. I like the new look by the way. It's really cool," said Konohamaru while giving a thumbs up. Yuden just nodded in agreement and Mogi nodded shyly with a bashful expression. "Haha. Thanks for the compliment, guys. Yeah, I had a bit of a growth spurt and needed new clothes, glad you think they look good. I was going for a different look. And sorry I haven't been around lately, it's been a bit hectic with missions and training. Tell what, I'm free right now, so what would you like to do?" replied Naruto kindly, causing all 3 of their faces to light up in joy. "Let's play ninja," they shouted, causing Naruto to chuckle at their enthusiastic behavior. "What kind of ninja plays ninja with a bunch of brats? How stupid." Came the unwanted comment from a gloomy-looking Sakura as she sneered at the group. Naruto's expression sharpened for a moment, causing her to shiver, before it melted into his usual placid expression. Sakura was frozen for a moment. It was like being caught in the crosshairs of a predator, stalking their prey. She didn't want to feel that again. Sakura-san, I'm the kind of ninja that does that. They are my friends after all. Do you have a problem with that? He asked calmly, but Sakura was smart enough to pick up the underlying threat in his tone, causing her to shake her head negatively. He honestly scared the crap out of her just now. Hey boss, who is this girl? Is she yours? You know? Asked Konohamaru with a sly expression on his face while holding up his pinky finger. Sakura just blushed at his insinuation, whether it was from embarrassment or anger, not even she knew. Naruto just chuckled lightly in response. Nothing like Konohamaru, she's just my teammate, nothing more. Responded Naruto. Sakura felt like a dagger pierced her heart at that comment. He didn't even consider her a friend. She honestly just wanted to crawl into a hole. First Sasuke-kun and now Naruto, this day was turning out to be horrible. I'm not surprised. She's kind of ugly. I'm not even sure if she's a girl. She's flat-chested, not to mention her huge forehead. I think you can find a prettier girl. Commented Konohamaru bluntly, not knowing the danger that was lurking. Naruto just chuckled ruefully at the comment and at his tenant's howling laughter in his mind. Sakura felt the flames of feminine fury envelope her at the comments from the little brat. She had a lot of frustration built up from the day, and a perfect target just made itself available. You might want to start running, Konohamaru. Advised Naruto. Konohamaru looked at the direction Naruto was looking at and saw Sakura about to blow a gasket. His self-preservation instincts kicked in, causing him to take off in a sprint, with his friends following him. The object of his fear was hot on his heels as she chased him down. Naruto was amused by the whole exchange. He followed them at a languid pace. He would never let Sakura put her hands on Konohamaru, but he decided it would be a good lesson for his little friend in learning to keep his mouth shut. He wished he learned that early in his life. He was brought out of his musings by a loud crash from around the corner. He knew Konohamaru was involved as he had been following his chakra signature. It was the other 3 signatures in the area that caused him to pause though. They were pretty large, probably high Chunin level reserves. However, it was the hostility they were giving off that caught his attention. Any person in this village would recognize the Hokage's grandson, and unless they had a death wish, they would never try anything funny with him. This implied that they weren't from Konoha. Given the fact that the Chunin exams were in a week, he figured they were foreign shinobi. He wasn't too worried about the 2 that were near Konohamaru though, it was the one a bit further away that put him on edge. The bloodlust and pure intent to kill that were rolling off him was unnatural. Naruto decided he would keep an eye on that one. He carried on his languid pace though and decided to observe the scene, making sure to intervene if they tried anything with his young friend. That hurt you little brat. Commented what looked like, at least to Naruto, a gender-confused boy wearing a full-body black cat suit with purple makeup on his face and a large bundle on his back. He noticed a pair of them were wearing Suna 8. The girl next to him was dressed in a traditional battle kimono with a mesh undershirt and leggings. She had teal-colored eyes and dirty blonde hair that were done up in 4 spiky pigtails. She was also quite curvy for her age and had a considerable bust. She also had what looked like one of the trademark Suna battle fans on her back. All in all, Naruto found her to be quite attractive. He directed his focus back to the weirdo though when he picked up Konohamaru by the scruff of his neck. Stop messing around. You're going to get us into trouble. Said the blonde female. I'm sorry, I was joking around, so. Pleaded Sakura nervously. She was trying to figure out who they were. She noticed that they had a different 8 than what leaf shinobi wear. The makeup-wearing weirdo just glanced at the girl, noticing her 8 and deducing she was a genin of Konoha. But I want to play around before some noisy people come. He said with a smirk. The girl just rolled her eyes at him. Let go. Struggled Konohamaru. You're very energetic, kid. He mocked before looking at Sakura. Konoha's genin looks pretty weak. She said before turning his attention back to Konohamaru. I hate short people anyway. And you're so impertinent for someone younger than me. It makes me want to break you. He finished with a cruel expression on his face. His companion just sighed. I'm not going to be responsible for what you do. She said with a bored look on her face. Ara. I don't like the way you're treating my little friend here. I'm going to have to ask you to put him down please. Said a voice from behind the 2 foreign shinobi, causing them to tense up as they didn't even feel him get behind them. They looked behind them to see Naruto in all his glory, lazily holding a kunai at the gender-confused boy's jugular, causing said boy to break out into a little sweat. The girl just had a blush on her face at how handsome her fellow blonde was. Konohamaru and just sighed in relief that their boss got them out of this jam, while Mogi was having a little fangirl moment. Even Sakura had to admit that Naruto looked really cool right now. Oh, a tough guy. What are you going to do if I refuse? He asked snidely even though he wasn't as confident as he made himself out to be. He recognized that the blonde was dangerous. "Well, I honestly don't want to have to spill your blood over this nice clean street. I'm sure it would be quite a chore to clean up," answered Naruto. The casual way said that put both Sunanin on edge. He said it like it was an indisputable fact that couldn't be changed. It didn't sit right with the two of them at all. "I'm sure I will be pardoned though. I can see the story now. Baddest blonde rescues Hokage's grandson from bloodthirsty Suna transvestite. I'm sure you don't want that happening, right?" he commented airily. The blood drained from the boy's face when he realized that he almost harmed the Hokage's grandson. That would have gotten him executed on the spot. He released Konohamaru, who ran back to his friends. Naruto just nodded at his decision before putting his kunai away and casually walking past the two Sunanin, purposely showing his unguarded back as a way to imply that he didn't see them as a threat. The two understood what he did and it irked them how he disregarded them, but knew better than to make a scene after almost harming the grandson of the village leader. Naruto got down on one knee and dusted off Konohamaru's clothing before checking him over for any injuries. "You're not harmed, are you, Konohamaru?" he queried. Said boy just shook his head negatively. "I'm a fine boss. Thanks for saving me." Naruto just smiled gently and ruffled his hair, playfully causing the boy to beam up at him happily. The blonde Sunanin just cooed at the cute scene. Not only was the guy strong and kind, but he was good with kids too. So far he seemed like the perfect package. After finishing his check on his friend, Naruto got up and faced Sunanin. He had a friendly expression on his face that spoke of no underlying motives, and that was something that unnerved them a bit. It's not often one sees foreign shinobi in the village. However, considering the Chunin exams that are coming up, it is understandable. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, genin of Konoha. Would it be too much trouble to ask the names of our guests?" inquired Naruto politely. Sakura was just confused at the mention of the Chunin exams. "My name is Tamari, and this is my brother Kankuro," answered the blonde girl, now identified as Tamari. Kankuro just grunted in dissatisfaction. "Tamari. What a beautiful name for a beautiful desert flower. The pleasure is mine," said Naruto as he kissed the back of her hand, causing said girl to blush prettily. Naruto didn't really have a romantic interest in the girl, and while he did admit that she was pretty and would grow up to be a real beauty, for the moment he would just try to maintain friendly relations with her and her brother. You would never know when connections like this came in handy in the future. And while he could possibly pursue a relationship with her in the future, his heart still belongs to Haku-chan right now. Sakura didn't know why, but it irked her to see Naruto flirting with a, admittedly pretty blonde. It used to be her that he did those things with, albeit not as smoothly. It left her feeling a little hollow. Before anything else could be said, Naruto used his impressive reflexes and caught a stone inches away from Kankuro's face, just as it was about to impact it. It caused both Sunanin to put their guards up. Naruto just looked in the direction the stone came from. "Sasuke-san, I understand the need for you to exert your dominance in whatever unique mating ritual you seem to be performing, but please don't assault a foreign ninja, especially one of our allies, at least not without consent. This is a somewhat litigious society after all. Even though he's dressed in a catsuit and is wearing makeup, I don't think he swings that way. Please be mindful of that in the future," Naruto kindly advised his teammate who was sitting up in a tree, bouncing a stone in his hand in an attempt to look cool. Kankuro's face paled at the implications and backed away from the vicinity of Sasuke as fast as possible, taking refuge behind his sister. He even ignored the shot about his war paint. He was much too concerned about his chastity at the moment. Tamari was a bit disappointed. Even though he seemed kind of cute, it seemed that he wasn't interested in girls. Oh well, the blonde was much more scrumptious in her opinion. Because of the sincerity and politeness of Naruto's voice, they both immediately believed him with regards to Sasuke's sexual orientation. While he maintained his outwardly polite demeanor, he was laughing his ass off at the constipated look on Sasuke's face. It seemed that Sunanin believed this as well, which only made it better. Mwahaha. The look on his face is priceless. "This is why you're my favorite," serves those stupid Uchihas right. The boisterous laugh of his tenant could be heard in Naruto's mind, causing him to chuckle at how giddy she was at his little prank. Messing with Sasuke became a favorite pastime of theirs. Sasuke was fuming at the nerve of the dope. How dare he imply that? He wanted to go down there and put him in his place, but he didn't want to make a scene. He knew it would only make Naruto's claims more believable if he did something like that. So he settled for trying to set the annoying blonde on fire with his glare. "Aren't you going to introduce us to your new friend Sasuke-san?" questioned Naruto, who was looking to the right of a Sasuke, who followed his gaze to find a retied Sunanin standing upside down on the branch right next to him. He didn't even notice his presence. None of the present gathering did, with the exception of Naruto. "You're a disgrace to our village," commented the newcomer coldly. Kankuro just broke out into a cold sweat, his body trembled with fear. Naruto's sharp eyes picked up all this in an instant. Gaara. He whispered. Listen, these guys started it and. He stuttered fearfully before he was cut off. Shut up or I'll kill you. Gaara cut him off coldly, causing Kankuro to tense up. I got it. My mistake. I'm sorry, really sorry. Placated Kankuro. Naruto watched the exchange with interest. With his negative emotion sensing ability, he could almost taste the fear radiating from Temari and Kankuro. It was the most fear he's ever felt a person give off. It was intriguing. The redeed, Naruto, was able to discern that he was the source of the unbelievable bloodlust that he sensed before. He was much shorter than either of his teammates with cropped red hair and thick bags under his eyes. He had the kanji for love tattooed on the left side of his forehead. It was his chakra that really caught the interest of Naruto. It was huge. Not as large as his own reserves, but not that far off either. It was larger than even the Hokage, and it was tinged with something else as well. Ai-chan. He called out to his tenant in a serious tone of voice. I know. Be careful of this one. The bloodlust and insanity coming off him is nostalgic. If I had to guess, that boy has Shukaku, the Ichibi, sealed within him. Replied the Kyuubi in an equally serious manner. That sent alarm bells ringing in Naruto's head. Sending a Jinchuriki to a foreign nation for the Chunin exams isn't necessarily illegal, but it is heavily frowned upon. Something wasn't right here. I apologize on behalf of my teammates. Said Gaara as he looked directly at Naruto. He disappeared from his spot on the tree and appeared before Naruto in what appeared to be a sand shunshin. Tsubaku no Gaara. Said the redeed. Naruto inferred that he was introducing himself. Gaara looked at him unblinkingly. For most people, it would have been unnerving, but for the boy who got glares sent his way since he was little, it was nothing new to him. He just smiled back politely. Uzumaki Naruto. He answered. Gaara just nodded before motioning his team to leave. As they walked away, Sasuke decided he didn't like being ignored, especially by what looked like a strong opponent. Boy. Don't you want to know my name? Asked Sasuke with a smug smirk on his face. Gaara just stopped, turned to look at him, and continued to do so for about 5 minutes, seemingly measuring him up. There was absolute silence. Sasuke was seriously unnerved by the stare. No. He finally answered before turning around and walking away. It infuriated Sasuke to be disregarded in favor of his idiot teammate. Said teammate just couldn't let things lie either. Sorry, Sasuke-san. It seems like you aren't his type. But don't worry, I'm sure there are plenty of butch guys in the Chunin exams looking for a little bitch to play with, so don't lose hope. Commented Naruto, causing Sasuke to fume with embarrassment. He was about to attack the blonde before Naruto grabbed onto Konohamaru, Mogi and Yuden and disappeared in a swirl of wind. Sasuke just screamed in frustration. Scene change. The next morning found Team 7 on their usual spot on the bridge. Sakura was doing her usual tripe of making googly eyes at Sasuke, who was trying to level up his breeding even further. Naruto, who only arrived a few minutes ago, had a calm smile on his face as he rested against the bridge. What his teammates didn't know was that he was in conversation with his tenant. So what can you tell me about the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi? Queried Naruto. I'm not sure how it affects the current Jinchuriki, but Shukaku always had the ability to control sand, along with mastery of Futon ninjutsu. He is also mentally unstable and likes to incite insanity in his containers. You saw that from the bags under the boy's eyes. He doesn't allow his hosts to sleep. Responded the Kyuubi. Naruto just nodded in agreement. I'll have to keep an eye on him then. I'll have to find some way to inform the Hokage without tipping my hand. Then again, I'm positive he already knows. Perhaps ignorance is the best way to go. Pondered Naruto. Poof, yo. Sorry I'm late. I got lost on the road to life. Said Kakashi. It seems as though he was slipping. He used his standard excuse without even trying to come up with anything original. Liar. Came the customary screech of the resident banshee. Anyway, I know this is sudden, but I've elected you for the Chunin selection exams. Here are your applications. Announced Kakashi. His announcement elicited different reactions from his students. Naruto still had the customary polite smile that didn't even twitch at his announcement. Sasuke's eyes burned with hunger for a good fight to prove himself. Sakura just looked terrified. Well, this is just a nomination. Whether you take the exam or not is up to you. He added. If you wish to participate, sign the application and take it to room 301 of the academy by 3 p.m., 6 days from now. He finished before disappearing in a poof of smoke. Scene change. It was a cool afternoon as Naruto made his way to the Shinobi Academy. It was the day of the Chunin exams and Naruto was ready to take it on. He stocked up on extra supplies in the morning from kunai, shuriken, ninja wires, food and a sleeping bag. Not to mention a plethora of self-made seals. He had it all sealed away into his clothes for easy access. He wasn't going to be taking any chances with this exam. He arrived at the academy to find a brooding Sasuke and a nervous-looking Sakura. They didn't say anything to each other and just walked into the building. As they climbed the stairs they heard a commotion at the room with the sign that read 301. Naruto recognized the genjutsu right away as they had only climbed 2 flights of stairs. He knew Sasuke noticed it as well. They saw a boy wearing a green spandex suit with a monster set of eyebrows get pushed to the floor. His teammate, a pretty girl wearing a Chinese top with her hair tied into 2 buns, rushed to his aid. "You plan to take the Chunin exam with that question, guard number 1. You guys should quit now," suggested guard number 2. "You're just little kids," commented guard number 1. "Please let us through," pleaded the girl with the bun hairstyle, only to receive a smack to the face from one of the guards. "What did you say?" "Listen, we're being kind. The Chunin exams aren't easy," said guard 1. "Among those taking this exam, many end up quitting as shinobi. Others are unable to recover at all. We've seen it many times," said guard 2. "You're just little kids. Besides, we're just thinning out those that will fail. What's wrong with that?" he finished. "I agree, but you let me pass through, also drop the genjutsu. I'm going to the 3rd floor," Sasuke said smugly as he walked up to the guard. The only sound that could be heard after that was the sound of Naruto's palm connecting with his face. "What an idiot," he thought to himself. Not bad. But all you did was see through it," said guard 1 before he burst into action. Sasuke saw the movement and moved to retaliate, only to be stopped by the green spandex wearing boy who moved so quickly that most people didn't even notice him, who intercepted them both, preventing the attacks from landing. Naruto just raised a solitary eyebrow in interest. While he looked ridiculous, Naruto could clearly see the well-defined muscles, not to mention his impressive speed. He marked him as one to look out for in the exam. "Hey, what happened to the plan? You're the one who said we shouldn't draw attention to ourselves," asked the 3rd member of the strange team. With long black hair and pupil-less wide eyes, it was plain to see that he was a Hyuga. "Well," answered the bushy eyebrowed one as he blushed and looked toward Sakura, causing his female teammate to groan in annoyance as she watched him walk to the pink-haired girl. "My name is Rock Lee. So yours is Sakura-san," he said, causing said girl to blink in confusion. He just gave a blinding white smile and a cheesy thumbs up. "Let's go out together. I'll protect you till I die," he declared. Sakura just looked almost physically ill. Naruto had to use all his control to suppress his laughter at the situation. It was fucking hilarious. "No way," she responded. "Huh?" Lee looked like someone kicked his puppy. "You're lame," she told him, causing his head to drop. "Hey, you," called out the Hyuga boy to Sasuke. "What's your name?" he questioned pompously. "When you want to learn someone's name, shouldn't you give yours first?" Sasuke responded in what he thought was a cool manner. Naruto just snorted at the 2 arrogant boys trying to have a dick measuring contest. "You're a rookie, right?" countered the Hyuga boy. "How old are you?" "I don't have to answer." His reply was cut off by Naruto, who came over and put an arm over his shoulder in a friendly manner. "His name is Uchiha Sasuke. He likes training, tomatoes and romantic walks on the beach. While he normally prefers more butch guys, he does have a hidden fetish for pretty boys. If you're interested, please wait till the exams are over. All I ask is that you be gentle and not hurt my friend. He has a fragile heart after all," said Naruto sincerely. The Hyuga boy's face just scrunched up in disgust before walking away. The girl looked to be giggling to herself at his predicament. Sasuke was fuming once again at the dope ruining his moment and spreading lies about him. "Come on Casanova, we don't want to be late," said Naruto as he ignored the pitiful killing intent coming from the last Uchiha and proceeded to walk towards the real venue. Sasuke could do nothing but impotently glare at his back, promising to get vengeance on the dope. As Team 7 continued to walk to the venue, a voice from above called out to them as they reached an open area. "You're there, with sharp eyes." "Wait." They turned around to see Rock Lee standing on a railing. "What now?" asked Sasuke. "Will you fight me right here, right now?" was Lee's response. "Sasuke-san, we don't have time for this. We need to get to the exam room before it's too late," interjected Naruto. "Don't tell me what to do, dope," responded Sasuke, causing Naruto to sigh in disappointment. "You are going to lose. He's far too strong for you. I guess you need your pretty little eyes to see that. Make sure it's turned on so you can remember this ass kicking. Hopefully it will humble you. I'm going to the exam room," said Naruto as he walked past a fuming Sasuke and a worried Sakura. "Oh, and Rock Lee," he called out, getting the older boy's attention. "Try not to injure my teammate too badly. I need him for the exam after all," he said. The boy just gave a thumbs up in response. Naruto just kept walking to the room, having no patience to deal with their childish games. He found Kakashi waiting just outside the room. "Naruto, you're here. And alone," he noticed. "Sasuke and Sakura are here too. He's busy getting his ass kicked by some dude with fuzzy eyebrows and a green spandex suit named Rock Lee," replied Naruto as he leaned against the wall opposite his Jounin sensei. Kakashi just sweat dropped. I see. The two just stood in silence. About 10 minutes later they heard footsteps approaching. They looked up to see a worried-looking Sakura glancing at a beaten-up Sasuke. Well, now that Mr. Personality over here is done getting his ego shot on, we can finally get on with it. Mocked Naruto. Not even trying to hide the condescension in his voice this time. Sasuke just glared in response. Well, I'm glad you all decided to come. It would have been bad if one of you didn't show up. It would disqualify the rest of the team. I didn't mention this as I didn't want Sasuke or Naruto to pressure Sakura to take these exams. Now that you're here though, there's no problem. Good luck my cute little students. Said Kakashi before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Team 7 just nodded before entering the room. Chapter 5. Let the games begin. As soon as Team 7 stepped into the examination room, they were hit by a flood of killing intent. While this would have terrified most genin, Team 7 were previously exposed to the killing intent of Momoichi Zabuza, one of the most proficient killers to ever exist. Therefore, the combined intent from a bunch of genin didn't even come close to stacking up to the Kurigakura no Kajin. Sakura still trembled though, being of a weaker constitution than her teammates. Sasuke had an eager grin on his face. Despite the humiliating defeat he suffered a few minutes ago, he was still raring to fight strong opponents. Naruto didn't even blink. He experienced the raw power and intent of the Kyuubi on a daily basis, the feeling given off in this room was a complete joke to him. He just kept his outwardly polite demeanor and went over to a corner of the room not too far from his teammates and leaned up against the wall. It was a strategic position that protected his back while simultaneously giving him a clear view of all the Chunin hopefuls in the room. He spotted the team from Suna team he ran into a week earlier and waved happily at them, causing Tamari to smirk at him in what he assumed was supposed to be a sexy way. Kankuro just scowled at him and Gaara did nothing but stare unblinkingly at him. His impromptu staring contest with his new friend was interrupted by an annoyingly familiar screech. Sasuke-kun. What took you so long? I've been eagerly waiting for you since I heard that I could see you for the first time in months. Came the annoyingly high-pitched voice of Yamanaka Ino, one of Sasuke's biggest fangirls and Sakura's rival, as she jumped on said boy's back. He assumed that she was trying to be seductive, but it kind of fell flat as her voice came off as nasally. Naruto didn't care much for the girl as he didn't really know her apart from her desperate desire to spread her legs for his breeding teammate. Okay, maybe that was a little harsh, but Naruto has always had a sick sense of humor. He never voiced those thoughts out though, he just entertained himself and his equally twisted tenant with them. No pig. Let go of Sasuke-kun. Screeched the resident howler monkey, Sakura. Oh my, it you, Sakura. Your forehead is wide and you're still ugly. As usual. Commented the blonde Yamanaka, much to the ire of his pink-headed teammate. What did you say? Seethed Sakura as she watched her former friend poke her tongue out at her. If Naruto didn't have to keep up his outwardly polite and friendly demeanor, he would be rubbing his temples in exasperation at the childish behavior of these two idiots in a room full of potential enemies who would have no problems killing them. He really needed to speak to Iruka-sensei about the teaching methods of the academy. What, are you guys taking this troublesome exam, too? Said the lazy voice of Nara Shikamaru. He still looked the same as Naruto remembered him, with his pineapple-shaped ponytail and half-lidded look in his eyes. But Naruto knew that behind that lazy exterior was one of the most brilliant and analytical minds in the village. But it was just too troublesome for the boy to use. He was accompanied by the big-boned Akimichi Chouji, who was, as always, snacking on some potato chips. Shikamaru, along with Chouji and Ino, made up Team 10. Yahoo! Looks like everyone's finally here. Said the loud voice of Inizuka Kiba. He was one of the members of Team 8. He was a bit of a braggart, not to mention arrogant, but Naruto knew he could be an okay guy if it came down to it. He just needed a few more years to mature. It didn't make him any less annoying though. He viewed himself as being the alpha male of the group. He had his faithful partner, Akamaru, a trademark nin dog of the Inizuka clan, riding atop his head. Hello. Spoke the soft voice of Hyuga Hinata. She was always a quiet and shy girl who kept to herself most of the time. She was never a Sasuke fangirl, which was a plus in Naruto's book. But she was always a little weird around him. Nervously stuttering and fainting in his presence. Now that he thinks about it. It might be that she has a crush on him. Huh? Is that possible? The girl who is the closest to being an actual princess in this village, probably just behind Senju Tsunade herself, has a crush on him. The village pariah. Well, he had nothing against the girl and she was pretty cute, he wasn't ready for a relationship yet, but he would keep her in his peripheral vision. It didn't mean he couldn't be friends with her. She had always been kind to him and he would be damned if he acted like a breeding asshole, like Sasuke, to her. The final member of this team was Aburame Shino. He was a guy of few words and mostly kept to himself. But now that Naruto is whole again, he can appreciate the talent of the quiet boy. while Sasuke and Kiba went about their business in a loud and flashy way. Shino stayed in the background and got his objectives done in an efficient manner. He never gave much away and never sought fame or recognition for his acts. He was arguably the most complete shinobi from the graduating class. And the one most qualified for this line of business. With the exception of Naruto, of course. I see, so all 9 genin rookies are taking the exam this year. How far do you think we can get, Sasuke? Spoke Kiba while sending a challenging stare at Sasuke, who just smirked at him. You seem confident, Kiba. He responded. We trained like hell. We won't lose to you. Declared the de facto leader of Team 8. He noticed someone missing though. Where's that dope Naruto? Did he chicken out of the exams? He questioned mockingly. Kiba-san, I've been standing here the entire time. Spoke a smooth voice that drew the attention of the rookies. Sasuke just grimaced to himself, a reflexive action to the sound of Naruto's voice, so used to having it politely mock him. Sakura was torn between scowling and blushing. The rest of the rookies felt their eyes widen at the sight of the tall blonde leaning against the wall to the left of them. They didn't even notice him or his presence. His appearance also sent them for a loop. The blonde hair and whisker-like marks were a dead giveaway, but everything else was new and intimidating, despite the friendly smile on his face. Is that Naruto? Ino questioned herself incredulously. She felt her cheeks heat up at the delicious eye candy that presented itself. Her mind couldn't comprehend that the short, loud idiot became this tall, gorgeous hunk. And Naruto-kun. Whispered the Hyuga heiress to herself. The atomic blush on her face could probably be seen from outer space. She was happy to see her crush again. He looked so much more handsome than she remembered. She could feel a tiny trickle of blood flow down her nose and had to work hard to keep herself from fainting. Her overactive imagination when it came to our favorite blonde went into overdrive, producing many perverted fantasies. Shikamaru took one look at Naruto, his mind trying to work out the details, but eventually settled for just one word to describe him. Chaoji just gave him a thumbs up. Troublesome. Shino, Hinata, it's nice to see you both again. I hope you've been well. He greeted politely, causing most of them to do a double take. Hinata had a hard time speaking, so instead settled for nodding and had to hold herself back from squealing at the kind smile Naruto directed at her. I am well, thank you for asking, Naruto-san. Answered Shino. Shikamaru, Chaoji. He greeted the other two that he considers to be somewhat friends. They nodded back in response. What's with the new clothes, dope? Trying to look cool. Mocked Kiba. He didn't like the attention that Naruto seemed to be getting. Naruto just raised a single eyebrow at him. Strangely, Sasuke-san asked me the same thing. I didn't realize my wardrobe choice was so important to the both of you. I find myself feeling a little uncomfortable at the attention you are paying me, like I'm some piece of meat. Please keep your lecherous eyes to yourself, Kiba-san. Naruto courteously answered, causing Kiba to go red with embarrassment and splutter indignantly. Sasuke, for his part, had to hold back the snort that was threatening to escape. While the blonde pissed him off to no end, it was amusing seeing somebody else on the end of his politely demeaning barbs. Hinata, for her part, shot a spicy glare in the direction of her feral teammate. She would have a talk with him later about keeping his perverted eyes from her Naruto-kun. The rest of the conversation was cut off by a voice calling out to them. Hey, you guys. You should keep it down. Their attention was drawn to an average-looking boy, probably a few years older than them, wearing a leaf 8, with whitish gray hair pulled back into a ponytail and round-framed spectacles on his face. Naruto's eyes momentarily sharpened at the newcomer. The amount of chakra he could sense from the guy was easily jounin level, and the smooth, unhindered way that it flowed suggested immaculate control. It was probably even better than Kakashi-sensei. He also sensed lust coming from the boy. Not lust in the sexual sense, more like lust for knowledge and something else Naruto couldn't pinpoint. This guy was dangerous, he concluded. There was something seriously off about him. He decided that he needed to find some way to keep tabs on the guy. It only lasted for a split second and nobody else noticed the change in his countenance before Naruto's face melted back into its regular genial expression. So you're the 9 rookies that just graduated from the academy, correct? You're all fooling around with those cute faces. Geez, this isn't a field trip. He said. Who are you to tell us that? Exclaimed Ino indignantly. I am Yakushi Kabuto. Look around you. He advised. All around them, the other genin were shooting them mocking and distasteful looks. It put most of the rookies on edge. The ones behind you are from a megakure. They have a short temper. Pointed Kabuto to a trio of scowling genin. Everyone is tense since it's right before the exams. I warned you so that you won't get picked on. He said to them. Most of them looked around the room with a lot more trepidation than before. They focused their attention back on Kabuto, who started speaking again. I guess it can't be helped though, since you guys are just rookies who don't know anything. It makes me remember the old me. He reminisced. Kabuto-san, was it? Is this your second time, then? asked Sakura. No. It's actually my 7th time. He answered bashfully, shocking them. That answer set off even more alarms in Naruto's head. He was quietly listening to the exchange so far, but the fact that this guy who is easily Jounin level failed this exam 7 times didn't sit right with the blonde. He was definitely up to something. Naruto definitely needed to keep a closer eye on this guy. He was way too suspicious. This exam takes place twice every year and it's my 4th year. He said. That means you know a lot about this exam, right? Asked Sakura. Kabuto just nodded in response. But he hasn't passed it. Pointed out Shikamaru. Yeah, that's true. Said Kabuto bashfully as he rubbed the back of his head. Is the Chunin exam that difficult? This is getting even more troublesome. Commented Shikamaru. Maybe I should give my cat some information, then. Said Kabuto enticingly before pulling out a deck of cards. With these recognition cards. In simple terms, it's a card that has information burned into it using my chakra. I've collected information on this exam for the past 4 years. There's about 200 total cards. He finished. Are there any cards there that have detailed personal information? Inquired Sasuke. There are. Is there someone that interests you? Asked Kabuto. Sasuke nodded in response. The information of this exam's examiners is not perfect, but I have burned and saved them. They include information about U9 as well. Said Kabuto. Tell me whatever you know about the people you know that interest you. Advised Kabuto. Sabaku no Gaara from Sunagakure and Rock Lee from Konohagakure. Said Sasuke. Oh, you know their names. Then it won't take much time. He said before swiping 2 cards from his deck. Let's start with Rock Lee. He's a year older than you. Mission experience. 20 D ranks and 11 C ranks. Squad leader, Mido guy. His Taijutsu skills have increased dramatically over the past year, but his other skills are almost non-existent. He got everyone's attention last year as a skilled rookie, but he didn't take the Chunin exams. His team is composed of Tenten and Hyuga Niji. He finished. Naruto didn't miss the way Hinata flinched at the mention of Lee's Hyuga teammate. He remembered the stuck-up boy that wanted to have a pissing contest with Sasuke a while ago. The girl with the buns would naturally be Tenten. Next, let's see Sabaku no Gaara. Mission experience. 8 C ranks and. This is amazing, but he did a B rank mission as a genin. He is a foreign ninja and it's his first time taking the exam, so I don't have a lot of information on him. But. It seems that he returned from all of his missions unharmed. He said, shocking the rookies. He did a B rank as a genin and returned unharmed. Questioned Shikamaru incredulously. Kabuto then went on to point out the different hidden villages participating in this year's exams, as well as his perceived reason for these exams taking place as a way to balance the power between the nations. He went on to disregard the single team from Itagakure, citing them as a new village. Naruto noticed the sharp movements from the back of the room and he noticed that Kabuto did as well, but pretended not to. One of the Odo genin burst from the crowd and hurled 2 kunai at Kabuto, who easily dodged them by backtracking, before coming face to face with the second Odo genin, who was covered in bandages with a single eye uncovered. The Odo genin swung his right arm, which had a strange metallic device in it, at Kabuto who stepped back and dodged. Kabuto smirked a little, before his glasses shattered and he dropped to one knee, with blood leaking from his right ear. Naruto realized that even after dodging, the device on the guy's arm released, if he had to guess from their village name, a sound wave of some kind that disorientated Kabuto and shattered his eardrum. But the most interesting thing to Naruto was the movements of Kabuto. His sharp eyes could clearly see that he was forcing himself to move in a way that he normally didn't. He was deliberately moving in a semi-sloppy manner, like he was almost fighting his body's natural reaction. You're not as good as I thought for a veteran who took these exams for 4 years in a row. Spoke the one in the bandages, in a raspy tone of voice. Write this in your cards. The team from Itagakure will definitely become Chunins. Declared the one with the Hapuri-style forehead protector, in an arrogant tone of voice. The tension in the room rose dramatically. Most of the genin looked like they were chomping at the bit to start a brawl. Before anything else could happen, an explosion of smoke in the front of the classroom drew their attention before a powerful voice boomed throughout the room. Quiet down, you maggots. He was a tall man wearing a black trench coat with 2 scars running across his face. I am the examiner of the first test of the Chunin selection exam, Marino Ibiki. He announced. He quietly took stock of the room. His calculating eyes roaming across all the genin before he pointed to the back of the room. You 3 from Itagakure, do you think you can do as you please in my exam room? Do you want me to disqualify you immediately? He threatened. The 3 in question didn't look too afraid and still retained their somewhat haughty attitude. I'm sorry. This is my first exam so I got a little excited. The one covered in bandages answered. Ibiki just smirked. This is a good chance to say this. You are not allowed to fight each other during the exam unless given permission by the examiners. Even if permission is given, you are not allowed to kill the other. Pigs who go against me will fail immediately. Understood. He declared in an intimidating tone of voice. The arrogant Odonin with the Hapuri-style hit just smirked at him. This exam seems so soft and easy. He commented pompously. The Chunin examiners stationed around the room just chuckled at the ignorant boy. We will now begin the first test of the Chunin selection exam. Come up to the front, draw a number, and take your place at the designated seat. We will then hand out the test papers. Ibiki instructed. The gathered Chunin hopefuls did as instructed and quickly organized themselves. Naruto drew number 53 and quietly settled into his place. He looked around the room and found that the spread was somewhat even in terms of village affiliation. He glanced to his right and spotted a nervously fidgeting Hinata. He had to smile to himself at the adorable behavior of the girl. He didn't know why he chased Sakura for so many years when there seemed to be someone like Hinata who seemed to harbor romantic feelings for him. He couldn't really do anything about that yet, so he settled for trying to calm the girl's anxiety. "Hinata." He called out to her, causing her to jump a little in her seat. Her blush returned in full force. "And Naruto-kun." She stuttered shyly. Blissful that Naruto-kun was taking the time to speak to her. It never really happened before. "Good luck for the test. Let's do our best, okay?" he said. He watched as her eyes lit up in happiness before she sat a little straighter and seemed to be holding her nerves a little better. Seeing the result he wanted achieved, he just nodded to himself and got comfortable. "Alright punks, listen up. The first test has a few important rules. I will not accept any questions, so listen carefully." He punctuated. He had the full attention of the room at this point. The first rule is that you are given 10 points at the start. This written exam consists of 10 questions, each of them worth 1 point. This test is a deduction-based one. If you get one problem wrong, you will get 1 point deducted. If you get 3 problems wrong, your points will be reduced to 7. Second rule, the pass-fail decision will be determined by your team's overall points tally. He said, causing an outcry amongst the participants. "Shut up. There is a reason for this, so just shut up and listen." Next rule, if an examiner determines that you cheated or do something similar during the test, each action will cause you to lose 2 points. In other words, there will be people who will be forced to leave without their tests being graded. Those who cheat without thinking carefully will only hurt themselves. You are all trying to become Chunins. If you are shinobi, act like a first-rate one. Also, if anyone on a team gets 0, the entire team fails. The last question will be given 45 minutes after the start of the exam. You have 1 hour for the exam. "Begin," commanded Ibiki. Instantly, all examinees flipped their tests over and got to work. Now Naruto will never claim to be a genius. To him, it's a word synonymous with weaklings who hide behind family names and slackers who don't have the drive to work hard for their results. He will never refer to himself as such. Every day of his life was a struggle. Everything he has, he had to work his ass off for. He shed blood, sweat and tears to make it this far. He was proud of his hard work. That being said, he could recognize that he just had a natural aptitude toward certain things. Genjutsu was one of the things that came to mind. Naruto was also a trickster, and he was quite proud of it. His pranks were infamous throughout the village. At first it was just a way to get attention. But now, after his assimilation with his dark side, he could finally appreciate what a dangerous skill set he had acquired for himself without even realizing it. Where his pranks, that nobody ever escaped, used to have paint balloons, smoke bombs and rubber balls. He could easily switch those out for kunai, shuriken, and, now that he was proficient in genjutsu, explosive tags. Suddenly, harmless pranks became deadly traps. He knew that he was expected to be a frontline fighter due to his Jinchuriki status and large chakra reserves, but Naruto will always be a trickster at heart. He was never book smart, but his battle instincts were always something he prized. Even as unskilled as he was previously, he always found some way to get out of a situation. The way he tricked Zabuza into releasing Kakashi from the Suru no Jutsu comes to mind. That's why, as a trickster, he could recognize somebody trying to pull a fast one on him. The rules made absolutely no sense for a straightforward written exam. Why deduct 2 points for cheating when common sense dictates that the person should be disqualified? The examiner even advised me to think carefully when trying to cheat. He also said to act like a first-rate shinobi. He flipped his test over and saw that most of the questions were ridiculous. Even with all the studying he's done the last 6 months, he doubts he can answer all of them. Some maybe, but most of them are way above the level of a genin or average chunin. He doubted he would get the right answers unless he copied Shikamaru. He suddenly jolted upright. A mischievous grin spread across his usually genial face. It honestly freaked a few of the examiners out. Naruto looked around the room to see Hinata and the other asshole from her clan, both having their Byakugan activated, copying answers from others. Sasuke had his pink eyes of doom activated, copying the hand movements of the person in front of him. PSSH. How cliché. The bun girl, Tenten, was using ninja wire to maneuver a large mirror on the ceiling to get her answers. Her teammate Lee was also benefiting from her trick. The crazy desert raccoon seemed to have dislodged his eyeball to copy the answers off a guy in front of him. Yuck. Shikamaru seemed to be answering it by himself, no surprise there. He could also see Shikamaru's shadow connected to Chaoji's, filling in his answers for him as well. Not bad. Kiba was using Akamaru to get his answers, and Shino's bugs were feeding him answers. It also looked like Ino used her Shintention no Jutsu to get Sakura's answers. He decided he checked out everyone enough. He had the ultimate information gathering technique. No offense to the genin hopefuls, but nobody was better than him in this kind of situation. First he needed to pick his mark. He closed his eyes and concentrated his negative emotion sensing. The room was filled with emotions such as fear, anxiety, nervousness, hatred and bloodlust. Guess who that came from? Eye roll. He focused instead on the guy 2 seats in front of him. Not only did the guy have Chunin level chakra reserves, he also didn't feel any of the previously mentioned emotions. While he looked apart on the outside, he was actually pretty calm and relaxed. This led Naruto to one conclusion. He was a plant. That meant that he had to have the right answers. He broke out into a grin again. Now that he had his mark, all he needed was a distraction. He pulled out a blank tag and quickly doodled a seal on it. It was done with quick and precise strokes. It actually combined 2 fairly low-level seals, so it wasn't too hard, so it would do the trick. The first effect was similar to a flashbang, followed by a low-yield explosion. Nothing fatal, just a small boom. When he was done, he added a third seal, which acted as a security measure, causing the contents to fade into the page, only to be shown if he wanted it to. Not dissimilar to that creepy weirdo, Kabuto's cards. With that done, he put his hands beneath the table with the seal and gathered his wind chakra. His mastery of the element allowed him to do something as small as this without breaking a sweat. He gathered a small wind current and allowed it to carry the seal tag to somewhere near the front of the class. He looked to Hinata, who was curiously watching him. She blushed when he caught her gaze. He motioned her to turn off her Byakugan and close her eyes. She nodded and obeyed his orders. He looked around to see if anyone spotted him before holding up a hand sign, activating his seal. Flash, there was a bright white light that flooded the classroom. Bang, before a loud sound, similar to an explosion, reverberated throughout the classroom. They felt tremors in the room for a while. Luckily it passed quickly as everyone was left looking around warily. Naruto took a perverse pleasure in seeing the Hyuga boy furiously rubbing his eyes, looking to be in agony. Sasuke wasn't faring any better. He chuckled evilly to himself. Mission accomplished. While everyone was distracted by the flash, he created 3 cage bunchen and had them hinge into flies. He then sent them toward the plant. He could see them hovering even from here. He waited a few minutes for them to finish memorizing the guy's answer sheet. He became good at doing that in these last 6 months as he had read and memorized a lot of books. It's a skill that took a while for him to pick up but is an invaluable one. One of his clones dispersed, allowing him to view its memories. He quickly jotted down the answers on his sheet. It only took him about 3 minutes and he was done. He looked to Hinata and gave her a cheesy thumbs up, causing her to giggle cutely. He decided to lay his head down and have a small nap. He tuned out the sounds of pencil hitting paper as well as the numerous teams that were getting disqualified. Naruto wasn't sure how much time had passed, but he was awakened by the gentle tapping of Hinata. He groaned and stretched his back before sending a thankful smile to the girl, flaring up her blush once again. He just chuckled at her. Looks like we've dropped the incompetent ones. Ibiki commented from the front of the room as he looked at the examinees. Seeming satisfied with what he saw, he spoke. I will now give the final question, since 45 minutes have already passed. Everyone straightened up. Some looked nervous, others looked determined. But before that, there is one thing I must say. There will be a special rule for this last question. I will now explain. This is a hopeless rule. First, you are going to choose if you wish to take the 10th question or not. Ibiki said. Choose. So what happens if we don't take the 10th problem? Tamari questioned agitatedly. If you choose not to take it, your points will be reduced to 0. In other words, you will fail. Your 2 other teammates will fail along with you. He responded with a smirk. What? Of course we'll choose to take it. Shouted one of the genins indignantly. And here is the other rule. If you choose to take it and get it wrong, you will lose the privilege to take the Chunin exams forever. Concluded Ibiki. There was an outcry amongst the examinees at the unfairness of the rule. What kind of dumb rule is that? There should be those here who have taken the Chunin exams in the past. Protested Kiba angrily. Ibiki just chuckled darkly in response. You were unlucky. This year, I am the rule. That is why I gave you the option of quitting. Those who are not confident can choose not to take it and take the exam next year or the year after that. Let us begin. Said Ibiki. The tension in the room shot up exponentially. Many were sweating in fear at the consequences that they were facing. It wasn't surprising that people started to quit. Naruto just lazily leaned back in his chair and watched a drama unfold with amusement. He wasn't afraid of some silly question. Hinata looked to be in awe of his nonchalance and confidence. So much so that she lost a lot of her own doubts, for the moment. After about 10 minutes, Ibiki spoke again. "If you want to quit, now is the chance," he said as he looked around the room. When nobody responded, he nodded his head. "Nice determination. Then. For the first exam, everyone here passes," he finished with a smirk. Most of the examinees were left gaping in confusion at his declaration. "Wait, what's the meaning of that? We passed already? What about the 10th question?" Sakura questioned confusedly. Ibiki just smirked in response once again. "There was no such thing to begin with. Or you can call the two-choice question the 10th question," he answered. "Hey. So what were those previous 9 questions? It was all a waste," protested Temari. "No, it's not. The 9 problems accomplish their purpose. The purpose is to test each individual's information-gathering skills. First, this test's purpose lies in the first rule. Your pass-fail decision is based on your 3-man teams. With that rule, we gave you an unprecedented amount of pressure to not be the one to fail your team. But these test problems cannot be solved by you Genins. So, most people here must have come to the same conclusion. I have to cheat to get points. In other words, it was assumed that everyone was going to cheat. So, we snuck in 2 Chunin who knew the answers to be the target of the cheating. But those who cheated like fools failed, of course," he said before undoing his bandana-style hit I-8, revealing his heavily scarred bald head. It was littered with slash, burn and puncture wounds. It was not a pretty sight. Some genin looked like they were going to be sick. Why? Information can have a greater value than life at times and in missions and battlefields. Information is contested with the lives of people. The information that an enemy gets after being noticed by a third person will not necessarily be accurate. Remember this. Getting incorrect information can cause great damage to your village and teammates. So, we made you gather information in the form of cheating. We kicked out those who were lacking in that field. That's what went on," he explained. "But I still can't agree to that last question," commented Temari. "But the 10th question was the main question of the first test." Seeing the confusion at his words, he continued. "Let me explain. The 10th question was a take or not take choice. Needless to say, it was a painful 2-choice question. Those who did not take it failed with their teams. If you chose to take it and could not answer it, you would have been forever barred from the Chunin exams. It was a very insincere question. How about this 2-choice problem? Let's assume that you have become Chunin. Your mission is to capture a secret document. The number of enemy shinobi, their armaments and abilities are unknown. And there may be traps that they have set up. Now, will you accept this mission or not? Just because your life and the lives of your teammates may be in danger, are you able to avoid dangerous missions? The answer is no. There are missions that carry heavy risk but cannot be avoided. The ability to show your courage to your teammate when needed and the ability to get through a bad situation. That is what we look for in a Chunin, a squad leader. Those who cannot bet their fate in a critical situation. Those who give up when given the chance because there is next year and let their mind sway over an uncertain future. Fools who only carry a light determination like that have no right to become a Chunin. That is what I believe. I am saying that choosing to take it gave the right answer to the difficult 10th question. You can deal with the difficulties you will face. You have broken through the entrance. The first test of the Chunin exam ends now. I wish you luck," Ibiki declared to the collective relief of the participants. His eyes narrowed though towards the window to his right. Naruto sensed the chakra signature approaching at high speeds. The window exploded inwards before a large black ball dropped in the front of the classroom. It then started to unravel before being pinned to the ceiling with 2 different kunai. It appeared to be a banner. On the banner, it read the sexy second proctor. "Mitarashi Anko is here." A beautiful woman was standing before the banner. She had purple hair done up in a pineapple-style ponytail with hazel-colored eyes. She wore a mesh bodysuit with a short orange miniskirt along with a long trench coat. "Everybody, there's no time to be happy. I am the second proctor for the Chunin exams, Mitarashi Anko. Let's go to the next exam. Follow me," she declared, energetically raising her fist into the air. You could hear the crickets chirping in the absolute silence of the classroom. Naruto chuckled at the lively behavior of the woman. She certainly was entertaining, not to mention beautiful. "Learn to read the atmosphere," Ibiki commented after he stepped out from behind the banner. Anko blushed in embarrassment at the reaction she got before looking at the number of hopefuls left. 78. "Ibiki, you let 26 teams pass. Are you going soft?" she commented in a snarky way. "No. It looks like there are a lot of excellent students this time," countered Ibiki. "HMPH. If you say so. I will definitely eliminate at least half of them in the next portion. Anko said ominously. I'm getting excited. Follow me, brats. She commanded before taking off. The rest of the Chunin hopefuls scrambled to follow her. They traveled for about half an hour before coming to a somewhat deserted area of the village. Naruto could take a guess where they were headed to as his training ground wasn't too far from here. Anko came to a stop in front of an ominous-looking forest that seems to be closed off by large fences. There are numerous warnings and danger signs plastered all over the gates of the area. The place almost reeked of death. It made most of the examinees shiver in fear. This is where the second test will take place. Welcome to Training Ground 44, better known as the Forest of Death. And trust me when I say, you will experience firsthand why this place is called the Forest of Death. Announced Anko with a vicious smirk on her face that made most of the genins want to piss themselves. Sakura looked ready to faint on the spot while Sasuke smirked at the thought of a good challenge. The final member of Team 7 though was just lazily staring at the clouds in the sky, not at all bothered by what the examiner was saying. This, of course, pissed the examiner off. She quickly drew a kunai from her sleeve before chucking it at Naruto with deadly precision. He didn't move or even flinch when the kunai grazed his cheek, drawing blood. Anko disappeared before reappearing behind him, catching him in a vice-like embrace before leaning in and licking the blood off his cheek. The display seriously freaked out most of the people there. It's the overconfident ones like you that die first, Blondie. She warned him mockingly. He still had no reaction whatsoever to her. She was irked that he seemed so unfazed and was about to try a different angle when he finally took his eye off the sky and turned to look at her with a placid expression that put her on edge. 97 centimeters. I would estimate a C cup. Naruto said. Anko started blushing furiously at the nerve of the boy. More to the fact that he actually got it right as those were her actual measurements. She had to restrain herself from the normal reaction of going stabby on him. Though I see we have a smart ass here. Would you like me to gut you like a fish, boy? She threatened. Not at all. I can't help myself. As a healthy young man in the midst of puberty, it's only natural that I have such a reaction to being molested in public by a woman, especially one as beautiful as you. He replied sincerely. Her face got even redder at his reply. It was a mixture of embarrassment at being shown up by a genin, anger at her bust size being broadcasted for everyone, as well as being accused of molestation, and bashfulness at being so genuinely complimented, even if it was in such a weird situation. Nobody she knew would ever have the balls to try that with her, especially with her reputation. Before she could respond to the cute blonde, she felt a presence behind her causing her to draw her kunai. She saw a long tongue appear over her shoulder holding the kunai she threw earlier at Naruto. The tongue belonged to a long-haired Kusagakure genin. Naruto used every ounce of his training to keep his expression from changing, when in actuality he had to fight the urge to vomit. The emotions he was sensing from the Kusa genin were nauseating. They were vile and disgusting. She had almost as much chakra as the Hokage, and it was corrupt. His natural instincts were telling him to get as far away from this person as possible. He made a mental note to stay away from that person. Here is your kunai. The Kusa genin said to Anko. Thank you. She replied. But don't stand behind me like that. That is, unless you want to die young. She advised me. Well, I get itchy when I see blood. Also, my precious hair was cut, so I got a little excited. I'm sorry. Said the Kusa genin before walking away. It looks like there are a lot of hot-headed people here today. This is going to be interesting. Commented Anko with a smirk. The most hot-headed one here is you. Naruto deadpanned her, causing a small blush to appear on her face once again, before shooting him a spicy glare as she walked back to her position at the main gate of the Forest of Death. Before we begin the second test, I'm going to pass these out to everyone. She said as she pulled out a stack of flyers. These are consent forms. Those taking this exam must sign these. Why? Asked Kiba. From here on out, people will die. Therefore we need people's consent before we continue. This states that myself and by extension Konoha are in no way responsible for your death. She answered cheerfully, causing a shiver to go down the spines of the participants. Now, I will begin the explanation of the second test. To be blunt, you will all go through an extreme survival match. First, I will explain the area's geographical features. Training Ground 44 is a circular region surrounded by 44 locked gate entrances. There is a river, a forest and a tower in the middle. The tower is approximately 10 kilometers away from the gates. Inside this limited space, you will go through a certain survival program. The program consists of a competition where anything goes. Over these scrolls. She explained while holding up one white and one blue scroll. The scroll of heaven and the scroll of earth. You will fight over these scrolls. A total of 26 teams passed the first test. Half of those teams will receive the scroll of heaven. The other half will receive the scroll of earth. Each team will get one of these scrolls. Simply put, you will have to fight over these. she said. And? What's needed to pass? Sasuke asked. Easy. Bring the scrolls of heaven and earth to the tower with your teammates, replied Anko. In other words, the 13 teams, or half the people here, that get their scrolls stolen will fail, deduced Sakura. But it needs to be done within a time limit of 120 hours. Or exactly 5 days, said Anko. 5 days, shouted Ino in dismay. What about food? Worried Chaoji. Scrounge it up yourself. The forest is a treasure box of nature. There should be plenty of food, she replied. However, there are a lot of man-eating beasts, poison bugs and poisonous plants. Kabuto warned, causing Chaoji to groan in apprehension. Stupid, that's why it's called survival, chided Ino. Also, it is not possible for 13 teams, or 39 people, to pass, the broody Hyuga said. As time passes, you will be required to move more. So, the time to rest your body becomes shorter. This seems quite rough, Rock Lee said with a challenging smile on his face, causing his teeth to sparkle. People will get hurt in the process of fighting over a scroll, and those who cannot bear this program's strictness will emerge as well, announced Anko. Excuse me, but can we quit in between? Shikamaru questioned. Naruto chuckled to himself at his predictable behavior. As a rule, you are not allowed to give up during the exam. You will spend 5 days in the forest, answered Anko. Just as I thought. How troublesome, whispered Shikamaru. While we're on this topic, here are the conditions that will fail you. First, a team that cannot bring both scrolls to the tower with 3 teammates will fail. Second, a team that loses a teammate or produces an unrecoverable teammate will fail. Also, just as a note, you are not allowed to look inside the scrolls until you reach the tower. If you become a Chunin, you will be handling top secret documents. This rule is put in place to determine your reliability, Anko said. After that explanation, teams were asked to enter a small hut where they handed over their consent forms and received their scroll, as well as the gate number from which they will enter the forest. This was done privately of course, as such none of the teams knew what scrolls the other carried. Team 7 stood before gate 12. Sasuke and Naruto didn't look too bothered by the test. Strangely though, Sakura seemed to be really fired up. Naruto wondered what that was about. The second test is about to begin. Here's one last piece of advice for you. Don't die. Anko shouted as a bang went off signaling the start of the test. The teams immediately raced into the forest. As soon as Naruto stepped foot in the forest, he was hit with a cacophony of different sensations. The sensation was almost unbearable, so much so that he dropped to a single knee. His head throbbed in fury at the overload he was experiencing. Ayu-chan, what is happening? He questioned in his mind through gritted teeth. If I had to guess, your negative emotion sensing ability is overloaded from the sheer negativity of this forest. Even discounting the other genin, this place seems to be crawling with all manner of beasts, insects and man-eating plants. They all give off negative emotions. You haven't been exposed to such an environment before, as such you aren't able to handle the multitude of emotions that you are unconsciously sensing right now. Even though you did train a lot these last few months, this ability isn't something you can train actively without being exposed to a large deposit of negative emotions, like this forest, on a regular basis. Kyuubi explained. Naruto just gritted his teeth in annoyance. It was the first time since the wave that he was exposed to such an unfavorable situation. Boy dope, what are you doing? Questioned Sasuke. Nothing, just taking the time to orient myself. He replied to Sasuke. Can you turn it off? He asked. I can, however, we aren't sure if you will ever be allowed in this place ever again. If I were you, I would take the time to train here for the next few days so that something like this doesn't happen again in the future, suggested Kyuubi. You're right. I need to find a way to separate from my team though. I also need to make sure they are protected while I'm busy. Shut off the ability for a while till I can break away from them, he said. After the Kyuubi shut off his ability, he finally collected himself before making his way through the forest with his team. He kept an eye out for any dangers as they went by and discreetly made a shadow clone and had it henge into a copy of the Heaven Scroll that his team possessed. His team's scroll was currently tucked away in Sasuke's kunai holster. He wanted to be the one to keep it, but Sasuke and his groupie looked like they were about to throw a hissy fit. He decided to do it the old-fashioned way. After arriving in a clearing where they could take the time to strategize, Naruto made use of his mastery of the Kawarimi and switched the real scroll with his transformed clone. This would serve the purpose of preventing anyone from getting their scroll, as well as alert him to any dangers his team would face by dispelling. Now that he got that done, he needed to move on to the next phase of his plan. After Sasuke made up some ridiculous password, Naruto excused himself, citing the need to urinate. Sakura just pulled a face at that. As he made his way deeper into the foliage, he found a secluded spot that was perfect for his needs. He made a single cold cage bunshin. After exposing the upper body of his clone, he got to work drawing a multitude of seals on the clone's body. This was done to augment the almost non-existent endurance of shadow clones. If he was going to take the time to train his sensory ability in this forest, he needed to make sure that his clone could take hits as well as protect his team. He drew extra strength durability seals, as well as reinforcement seals that were connected to a chakra storage seal, located in the pocket of his clone. Every night, before going to sleep, he would fill these special storage seals with chakra to use as a battery if he ever needed. The reinforcement seals would use the chakra from the storage scroll as a source to continuously power the clone to prevent it from being dispelled. It wasn't a perfect solution, but there was very little that could touch him in this forest. His entire taijutsu style was based on dodging and evasion, coupled with his ridiculous speed and inhuman reflexes and dexterity, made it so that he could very rarely be beaten by opponents close to or below his level. With that in mind, he sent his clone off with instructions to keep his team safe, as well as avoid any big battles, in other words, get the scroll and get to the tower as fast as possible. After his clone took off, Naruto settled in the hollow of a tree. It provided him with good cover and obscured him from view. He needed to get a hold of his ability before it became a liability to him in the future. Page Bunshin no Jutsu. He made at least 300 clones and had them henge into different plants and animals. They could still use the negative emotion sensing while being under henge, this way it prevents them from being too conspicuous. Afterwards, he bit his thumb, drawing blood, before going through a series of hand cells before slamming his hand onto the ground. Uchiha no Jutsu. In a puff of smoke, a fox, about twice as large as Akamaru appeared. It was pitch black with intelligent gold eyes and a single white tipped tail. She gave a cute yip when she laid eyes on him. Naruto-sama. It's been a while. What can I do for you? She questioned in an enthusiastic voice. Hey Saya. Yeah, it has. I need you to complete a small task for me. Are you up for it? He asked. Of course, Naruto-sama. Just tell me. I'm ready. She said with an adorable growl, showing she meant business. Naruto chuckled at her cute behavior, scratching her behind her ears, making her turn into a blissful puddle of goo. He petted her for a few more minutes before pulling out a torn piece of cloth out of his pocket. I need you to follow the scent of this person. He has whitish gray hair and round spectacles. I want you to shadow him discreetly and find out what he is up to. If he spots you, then make sure to dispel, don't take any chances. I'll see you in the tower in about 5 days to hear your report. Good luck, girl. He said as she sniffed the cloth before racing off to his left. He let out a sigh, hoping his little friend would be alright. It was thanks to the Kyuubi that he was able to become a summoner of the Kitsune clan. She told him of the story Kushina heard from Minato about how Jiraiya became a toad summoner. Naruto, never one to miss an opportunity, did the hand seals for them and found himself reverse summoned to the realm of the Kitsune. The clan, surprisingly, welcomed him with open arms. Not because of Kyuubi, like he initially thought, but because of his nature as a trickster. The Kyuubi was a happy surprise to them. It seems that every person is aligned to a certain animal, and Naruto, in a weird twist of fate, was actually aligned to the Kitsune. Overall, he was happy with his summons. They were quite versatile. They could be used for tracking, stealth, combat and most importantly, pranks. The Kitsune that he just summoned was Saya, his personal summons, and the daughter to the boss summon and matriarch of the Kitsune clan, Yuri. With his preparations finally done, he asked Kaio-chan to stop holding his ability back. Once again he was hit by a freight train of negativity. It disorientated him for a while before he buckled down and tried to wade through it. His clones were in the same predicament. It was a bit tough at first, but he was confident that it won't take more than a few days to have his ability fully under control. Scene change. It was just under 3 days since he first entered the forest, and Naruto was finally in control of his negative emotion sensing. He could now filter out the unnecessary findings as well as pinpoint emotions, should he need to. It made it easier to find threats and spot dishonesty. Naruto was sure that there were very few people in this world that would be able to successfully lie to him. Well done, brat. I have to say I'm impressed. You mastered this ability far quicker than that uppity little skank, Uzumaki Mido. Congratulations to Kyuubi. Naruto was currently making his way through the forest towards his team. Eh? Did Uzumaki Mido also have this ability? Naruto questioned. She did. She often used it on that tree-hugging monkey husband of hers when he was up to mischief. As much as I hate that frigid bitch, she was quite talented in the sealing arts, far better than that useless sperm donor of yours or his worthless sensei. She sealed me in such a way that I barely affected her at all, while she had full access to my chakra and abilities. Just thinking about it pisses me off. Kyuubi ran. Calm down, Kaio-chan. She's dead, remember. Besides, while she's rotting in the ground, you get to accompany a sexy beast like me as we cause mayhem across the elemental nations. So in the end, you won. Naruto commented happily, causing her to deadpan at him. Yeah, right. I can't help but feel that I got the short end of the stick. That bitch is probably laughing at my misery, wherever she is. Kyuubi said with a pout on her face. Ahaha. You really know how to punch me in the heart, Kyu-chan. But it's okay. I know you're at Sundeer. So no matter what you say, I know you love me. Declared Naruto with a knowing smile on his face. He looked completely assured of his conclusion. I caused Kyuubi to blush brightly in her cage. HMPH. You keep telling yourself that you are an impudent mortal. She scoffed at him. The harder you try to deny it, the more believable you make it, Kyu-chan. He teased with a sly smile on his face. You. Stop insinuating these preposterous things. I'm not at Sundeer. And for the last fucking time. Stop calling me Kyu-chan. She roared petulantly. You fufu. No one can do Kyu-chan. Until you tell me your real name, that's what I'm going to call you. He reminded her, much to her chagrin. He stopped suddenly and fought the urge to be physically ill. Oh sweet sage. That is absolutely nasty. He moaned, his face turning a little green. What happened was that Naruto received the memory feedback of the clone disguised as the scroll of heaven he left with Sasuke. It seemed that they were intercepted by the crazy Kusa-genin with a long tongue and vile chakra. His reinforced clone was separated from Sasuke and Sakura by a high-powered Fueton. She then blasted Pinky and Broody with some impressive killing intent. It seemed like Sasuke offered their scroll to appease the clearly op genin to allow them to pass. That backfired as the creepy bitch actually swallowed it. If it was any other time, Naruto might have been impressed and even a little turned on by that ability, but his clone decided to give his team an advantage and used the Bunshin Daibakuha while in the stomach of the Kusa-genin. That unfortunately meant that Naruto now has the intimate knowledge of what it's like to be swallowed whole. The plus side was that now, no matter how strong that crazy bitch was, she won't get away unscathed from that internal attack. He hopes that his reinforced clone gets there in time to prevent them from. Wait. Kyu-chan. How did that weirdo swallow my clone? The henge is supposed to be an illusion. What she did shouldn't even be possible. He pointed out. The FFT. After all these months you finally figured it out. How do you think you could fool those high-level shinobi with your transformed clones for your spy network? Regular shinobi henge is an illusion. However, like I told you before, even though I'm not a real fox, I still have the characteristics of one. Foxes are tricksters by nature. They excel at illusions and transformations. My chakra present in your body allowed you to unconsciously mutate your regular henge to a solid transformation. It's why that ridiculous Warak no jutsu of yours is so potent. You are actually transforming into a woman. Kyuubi explained. Would you look at that? I guess I've been doing it for so long that it became natural to me. I never thought to question it. Damn. The applications of this can be devastating. I'll think about it a little later though. He said as he leisurely made his way through the forest. You don't seem to be in too much of a hurry to reach your team. They could be in danger, you know. She pointed out. As much as I dislike Sasuke and Sakura as people, I'm not cruel enough to wish for their deaths. My reinforced clone should be more than enough to pull them out of any situation. Besides, while that Kusa-genin was giving off major killing intent, it was mostly for intimidation purposes. There was no actual desire to kill. She seemed far too fixated on Sasuke. It was a little creepy. She was giving off major Yandere vibes. I think the worst that could happen is Sasuke being raped. I think we can live with that result. Besides, I'm going to see if I can gather the scroll necessary for us to pass. He commented offhandedly. Kyuubi just sweat dropped at his casual attitude to his teammates being in mortal danger. Oh well, if that little bastard from that accursed clan suffers a little, then it's a win in her book. Naruto stopped suddenly as he heard a scream pierce the forest, along with a healthy dose of fear. Never one to deny someone help when he could, he took off in the direction of the scream to see if he could offer his aid. He kept moving at high speed until he came upon a wide clearing. He instantly spotted the dead bodies of two boys. It looked like they were mauled to death. All in all, it wasn't a pretty sight. The feeling of fear increased and he looked to see a huge bear cornering a young girl. She looked to be around his age, maybe a year older. The sun Agakure 8 signified her allegiance to the grass country. She wore a full-body mesh suit that started just below her neck and went down to her ankles. She had an olive shirt with an orange strip running through it horizontally on her upper body that was left open, along with a black skirt and black shinobi sandals on her feet. She also had alluring red eyes with narrow-framed spectacles. What caught his attention though, was the beautiful shade of red that her hair was. He was man enough to admit that he had a bit of a mother complex, something that the Kyuubi never let him hear the end of. He also had a fetish for red hair. He wondered if Haku-chan would be upset if she learned that. She would probably freeze his balls. Damn. He needed to stop thinking like that. All in all, Naruto found the girl to be very attractive and he knew she would grow up to be one hell of a beauty in the future. Finally snapping himself out of his ogling, he sprang into action as the bear got nearer. The girl closed her eyes in resignation as the bear closed in on her. She knew she was going to die. However, as she waited to be killed, nothing happened. She waited a few more minutes and still nothing happened. She suddenly heard the sound of whimpering. She opened her eyes and saw a sight that would be forever imprinted in her mind. A tall, handsome blonde with shaggy hair that reached his neck, dressed in a white yukata with blue snowflake designs on the bottom and sleeves along with a blue spiral on the back, held together by an azure obi. He had a black shirt with orange trimmings and black pants with knee-high black boots that were buckled at the top. She felt her cheeks heating up at the sight of him. He had a serious expression on his face, which she now noticed had 3 light whisker-like marks on either cheek, as well as the brightest blue eyes she has ever seen. He was staring the bear down with that serious expression on his face, and the monstrous bear was actually whimpering in submission at his very presence. She felt her nubile young body heat up at his show of dominance. What was even more intoxicating to her was the feel of his chakra. It was huge. The most chakra she has ever felt from a person. It was also so full of warmth and love. Like it was giving her a reassuring hug. She felt the protectiveness and security that he gave off. It saturated her very being. She also felt the darker, more deadly undercurrent of his chakra, showing that he wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty to defend what's his. As she watched a bear run off with its tail between its legs, she couldn't help but remember the romance novels that she loves reading. Where the dashing hero swoops in and saves the princess at the last minute. This was exactly that scene. When she looked into his kind and compassionate eyes, she knew she was hooked. As a kunoichi, she was never one to believe in love at first sight and all that other mumbo-jumbo civilian girls spoke of. That was all fantasy to her. But as she gazed upon her knight in shining armor, she knew she was hooked and there was no going back for her. "Hello miss. Are you hurt?" he questioned gently. Even his voice was smooth and enthralling to her. She snapped out of her daydream when she was him looking at her with concern, she blushed even brighter. "Why yes. I'm okay." She managed to get out. He smiled, reached out and gently took her soft dainty hand in his larger calloused one and helped her to her feet. She absolutely loved how her hand fit perfectly in his. She could feel the butterflies raging in her stomach. "My name is Naruto. Would it be too much to ask for your name miss?" he asked her. My name is Karen. Thank you for saving me. I thought I was going to die for a moment," she said to her savior. He smiled gently in response to her. "It's no problem with Karen-chan. I'm never one to sit back when someone is in trouble. I'm thankful that I was able to make it in time to save someone as beautiful as you," he complimented, causing her to blush prettily. "I'm sorry I wasn't able to make it in time to save your teammates." Karen scoffed at that, making him look at her in a bit of surprise. "Don't be. Those idiots thought it would be a good idea to use me as bait for other teams. They were arrogant assholes who didn't even care for my well-being. I'm kind of upset that I won't be able to advance, but I won't mourn those idiots," she said. Naruto just sweat dropped at her blunt comments. This girl sure had quite the personality. He would be lying if he said he wasn't a little attracted. "I see. Well in that case, do you need assistance with the tower? I will have to leave to get my team soon so I can make a clone to escort you to safety," he suggested. She lit up in happiness and sent him a grateful look. "Thank you so much. I'm not much of a frontline fighter, so I'm not really confident in my fighting ability. Oh. Before I forget, here is my team scroll. It's not much, but it's the least I can do to save me, along with this as well," she said as she handed over her scroll of earth before getting on her tiptoes and planting a kiss on his cheek. She pulled back and avoided his eyes while having an atomic blush on her face. He just smiled at her before making a shadow clone that he slapped a durability seal on. The clone scooped her up and carried her bridal style, causing her to let out a cute eep. "Yufufu. Thank you for the scroll and the wonderful kiss, Karen-chan. I hope we can meet again in the future," he told her, and he genuinely meant it. Maybe when he is finally ready to move on from Haku-chan, he might give it a shot with her. She was totally his type after all. His clone immediately took off in the direction of the tower. As he watched her go, he walked towards the location his team was currently in. He walked for about 20 minutes before stopping. He could sense them not too far away, so he made a shadow clone and transformed it into a sparrow and had it go to his reinforced clone to get him to come to him. He had to wait for about 5 minutes before his clone showed up. After giving the signal, the clone dispelled itself. He was immediately hit with the events of the past 3 days from the clone's point of view. From the aimed in that they ran into, the strong gust of wind that blew him away, the giant snake that swallowed him which he dispatched with ease, as well as the creepy Kusa Yandere who turned out to be Orochimaru of the Sannin. An S-ranked nuke nin and one of the greatest traitors of Konoha. It turned out that he had an unhealthy interest in Sasuke. He smacked Team 7 around a bit before extending his neck in an inhuman manner and sinking his fangs into Sasuke's neck, giving him some sort of brand. His joke about Sasuke being raped echoed in his mind and made him turn a little green. There was no way Naruto could have ever stopped something like that. While he had confidence in his strength, he wasn't suicidal enough to directly take on one of the Sannin. The brand though, that was something that caught Naruto's interest. It appeared to be a Juinjutsu, a branch of Kenjutsu that he was quite interested in. He made a note to make a copy of the seal on Sasuke to see if he could unravel it. After finally assimilating all the information of his clone, he walked towards the makeshift camp of his team. He knew Sasuke was unconscious, and Sakura was absolutely useless at almost everything. He reached the outskirts of the clearing where the camp was located in about 5 minutes, only to see quite the scene before him. Sakura stood with her back facing Sasuke, in a defensive position, holding a kunai. Naruto noticed that her previously long hair was now at shoulder length. Rock Lee was also there, holding his right ear that was bleeding. It seemed that he was there to aid Sakura. He also spotted Team 10 around, also lending a helping hand as well as the rest of Lee's team standing on a tree above the action. It seemed that they came to collect their teammate. They were all facing the lone Itagiker team that caused a scene in the beginning of the exam. He recognized Lee's injury as the same that Kabuto suffered from the blow of the metallic device on the arm of the mummified Odo Nin. Naruto could only sweat dropped. In less than 10 minutes that his clone left to meet him, his team was able to get in this much trouble. How was that even possible? As it stood, he couldn't be sure of the intentions of the other Konoha teams, so he needed to show that they weren't easy pickings. Yeah. I leave you for a few minutes Sakura-san, and you managed to land yourself in trouble again. I'm honestly baffled. Naruto said as he walked out the foliage with a placid expression on his face, drawing the attention of everyone in the clearing. Sakura let out a breath of relief at seeing him. Great, another one of these tree-hugging faggots. They just keep popping up like cockroaches. Sneered the Odo Nin with the Hapuri style 8. It doesn't matter to Zaku. We'll eliminate them all if they get in our way. Said the mummified one. Ha. Now you're speaking my language Dosu. Said the now identified Zaku. Urara. I'm afraid I can't allow you to bully my teammates any longer. Is it too much to ask you to leave? He inquired. We are here to kill the Uchiha. We don't care about what you think. If you get in our way, you will die too. Warned Dosu. Naruto just sighed tiredly. Ha. People are always so quick to resort to violence. Naruto said. The one named Zaku was about to attack him before vile sensation spread across the clearing. It was disgusting to most of the genin there, but Naruto was able to recognize it. It wasn't too dissimilar to Orochimaru's chakra. He looked to the origins of it and spotted Sasuke groggily making his way out of the hollow of a tree. He had black flame-like patterns running across the left side of his face, originating from the Juinjutsu that Orochimaru marked him with. The entire clearing was put on edge at the danger that he was emanating. Sakura. Who did that to you? He questions. He went on to give some spiel about being an Avenger and giving his body over to the devil and blah blah blah. Naruto tuned out his melodrama. I did. Zaku screamed out. Sasuke focused his attention on him. His partner, Dosu, was getting nervous. He understood the implications of Sasuke surviving the curse seal. Dosu. Don't be afraid of that half-dead guy. He said arrogantly. No, stop Zaku. Don't you understand? Dosu tried to warn him but he didn't listen. I'll kill them all with this. I'll finish this in a flash. Zaku declared. He stretched out his arms in Sasuke's direction before screaming out. Zankyu Kukuha. A large vortex of wind burst from the tubes embedded in his arms, causing destruction in its path. Naruto was going to intervene, but decided to just sit back and see what Sasuke does, especially under the influence of that curse seal. They blew up into pieces. Zaku concluded. Who did? Sasuke from behind him before delivering a backhanded punch, launching him in the direction of his teammates. Zaku? Dosu cried out. He's fast. Zaku coughed out. His and Daisy's eyes widened when they saw him going through hand seals rapidly. Pain. Housenkan no Jutsu. Sasuke breathed out fireballs in the direction of the Odo Nin. Don't get cocky. I'll erase it. Zaku declared before using his unorthodox wind technique to put out the fire, not realizing there were shuriken that Sasuke hid in the individual fireballs. He couldn't dodge and was immediately pelted with it. Zaku. Below you. Dosu warned. But it was too late. Sasuke used his newfound speed to get in a crouched position before Zaku, before swiveling behind him, simultaneously hitting the back of his legs, forcing him to his knees, planting a foot on his back and bending both of Zaku's arms backward. You seem to be proud of these arms. Sasuke said, with a sick smile on his face. He bent his arms even further, getting perverse enjoyment from the position of power. He bent them until a snap rang throughout the clearing, followed by Zaku's screams. The rest of the Konoha genin looked on in disgust and shock at his actions. Ino and Sakura looked horrified at his actions. Sasuke turned towards the other Odo Nin, that disgusting smile still on his face, ready to take them on as well, before Naruto appeared behind him without so much as a sound and chopped the back of his neck. The marks covering his body receded before he lost consciousness. Yeah. Honestly, sometimes I feel like a babysitter. The two of you seem to have an unprecedented talent at getting into trouble. Naruto commented exhaustively as he pinched the bridge of his nose. He turned towards Dosu and spoke to him with his usual placid expression. The way I see it, you have two options right now. Number 1, you leave your scroll and take your teammates and run as far as you can. Number 2, I beat you within an inch of your life and take your scroll anyway. He said casually. It put the entire clearing on edge. Nobody even saw him move when he got behind Sasuke. His expression put them even more on edge. The casual way he threw out that threat, like it was an indisputable fact, made them nervous. You peace-loving hippies won't even try something like that. Commented Dosu with false confidence. He was trying to find a way to make an escape. The blonde looked to be more agreeable compared to the Uchiha. He was hoping he could take advantage of that to get his team out of here with their scroll intact. Before anything else could be said, an overwhelming amount of killing intent flooded the clearing. It was suffocating to the genin in the clearing. Pure, unadulterated fear flooded their bodies and minds. They saw visions of their brutal deaths over and over. They could almost feel the painful sensation of it. Most of them dropped to their knees, fighting the urge to pass out. They would have been shocked to find out that Naruto was holding back a lot of his intent. It was meant as an intimidation tactic, not to make them pass out. Suddenly it lifted, and the genin in the clearing found themselves heaving at the sensations that they felt. Most of them looked up to see Naruto, still standing in the same spot with that same unnerving placid smile on his face. I'm going to ask again, Shinobi-kun. What will you do? He questioned calmly. Nobody missed the steel within his voice this time. Dosu was scared out of his mind. He thought that the Uchiha kid was bad with the curse mark. This guy, on the other hand, was a monster. He had to fight to keep control of his bowels in his presence. He shakily reached into his holster and placed his scroll of heaven on the ground. He carefully gathered his two teammates, never taking his eyes off the blonde, and retreated from the clearing as fast as possible. The clearing was silent for a moment before Naruto turned to face the other teams in the clearing, making them tense up. Well, now that the drama is over. Do you plan on fighting me for my team's scroll? Or will you be on your way? He asked evenly. Team 10 honestly just wanted to get the fuck out of there as fast as possible. They were not a combat team. And seeing what Sasuke did, as well as how dangerous Naruto seemed to have become, they wanted to leave immediately. They slowly backed away, never turning their backs, before sprinting in the opposite direction. Team 9 just came to pick up their missing member, so they didn't really care one way or the other. They already had their scrolls. Naruto made sure to tell Tenten to give his thanks to Lee for protecting his teammates. When everybody left, Naruto picked up Sasuke by the scruff of his neck, walked over to Sakura and grabbed a hold of her arms before disappearing in a vortex of wind. When they reappeared, they were at the entrance of the tower. After Naruto finished his impromptu training of his sensory ability, he made about 100 clones and asked them to scout the competition in the exam. One of them made their way to the tower and got the general location just in case Naruto needed to use the Shunshin to get there, like he did now. He walked into the tower with a gaping Sakura on his tail. After reading the inscription on the wall about heaven and earth, he realized what needed to be done. He unfurled both the heaven and earth scrolls and threw them forward. In a puff of smoke, Iruka-sensei appeared from the scroll. Long time since I saw Naruto. Congratulations Team 7 on passing the second test of the Chunin exams. He praised me. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. However, it's not all happy news. Could you take us to Jiji? We have some information that he might be interested in. Naruto said with a rare serious tone of voice. After seeing Sakura's scared expression and the passed out Sasuke, Iruka just nodded and guided them to Hokage Same. It looked like there was trouble on the horizon. Chapter 6. Making the cut. Naruto and Sakura found themselves standing before the Hokage, with Anko, Kakashi and Ibiki being present as well. The atmosphere was tense as both Naruto and Sakura recounted their encounter with Orochimaru to those present. The Hokage took some time to mull the information over. He set his eyes on Naruto. Naruto-kun, did he mention anything else that can be of importance? Sandai asked. Naruto knew he had to tread carefully in terms of what he revealed. He had to take care to reveal half-truths and give them enough to go on without endangering his own position. He won't leave them in the dark though, he isn't that much of a cruel bastard. Like I said before Jiji, he went on some long monologue about being a Sannin, how disappointed he was in Sasuke for not being as strong as some dude named Itachi, how surprised he was that Sasuke still had some tricks up his sleeve, and how Sasuke would seek him out for power. Honestly, Sakura and I were basically just bystanders. That pale pedo was way too interested in Sasuke. The rape face he directed at the emo king made even me clench my asshole. I don't want to think about what he would have done to Sasuke if Sakura and I weren't there. It would be way worse than the Hiki, that's for sure. Explained Naruto, like he was discussing the weather. The Hokage had a large sweat drop on the side of his face. Anko, despite the seriousness of the situation and her personal investment in it, couldn't help but snicker at the way he gave his report. Ibiki wasn't any better with that amused smirk on his face. Sakura looked like she wanted to berate Naruto, but being in a room with some of the most powerful shinobi in the village, along with her memory of the killing intent Naruto unleashed in the forest, made her wisely stay her hand. Kakashi was just leaning against the wall, a bit worried about the well-being of his student. I see. This certainly is a troubling situation. The Hokage said. He glanced at Anko, who looked like she was about to protest, and held up his hand to silence her. I know how you feel, Anko, and I would like to cancel the exams, if I could. But the fact of the matter is that it is too late for that. We would be painting a target on our backs to enemy villages if we show weakness at this point. We will have to go on and tread carefully while keeping a close eye on Sasuke-kun, who seems to have caught my old student's interest. The occupants took time to mull over that information. The security of their village was compromised and it wasn't a small matter at all. They needed to find a way to handle this situation without incurring any casualties. They were broken from their thoughts by the sounds of tiny footsteps that seemed to be scampering in their direction. The jounin in the room were immediately on guard. The door burst open and a black fox jumped into Naruto's arms. Naruto-sama. She cried out happily. Ha ha hey Saya-chan. It's good to see you again. Did you complete the mission I assigned you? He asked her, to which she gave an enthusiastically affirmative nod. Phew. That's my girl. I knew I could count on you. He praised while rubbing her belly, causing her to purr in absolute bliss at his ministrations. Naruto-kun. Who is yours? Friend. The Hokage asked carefully. A bit on edge at seeing a fox. Oh, this is my personal summons, Saya. He said casually, never once stopping his petting of her. The Hokage tensed up once again upon hearing that. There was no fox summoning contract in Konoha. He started to think the worst case scenario, that the Kyuubi was somehow influencing him. And how did you get the fox summoning contract? The Hokage inquired. Oh, I saw them in the library, so I thought. How cool would it be to summon like a dragon or something? So I did and somehow ever summoned myself to the realm of the Kitsune. They were pretty chill about me being there and the boss offered me a chance to sign their contract. I said yes, and here we are. He explained. The Sandaime let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Naruto's situation was similar to what happened to Jiraiya. He would have his student discreetly check out the seal though, just in case. While this was going on, the females in the room, namely Anko and Sakura, had to hold themselves back from squealing at the cute scene of Naruto pampering the adorable fox. They desperately wanted to glomp the tiny ball of fluff. Okay Saya, I'll pamper you more later on. For now, give me your report. He ordered. She immediately straightened up. Hi. As you instructed, I followed the four-eyed one through most of the forest. He didn't show much difference from his usual facade, but a few hours ago, he met with a pale man, calling him Orochimaru-sama. The pale one said the marking was successful and told Four Eyes to keep his eye on his prize. He also told Four Eyes that he should keep a low profile and contact their allies soon. Saya reported. Looks like I was right. Thanks for the great work, Saya. Take a rest for now. I'll summon you again later with some treats ready as a reward. Naruto said. Saya just yipped happily and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto-kun. The Hokage called out to him. He noticed that the Jounins were also focused on him. He discreetly made a motion toward Sakura. The Hokage got the message and called a Chunin in to escort her out of the room. Once she was gone, Naruto gave his findings. At the start of the exam, when I was standing with the rest of the rookies, we were approached by a man named Yakushi Kabuto. I was immediately suspicious of the guy. His chakra reserves were much too large for a genin. He had as much as Kakashi-sensei, and the smooth way in which it flowed suggested that his control was almost perfect. Far better than anyone else in this village, yourself included. He said. Wait. The Hokage held up his hand, looking a little baffled. You mean you can tell how much chakra a person has? And how can you tell if he had perfect chakra control? Asked the Hokage, looking perplexed at what he was hearing. You mean you can't? Naruto pondered, seeing the incredulous expressions he was receiving. I have been able to do it for a while. And I know he has perfect chakra control because his chakra was smooth and undisturbed, similar to Sakura, who Kakashi-sensei said has perfect chakra control. He explained. Naruto-kun, this is amazing. Why didn't you tell anyone you had this ability? He questioned. Well, I thought that everybody could do it. You know better than anyone that everything I know is self-taught. I didn't see anything unique about my ability because I thought all shinobi had it. Shrugged Naruto. He was obviously lying through his teeth, but he needed to cover his tracks in a way that didn't draw suspicion on him. The Hokage winced, nodding in understanding and a little sadness before motioning him to continue. Like I said, the guy was hella suspicious. Even when those Odonin attacked him at the beginning, I noticed that he was forcing himself to move in a subpar manner. All those things combined sent warning bells in my head. I wanted to be sure of my suspicions, so I summoned Saya as soon as we got into the forests and had her track him down. The rest, you heard from her. It seems that he is a spy for Orochimaru," he concluded. Those in the room were impressed with his ability as well as the vital piece of information he brought them. Ibiki was smirking at the irony of it, seeing as this exam so far was to test the information gathering ability of the genins, and Naruto did just that by scoring important information for his village. The kid definitely had his vote for Chunin. "Thank you for your hard work, Naruto-kun. I'm sure you'd like a rest from the troubles you faced in the forest. You can go relax in your quarters, we will take it from here," advised the Hokage. "Alright. See you later, Jiji," he replied before leaving the room. "Such a promising young boy," the Hokage commented. Scene change. It's been a little over a day and a half since Team 7 reached the tower, and it was spent mostly with Sakura making a fuss over Sasuke like some mother hen, with said last Uchiha looking as though he's trying to break a Guinness World Record for brooding. He's been in an even worse mood since he regained consciousness. Being told that he couldn't use his new power as well as the fact that Naruto so easily took him out, well, let's just say it's not all sunshine and daisies in Uchiha land at the moment. Naruto passed the time by playing with Saya, chatting up to Mari, as well as spending time with Iruka-sensei. He couldn't do much else with all the eyes present in the tower, so he just decided to relax. Currently, the genins that overcame the harsh conditions of the second test are assembled in what looks like a combat room, listening to the Sandaime Hokage drone on about how the Chunin exams are a replacement for war and all that jazz. Honestly, Naruto wondered if these people just loved the sound of their own voices. He looked around the room to assess the teams that qualified. He noticed all the rookie teams made it, along with Midogai's team. The Suna team, the Odo team as well as Kabuto's team all qualified. It was quite the collection of individuals. He was broken out by a sickly-looking guy with a sword strapped to his back, jumping down to the floor they were standing on. Jekko Hyde, the cough. Proctor for the third test. Cough. Will explain, said the sickly-looking dude. Naruto's sweat dropped. This guy was in serious need of a cough drop. Everyone, before the third test. Cough. There is something I want you to do. Cough. Do. Fight in some preliminary battles to see who advances to the main stage of the third test. He stated. Preliminary matches. What do you mean? Shikamaru questioned agitatedly. Preliminary matches. I don't understand. Why can't we start the third test with the remaining examinees? Sakura asked. In this case. Cough. It must have been because the first and second exam were. Cough. Too easy, I don't know. But there are two. Cough. Many examinees left. According to Chunin regulations, we must decrease the number of participants for the third test. As previously mentioned by Hokage-sama, there are many. Cough. Guests for the third test, so. We cannot just have a lot of matches. We are limited on time as well. So, those who aren't feeling well. Cough. Excuse me. If anyone wants to quit after hearing the explanation, please let me know. The preliminary matches will begin immediately. Hyde explained. Immediately Kiba cried out. But we just got through the second test. Ino whimpered. I forgot to mention that you will have one-on-one matches from here on out. So please withdraw if you wish. Hyde added. There was silence as many participants started looking around, seeing if they could spot potential weaknesses. I'll quit. Came the unexpected, expected in some cases, voice of Kabuto. Naruto glanced at the Hokage and noticed him discreetly signaling his Anbu. Naruto decided to leave it to them to deal with, for the most part. He will still continue to tail Kabuto, just in case. May I assume that no more people wish to retire? Hyde questioned. When no one answered, he continued. Let's begin the preliminary matches. It will be a one-on-one match. In other words, it will be like real combat. Now that we have exactly 20 people here, we will have 10 matches. And the winners will be able to advance to the third test. There are no rules. You will fight until the other person dies, is knocked out. Cough. Or admits defeat. If you do not want to die, please give up immediately. However, I will judge if a match is over. Cough. I may stop you to prevent unnecessary deaths. The thing that will hold your destiny. He signaled to Anko, who spoke into her earpiece. A screen on the wall in front of the genins opened up. Will be this. This electronic bulletin board will randomly display the names of 2 fighters for each match. Without further ado, I will display the names for the first match. The display lit up before randomly generating names before settling on 2. Abura Mishino vs Abumi Zaku. Who's the other weakling? Zaku asked arrogantly. It seems that he didn't learn his lesson from the forest. He had both of his arms in slings. Shino silently bristled at the comment. Kurenai sent an icy stare to the Odo Jounin. As Naruto made his way to the balcony for viewing, he stopped next to Shino. Good luck. He whispered. Shino, who heard it, nodded in acceptance. When the floor was clear and all the participants, along with their Jounin sensei were on the balcony, Haid addressed the two fighters. "Fighter, step up. We will now begin the first match," he ordered. Once they were ready, he took a step back. "Begin." The match started with words being exchanged. Shino advised Zaku to retire if he ever wanted to fight again. Zaku made a show of being able to move one of his broken arms. After attacking Shino with one arm and unleashing his unique wind, which Shino dodged, Zaku noticed the bugs being released from Shino's body. After once again advising Zaku to retire, which he ignored and making a show of demonstrating that he actually had both arms being fully functional, he made to eradicate Shino's bugs with his wind, only for his arms to explode in a bloody gore. Most genin looked a little sick at the display. Shino revealed that he had his bugs block the pipes in Zaku's body that allowed him to use his technique, causing them to implode when used. Shino finished the fight with a vicious backhanded punch that, coupled with the pain of losing his arms, rendered Zaku unconscious. Shino was declared the winner. Shino was congratulated by his team when he returned, although it looked like Kiba was a bit pissed at how cool he made it look. Kurenai was looking a little smug. "I would like to begin the next match," Haid announced. Everyone looked at the board once more. Uzumaki Naruto vs Inyazuka Kiba. "Hell yeah. We got lucky," shouted Kiba as he jumped to the arena floor. "We can win against him for sure, Akamaru." Naruto, on the other hand, was languidly making his way down to the arena floor without a care in the world. Kiba became impatient at seeing this. "Boy dope. Could hurry down here so I can administer you regular ass kicking. I have things to do, you know," he mocked. Some found it amusing, like Ino, others didn't have any reaction. "I'm sorry to say Kakashi, but your student doesn't stand a chance against Kiba," Kurenai declared smugly. Kakashi just looked at her and I smiled, making her twitch in annoyance. Naruto heard the comments from the others, stating how Kiba got lucky to face him. He just chuckled to himself at how ridiculous some of them were. They really expected the same results from the academy to happen. He had thought Kurenai was a little hot, but that last comment from her totally turned him off from her. Oh well, he doesn't really have to prove anything to the sheep, he would just do what he does best. He finally reached the arena floor and stood opposite Kiba. "I'll beat you in one hit out of pity," Kiba declared cockily. Naruto just smiled tranquility at him. Then, "Second match. Begin," declared Haid as he jumped back. I won't even need Akamaru to wipe the floor with you," Kiba declared arrogantly. "Biju ninpu. Shikyaku no jutsu." He got down on all fours in a crouched position as chakra began to circulate around him. His nails lengthened and now resembled claws. He disappeared in a blur and rushed at Naruto, who barely had any time to react. As Kiba's hit connected, a large plume of dust kicked up, obscuring the view of the spectators for a few seconds before Naruto flew out of the dust cloud, his back hitting the wall and a trickle of blood leaking down the side of his mouth. "As expected from the dead last," taunted Kiba. Naruto groggily got to his feet, wiping the blood with the back of his hand. He reached into his yukata and drew a kunai before recklessly charging at Kiba, who just smirked at him. They engaged in a furious brawl in the middle of the arena, with Naruto taking a serious beating. His lack of style hindered him against the Inyazuka Taijutsu style. He did get a few hits against Kiba and even managed to slash him a few times, thanks to his sporadic movements. He doesn't seem to have a clear Taijutsu style. His movements are sluggish and unplanned. He's basically fighting like a brawler, Guy pointed out. A few of the genin just scoffed at Naruto. They didn't really expect much from him. Age Bunshin no Jutsu. At least 20 more Narutos appeared and they all rushed Kiba. Making more of yourself isn't going to help losers. Any number times 0 is still 0. He punctuated by dispelling most of the clones with well-timed hits. Naruto made another group of 20 clones, annoying Kiba. They were slowly wearing his stamina down by the sheer numbers. He was taking more and more hits as time went by. He decided that he needed to use Akamaru before Naruto wears him down with his clones. "Let's go, Akamaru," he called out before throwing a soldier pill at him, which he devoured. His fur started turning red. Akamaru climbed onto his head. Inju Ninpu. Gyujin Bunshin. After a burst of chakra and a cloud of smoke, it was revealed that Akamaru transformed into a perfect copy of Kiba. They both immediately rushed at Naruto, who just created even more clones in retaliation. Kiba and Akamaru tore through most of them with ease. Naruto pulled out a handful of shuriken and threw it in their direction. They dodged swiftly before taking a heavy punch to the face from two Naruto clones that managed to get into their guard. They both staggered a bit before going back on the offensive. This continued for a few minutes, Naruto making a wall of clones that stood between him and his opponents before throwing kunai and shuriken at them, forcing them to dodge, allowing one of the clones to land a hit. Kiba was starting to get frustrated at Naruto's tactics. It was becoming a battle of attrition. He decided that he needed to end this fast. He could already feel himself reaching his limit. Taking out all those clones and expelling so much chakra really drained him. Atsuga, Hiba called out before he started rotating along with Akamaru, forming what looked like two drills that demolished his clones. Naruto skipped back and dodged to get out of the way of the attack. They created a few more clones and started putting as much distance between them as possible. He could feel himself running low on chakra. He needed to find a way to end this fast. The match turned into a game of cat and mouse, with Kiba and Akamaru using Gatsuga to chase down Naruto while simultaneously destroying his clones. Suddenly, as Naruto was trying to make another set of clones, he stumbled and was forced to his knees, seemingly running out of chakra. Kiba, never one to let an opportunity pass by, attacked full-on with his Gatsuga. The sound of Naruto's screams and his clothing and skin being shredded rang through the arena. Some of the rookies had to turn away from the brutal sight. Akamaru's transformation was dispelled from his lack of chakra, and Kiba himself looked ragged, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Not a bad dope. But in the end, not good enough. He said. Sorry Kakashi, looks like this one will make 2 in a row for my team. Kurenai taunted playfully. Kakashi just looked at her blandly, causing her to raise an eyebrow. What? Nothing, I'm just wondering who you had to sleep with to get your promotion. He commented, not taking his eye off his book. Most of the people there choked on their spit and sent incredulous looks at Kakashi. Kurenai's face turned red from anger at his insinuation. He gave her a sidelong glance. Just watch and you might learn something, rookie. He said, emphasizing the word rookie. Kurenai's temper was threatening to spill, but she turned her attention back to the match for now. She would deal with Kakashi later. Call the match proctor, this one is over. Kiba breathed out as he tried to collect himself. He really looked like he was on his last legs from exhaustion. Suddenly Naruto started chuckling before evolving into full-blown laughter. What the hell are you laughing at, dope? Are you a fucking masochist? Kiba asked incredulously. Naruto just looked him directly in the eye from his position on the floor. Idiot. He said in a condescending tone before disappearing in a puff of smoke, shocking most people in the area. What? Was the collective cry of most of the genin and some of the jounin. Kakashi looked at Kurenai in a patronizing manner that infuriated her. Most of the genin were looking around the room in confusion before Neji activated his Byakugan. His eyes were immediately drawn to the ceiling. Up there. He announced. Almost as one, most of the occupants turned to the ceiling to see Naruto casually standing on the ceiling, upside down of course, looking lazily at Kiba. What shocked them the most though, was that he looked completely fine. His clothes were untouched, there were no bruises on his, and he didn't even have a drop of sweat on him. Realization began to dawn on many people present. What? How long have you been there? Shouted Kiba in desperation. Naruto just looked at him pityingly. Since the beginning. He said calmly. The spectators began to realize that Kiba was fighting some clone this entire time. He could barely stand, whereas Naruto was as fresh as a daisy. It was quite the strategy on his part. Naruto extended his arm, which was holding a kunai, and let it drop. It landed right at Kiba's feet, causing him to laugh, despite his situation. Ha! You can't even throw a kunai properly, idiot. He taunted. Naruto continued to look at him coolly before vanishing from his spot on the ceiling and appearing before Kiba in a semi-crouched position, without even a whisper of a sound. Before Kiba's mind could process what was happening, Naruto lashed out with a brutal standing kick that launched Kiba at high velocity into the wall of the arena. The crunch that sounded throughout the arena when his back made impact with the wall made most of them cringe. Kiba coughed up a lungful of blood before slumping unconscious. Naruto, who still had his leg extended, calmly swiveled and returned it to the ground in a proper standing position. He held his right hand out to the side with a single finger extended, allowing it to go through the hole of the same kunai he dropped earlier, which now fell from the ceiling, his previous position. There was absolute silence in the arena. Most were too shocked to fully comprehend what just happened. Kurenai was left gaping at the scene. Her pride took a major hit after all the trash talking that she did. Kakashi's comments cut even deeper, especially around the younger generation, who would probably question her ability now. The Hokage smiled brightly at the display of his surrogate grandson. It was a masterful deception and siege tactic to wear down his opponent without him having to lift a finger before swooping down to finish him off. Just like a true shinobi. He could already promote Naruto on this basis alone. He was looking forward to seeing what he would do in his next match. Hinata was inwardly squealing in joy for her crush. While she was sad that her teammate lost, her adoration for Naruto won out in the end. She couldn't stop her blush either at how cool he looked at the end. Anko was laughing her ass off at how sneaky that was. She didn't feel so bad now, considering the fast one he pulled on her before. She would keep an eye on him in the future. Sasuke was seething once again at what he perceived was the dead last showing him up. Naruto turned to look at Hate with a single eyebrow raised, snapping him out of his daze. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. He announced. Naruto nodded to him in acknowledgement before calmly walking back to his spot next to his team. As he passed Kurenai, he made a show of stopping before her and yawning loudly before making his way to his spot next to Kakashi, leaning up against the wall next to him. "Good job, Naruto." He congratulated without taking his eye off his book. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." He replied gratefully. "So, how did you manage to get your clone to take that many hits without dispelling?" Kakashi inquired, catching the attention of most of the people there, who were also curious about that. Oi Kakashi-sensei, do I look like some cliché Shonen Jump protagonist that describes all of his moves to you? Naruto questioned incredulously, causing most of the people there to sweat drop, wondering what the fuck the blonde enigma was talking about. Once everyone settled down, the rest of the matches went off without a hitch, in Naruto's opinion. He had already collected intel on the genin in the room, so there was very little he didn't already know about their fighting styles. He tuned the fights out for the most part, only focusing on the result or if anything fun happened. Sasuke defeated Akadu Yoroi, who had the ability to suck chakra from his opponents, with a modified cage biome that he totally ripped off from Lee. Naruto, to his amusement, had to endure Kaio-chan's dirty jokes throughout the match about how Yoroi was trying to suck Sasuke. Honestly, he has never met a girl with a filthier mouth than his favorite vixen. Somewhere in a Togakur, Taiya sneezes viciously. Kakashi took Sasuke away after the match to do goodness knows what. Ino vs Sakura was honestly an embarrassment to watch. While Naruto didn't really care much about Sakura or Ino, watching them bitch slap each other over Sasuke was awkward to watch. They slapped, scratched and pulled each other's hair. Instead of a fight between two kunoichi, it looked more like a schoolyard fight between two jilted lovers. It was definitely a black mark against Konoha. Thankfully, it was a double knockout, so those two idiots wouldn't get the chance to embarrass Konoha in front of the many dignitaries that were expected to come. The makeup-wearing weirdo, Kankuro, easily defeated Tsurugi Mitsumi. Mitsumi had the strange ability to take his joints off its hinges and loosen his body. It was honestly a little disgusting to Naruto. First the dude who could suck chakra and now this guy who could bend his body in the most inhuman way. He didn't even want to know what the guy used that ability for. They were a team of sick perverts. It turns out that Kankuro was a puppeteer, a common art in Sunagakur, and he was quite skilled as well. Shikamaru knocked off the female member of the Odo team, Tsuchi-kin. She used ninja wire and bells to create a sound-based jinjutsu. Unfortunately for her, Shikamaru was too smart as he used a thin shadow created by her ninja wire to trap her and knock her out with his cage main no jutsu. Temari from Suna brutally dispatched Tenten from Mido Guy's team with relative ease. Tenten is a weapon specialist, while Temari is a ninjutsu user, Fueton in particular, coupled with her battle fan, Tenten never stood a chance. The fight between Hinata and Neji was a difficult one for Naruto to watch. He did wish the shy girl good luck before the match, which caused her to light up like a Christmas tree. That's where the fun ended though. Despite Hinata being a talented kunoichi, she was far too soft-hearted. Something that asshole Neji exploited to the fullest. He brutalized her to the point which she could barely stand any longer. And even then, she got up, showing amazing fortitude and strength of will. It seemed to upset Neji that she looked at him with such pity. Naruto agreed with her assessment. Neji was just a pitiful creature throwing a temper tantrum. If Hinata wanted to, all she had to do was activate that seal on his forehead and this match would have been over. But he didn't see that, all he wanted to do was beat on a kind girl to boost his own ego. Naruto, while he didn't know Hinata well, liked her well enough for her kindness, not to mention her massive crush on him. He was definitely going to fuck Neji up badly if he ever met him in battle. But first, he decided he needed to work on Hinata. He could see that beneath that gentle exterior was a lioness waiting to be unleashed. Even though a little manipulative, he would use her crush on him to push her to be more ruthless. It seemed, even after 8 months, Kurenai made no effort to break her out of her shell. Probably spent too much time making googly eyes at Asuma and coddling Hinata to make any difference. Naruto would take it into his own hand to make sure her potential doesn't go to waste. The match between Lee and Gaara was probably the most exciting one. Gaara's sand provided an automatic defense against anything. Lee, however, proved why he was one of the strongest genin. After removing his weights, which cratered the ground beneath him, moved at speeds that were almost untraceable. He was slowly breaking through Gaara's defense before actually landing a hit on him. After using the cage biome as a setup, he delivered the Amit Range to Gaara. However, Gaara showed that he had more tricks up his sleeve when he used a Sunabunshin to escape the move. Because of the strain of using the Amit Range, Lee was left at the mercy of Gaara for a few minutes till he could recover. After getting his second wind, Lee did something unbelievable. He showed that he actually had the ability to open the Hachiman. Naruto was blown away by this. He knew just how difficult it was meant to be. It made him twitch in anticipation. He really wanted to pit himself against an opponent like Lee. Lee opened 5 gates and smacked Gaara all around the arena. but the strain it put on his body was too much to bear. Even after performing the Ura Renge, Gaara was still conscious enough to crush Lee's left arm and leg. Luckily Guy intervened before any more damage could be done to Lee. The final match of the preliminaries saw Chaoji take on Dosu. While he put up a good fight, Dosu was too strong for Chaoji in the end. After the preliminaries were done, all fighters were called down to the arena to be addressed by the Hokage. To those who have made it to the main matches of the Chunin exam's third test. All but one are here, so congratulations. I will now begin the explanation for the main matches. Your main match fights will be shown in front of everyone. We wish for all of you to show off your abilities as your country's representative power. Therefore the main matches will begin in 1 month. The 1 month is a time to conduct appropriate preparations. In other words, we are going to announce to the daimyos and head shinobi of the individual countries that the preliminary matches have ended. And time is needed to gather those people for the main matches. This is also preparation time for you candidates. This time is used so you can know your enemy and yourself better. It is a time to analyze the information you have gathered during the preliminary matches. The battles we had were just like real combat situations. It was done when both parties knew nothing of the other. But the main matches will not be like that. There are those who have revealed everything to their rivals. To make things fair, work hard and improve yourself in the next month. So I want to let you go, but there is something important we must do before the main matches. The Hokage explained. There was a lot of grumbling from the finalists who just wanted to finally relax. Don't be so hasty. Take a piece of paper from the box Anko is holding. He said. Anko had a little box with a hole on the top. Each participant took a single piece of paper from the box. Everybody got one. Now tell me what number you got, starting from the left. Said Ibiki as he held a clipboard. The genin, starting from the left were Dosu, Naruto, Temari, Kankuro, Gaara, Shikamaru, Niji and Shino, calling out their numbers. 8, 1, 7, 5, 3, 9, 2, 6. So the missing participant will be assigned number 4. Ibiki said. We will now tell you the matchups for the tournament. Hawkeye said. What? That's what we drew for? An incredulous Shikamaru asked. Ibiki, show the matchups. The Hokage ordered. Match 1. Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Niji. Match 2. Sabaku no Gaara vs Uchiha Sasuke. Match 3. Kankuro vs Aburame Shino. Match 4. Temari vs winner, Dosu vs Shikamaru. Naruto inwardly grinned at the match he received. He would have liked to smack Sasuke around, but he would definitely settle for fucking Niji up, especially after what he pulled with Hinata. That stuck-up asshole was in for a world of pain and humiliation. He could see Niji giving him a haughty look out of his peripheral vision, but decided to completely ignore the boy, which served to anger the Hyuga greatly. I have a question. Shikamaru put up his hand. The Hokage nodded in acceptance. If it's a tournament, that means there's only one winner, right? Does that mean only one person can become a Chunin? He questioned logically. No, that's not how it is. These matches will have judges including me, the Kazekage, as well as the daimyos and head shinobi from other countries who will be potential clients. These judges will grade you by watching the tournament. And those who are qualified to be a Chunin, even if they lose in the first round, will become a Chunin, the Hokage explained. So there's a possibility that everyone here can become a Chunin. Temari pointed out. Yes, but that also means that it's possible for no one to become a Chunin. The Hokage countered. Winning the matches in the tournament means that you are able to show off your skills more. Understand. That is all. We are adjourned until next month. After the debriefing was done, Naruto casually made his way out of the tower, not sparing a single glance at his opponent, who was silently seething, trying to clear a hole in his head for ignoring him. Naruto, however, didn't care, he had other things to do. Scene change. Naruto was currently lying on his bed, staring up at the ceiling in contemplation. What's got you in such a somber mood? His partner asked. I'm just thinking. How badly should I break Niji? He pondered casually. Kyuubi's ears perked up in excitement at the thought of Naruto unleashing violence and humiliation on people. Oh, can I help please, pretty please? She pestered. Naruto could almost see her directing her puppy eyes at him, causing him to face palm. How about, when he activates his Byakugan, we whip out some yaoi doujinshi featuring himself and the pink-eyed cockroach? That should mess him up. She suggested, making Naruto sweat drop at her. You're being entirely too enthusiastic about this. I know that you're quite the sadistic vixen, but please remember that, regardless of the enormous pole stuck up his ass, he's still a fellow Konoha shinobi. We don't want to cripple him for life. Maybe mentally scar him while breaking his pride and beliefs, but not cripple. Actually, now that I think about it, your idea isn't really that bad. Naruto commented as he rubbed his chin in contemplation. See? I told you. I'm good at this stuff. Maybe you can use your mastery of the kawarimi to switch out his underwear for sexy lingerie. Then while fighting him, destroy his clothes leaving him standing in front of all those dignitaries in female undergarments. That should shatter that ego of his. He'll never be able to show his face again. She proposed gleefully. Kayu-chan, you're one vicious bitch. But that's why I love you. Naruto praised, causing her to preen. As much as I love your suggestions though, I think a good old-fashioned beatdown is in store for the pretty boy Hyuga. He thinks he's some genius prodigy, well let's see how that helps him in life when he gets destroyed by the dead last in front of the daimyos. And if his attitude still doesn't change, then we can give him some behavioral readjustments. Besides, your ideas won't go to waste, there's always Sasuke, and we never needed a reason to torment that little fucker. Naruto said. Kyuubi just nodded in happiness at that thought. What do you think I should do for my training this month? I know I can defeat any of the guys in this exam, but I still need to do something, well besides my regular daily training that is. He asked her. I think I may have a solution. I sensed a large chakra signature when you were walking back from your apartment. I'm sure you did too. If my memory serves me correctly, that was actually Jiraiya, one of those Sannin. He was also your father's sensei, not to mention your godfather. I know you probably want nothing to do with the guy, and I don't blame you, however, he is a goldmine of information and techniques, he is also a seal master, not to mention, he might actually have the key to the seal. She suggested. Naruto just sat in silent contemplation. So you're saying I should get close to him and learn what I can. Well you are right, I don't want anything to do with the guy, but learning from him will be extremely beneficial. Pride has no place if it means I can improve myself. Besides, I'm sure I can guilt him into training me. But first, there's someone I need to visit, he said before leaving his apartment, leaving behind the large number of clones who were practicing Kenjutsu. Scene change. Naruto walked through the sliding doors of Konoha General Hospital into the lobby, which was sparsely populated. He looked around for a bit before walking up to the counter. Good evening, could you please direct me to the room of Hyuga Hinata? Naruto politely asked the receptionist, who upon seeing him, formed a disgusted look on her face. We don't allow your kind in here. Get lost brat. She sneered at him. His face remained unchanged, with a polite smile on his face and his eyes closed. Suddenly, a horrific sensation spread throughout the reception area, making the receptionist stumble back in fear. A crimson miasma was emanating from Naruto, whose expression still remained unchanged. She could see horrific visions of her death and mutilation. She wasn't sure if she was hallucinating, but she was sure she saw a snarling fox mask behind him. The receptionist could feel a trickle of liquid running down her leg. Ara? I'm sure I misheard. I'm going to repeat the question just in case. Could you please direct me to the room of Hyuga Hinata? He politely questioned, his tone though carried an underlying threat to it, which promised violence and bodily harm. The receptionist was quivering in fear at the unnatural presence that she felt. Our room? 314. Sir. She stuttered out frightfully. Suddenly, the malicious intent simply vanished, like it was never there. Thank you for your assistance. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. He said graciously, with the same expression, before casually walking away. The receptionist slowly collapsed on her desk, breathing heavily at her clothes brush with what she perceived as death. Naruto silently made his way down the hall of the hospital, hunting down the room he was looking for. Everybody just gave him a wide berth. He came across Kakashi, who looked to be making his way out of the hospital. Oh hey Naruto. About the finals for the Chunin exam, I won't be able to train. Kakashi started, only to be cut off. Save the Kakashi. I already anticipated that you would focus on your golden boy. I have already made my arrangements. Naruto replied, not even bothering to slow down, leaving behind a dumbfounded and slightly hurt Kakashi behind. That was amusing to watch. I meant the thing with the receptionist, not the scene with that perverted failure of a sensei of yours. Kyuubi snickered in his mind. Yufu, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Kayu-chan. And thank you for teaching me that little trick with the killing intent, it really is a good way to convince idiots to do stuff. He replied. So why exactly are you making an effort to visit this girl? She questioned. Call it an investment. I can see a lot of potential in her. She has the ability to be something better. But her lack of confidence is holding her back. I see a lot of my old self in her. So desperate to be accepted by people who will never see past her surface. If Haku-chan hadn't given me the strength she did, I would still be that bumbling idiot who wanted these moron villagers to accept him. In the same way, if my words and actions can give this girl a better shot, I would do it in a heartbeat. I'm also aware that she has a bit of a crush on me. I can use that as the basis to give her the reality check she needs. It will either push her to blossom into a fearsome kunoichi, or it will break her. I've got the devil's luck in gambling through, and my money is on her shattering her chains. He explained. Kyuubi just snorted in his mind. A little crush. PFFT. Please. That girl was on the verge of jumping you and riding your dick like a fucking porn star when she saw you defeat her teammate. I guarantee you that this is going to come back to bite you in the ass, believe it. She taunted, causing Naruto to stumble mid-stride before regaining his gait, although he had a small blush on his face. He couldn't believe that she would taunt him with that annoying verbal tics of his. He wanted to respond, but knew that it would just give her more ammo to tease him. He made a promise to get her back later. He finally arrived at the door of room 314. He knocked softly on the door 3 times before hearing a gentle voice granting him permission to enter. Said voice let out a cute eep as soon as she saw him. He chuckled at her behavior before pulling a chair and sitting at her bedside. "Hello Hinata. How are you feeling?" he asked. "I'm done. Doing better now. Naruto-kun." She stuttered out in reply. "Tell me Hinata, why do you want to be a shinobi?" he questioned out of the blue. She looked at him in shock before taking the time to answer. I want to be strong. To make my father and my clan proud of me. I also want to unite the Hyuga clan." She stuttered out timidly. She also wanted to be close to him, but she didn't have the courage to say that out loud. Naruto just sighed loudly in disappointment. "And that, Hinata, is why you will fail," he told her bluntly. She looked at him in shock and betrayal, tears stinging the corners of her eyes at his piercing words. He was her inspiration, her pillar of strength. For him to say such a thing, it cut her deeply. She averted her eyes, not able to look at him, having flashbacks of her father saying similar things to her. "I like you, Hinata. I can see you are a kind and compassionate person. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. In fact, I think those are some of your better qualities. However, there comes a time that one has to fight for their belief and for their pride. I can see great strength in you Hinata, you showed it in your fight against Neji, it's there, just bubbling under the surface, but you are suppressing it for some reason." Naruto told her, causing her to feel happiness at his compliments and shame at his observations. "I'm sure you've noticed that I'm a bit different from how I was at the academy. It happened because of the events of my first C-rank mission. Do you want to know what happened?" he asked her. She nodded timidly in reply. "The client lied about the mission we received, leading us to encounter a nuke nin. I wasn't just any nuke nin though, it was Momoichi Zabuza, the Kurigakure no Kajin. Our first encounter with him allowed Kakashi to defeat him, but he had an accomplice that rescued him. While I was at the wave, the conditions there brought up memories of my past, of living on the streets, of fighting for survival every day. One day the client's grandson said something that pissed me off. So I left to train. I fell asleep after training almost the entire night. I was awakened the next morning by what could only be described as an angel. She was the most beautiful person I had ever seen in my life. She had a gentle smile and a heart full of kindness that ensnared me. I was hopelessly addicted to her very presence. For the next 4 days, we met every day and talked about our similar pasts as street kids, hobbies, dreams and aspirations. Every time I would see her, my heart would start racing and my tummy would get all fluttery. I didn't know what these feelings meant. I've never experienced them in my life. I promised myself that the next time I saw her, I would ask her what they meant. The next day, Zabuza and his accomplice struck. Kakashi battled Zabuza while Sasuke took on the accomplice, he was hopelessly outmatched. Zabuza's accomplice could have killed him at any time, but didn't. When I saw Sasuke's beaten up state, I kind of lost it and tapped into my power. I went wild and attacked the accomplice viciously. When I finally landed a hit on the accomplice's mask, it shattered, revealing the face of Haku, the girl I spent all my time with. I was horrified. I wondered if all the time spent together was a lie, just to get information from me. Before I could question her more, she intercepted the attack meant to kill Zabuza, it pierced her right below her heart. As I held her dying body in my arms, she told me that she treasured every moment we spent. I told her about my strange feelings, and she just laughed at me. Then she said the 3 words I've wanted to hear all my life, she said I love you. It was both the happiest and saddest moment of my life. I finally had someone who loved and acknowledged me, but she was dying. She told me her feelings and I told her mine. Her last request was for me to take her first and last kiss. As I kissed her, she breathed her final breath. Naruto narrated to her. He could feel a little wetness in his eyes as he relived that bittersweet moment. Hinata felt her own tears fall at his story. On one hand she was a bit angry and jealous that someone else held Naruto's heart, but she was also heartbroken at the thought of Naruto going through what he did. "I'm aware that you have a crush on Hinata," he pointed out, causing her to blush furiously. "If you had approached me before that mission, I would have been yours completely. I was desperate for affection and would have clung to anyone that gave it to me," he said, causing her to look down sadly in realization. If she wasn't such a coward, she could have saved him from the heartbreak he experienced. "I'm not telling you this to discourage you. It's the opposite. Haku-chan, before she died, made me promise her to move on. She made me promise to find love again. It's harder than it sounds, but I hope that sometime in the future, I can find a way to keep that promise. I'm saying you still have a chance, Hinata. But you have to show me. Show me that this isn't some puppy crush. I won't be your crutch, Hinata. I need a woman who can stand by me and support me through the difficult times. Before you can stand by me though, you have to stand by yourself. Be strong, not for me, but for yourself. Learn to fight for your beliefs and your convictions. Don't do it for your clan or anybody else in some misguided notion, like I used to. If they don't care about you and don't appreciate you, then that's their loss. Don't take their abuse. Find people who you can be happy with. Don't let them lead you around like a dog on a leash. I see a lot of myself in you, Hinata, that's why I'm telling you this. I wish someone took the time to give me this talk, maybe things might have been different. But now that I have the chance, I want to help you reach your potential. I acknowledge your strength and your beliefs. I know you can be someone great. Break free, Hinata. Be the person I know you can be. You can't change your clan by being shy and meek. But I know you will do it. He told her, causing her to look at him with a tear-filled smile of happiness. Haku-chan, before she died, told me something that I carved into my soul. I carry these words wherever I go. He said, causing her to focus her attention on him. A person is able to become truly strong when they wish to protect someone they cherish. She looked at him in wonder as those words resonated with her. Protect those you cherish. Unleash the strength hidden within you and use it to protect those precious to you, Hinata. If you don't have any, then I will be one for you. Just as you can be one for me. If you feel it is difficult, find someone to show you the way. If your sensei is coddling you, find someone else. Don't be afraid to be who you want to be, Hinata. I'm not making any promises, but maybe in the future, I might just give you the chance you want. But first, you have to show me your resolve. Good luck, Hinata. He finished with an encouraging smile before silently leaving the room, leaving its occupant in deep thought. His words struck her weakest points, and she knew that she couldn't go on as she is. She was scared though. But now, as she looked up, there was a silent determination in her eyes. There was a new fire burning within her. It may take time, but she will do it. He said he believed in her. He acknowledged her strength. That meant more to Hinata than anything her father or her clan could say. She would show them. She would be the woman who would stand by Naruto in the future. Thank you, Naruto-kun, no Naruto-sama. Your words and convictions have pulled me out of the hole I dug myself into. This is my promise, a promise of a lifetime, to not just you, but to myself. I will be the person you have put your faith in. Anything less is unacceptable, she thought with a gritty resolve. Her eyes burned with determination as the veins bulged around her eyes, signifying the activation of her bloodline. It was time for the butterfly to emerge from the cocoon. Scene change, that was exhausting. Naruto thought as he made his way towards the hot springs where he could sense Jireya's chakra. And mushy. Fuck, it almost made me puke. It would make you look really stupid if that girl turns out to be a failure. Kyuubi pointed out sardonically. True, but like I said before, I have the devil's luck. I know she will change herself. If anything, I feel a little sorry for the Hyuga clan. They were so used to pushing her around that when she starts pushing back, it won't be pretty, at least for them. Fufu. This is almost like payback for all the trouble those assholes gave me when I was younger. He said, chuckling evilly in his mind. As he approached the outside of the hot spring, there was a tall, white-haired man leaning against the fence. He looked like he was peeping through a hole in the fence. This is Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Naruto deadpanned. Well, you know what they say. You shouldn't judge a book by its cover and all that crap. Kyuubi replied, although her tone sounded as though she was trying to convince herself. Naruto just stood by, silently pondering how to go about getting his attention and showing enough for the Sannin to take an interest in him. Since Jiraiya is a seal master, the best way to catch his attention would be Genjutsu. He knew just the seal to use. It was an extremely difficult one to draw. It didn't have many applications outside of stealth and infiltration, but it was perfect for this situation. Thanks to the years spent sealed into 2 Uzumaki seal masters, Kaio-chan's knowledge of obscure seals are invaluable. He pulled out the tag, as it was far too difficult to draw on the fly, he drew them up at home and stocked up on them for situations like this. As sneakily as he could, he silently walked to the fence and discreetly attached the seal to it. He could hear Jiraiya's perverse giggling. He walked away, and when he got far enough, he held up a hand seal and activated it. It wouldn't change much from Jiraiya's perspective, but if you stand further away from the fence, you would see that it isn't there anymore. What Naruto attached was an invisibility seal which functioned similarly to the Kakuramino no Jutsu in that it made the target transparent. In this case it was the fence. He could see a few of the Kunoichi in there were starting to take notice of the invisible fence. They also spotted Jiraiya. Their faces contorted into one of fury at the biggest pervert in the elemental nations. They reached for their towels to cover themselves as well as their weapons. Naruto nonchalantly walked away as the sound of a brutal beating being administered reached his ears. As he got a little further, he heard a voice. He had already sensed the person, but pretended that he didn't. That wasn't a nice thing you did, kid. They could have killed me. A grouchy voice said. You should have been peeking on the beautiful women in my village. Who are you anyway? Naruto asked politely. I'm glad you asked. He exclaimed before a large toad appeared beneath him and kabuki music started playing in the background. I am the sage of the toads, hailing from Mount Myaboku. Women swoon when they hear my name. Infants' cries are silenced by my presence. I am great and gallant. Jiraiya. He punctuated with a pose. He silently congratulated himself for his awesome introduction before looking towards his spectator, only to find him walking away, completely ignoring him. Oigaki. Jiraiya called out to him as he caught up. What's your name? I'm not sure if I should be giving my details to a perverse weirdo like you, but etiquette dictates that I should since you introduced yourself. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. He replied, sending a polite barb at Jiraiya. Minato and Kushina's kid. Jiraiya thought forlornly. How did you make that fence invisible back there? He inquired. Genjutsu. He replied, causing Jiraiya's eyes to widen. I'm a seal master, you know, I could show you a few things. Jiraiya bragged. No thank you. You are highly suspicious, not to mention, I need to find a teacher to train me for the Chunin exam finals. Naruto said. Jiraiya's eyes lit up as the carrot dangled. Poke. Naruto thought. I can train you, you know. He stated confidently, drawing a suspicious glance from Naruto that clearly said that he didn't believe him. Hey. I'll have you know that I trained the Yondaime Hokage. Really? I'm up against an apparent Hyuga prodigy, what exactly can you teach me? Naruto asked. I can allow you to sign the Toad contract and teach you the Kuchius no Jutsu. Jiraiya offered. No thanks. He flatly declined, causing Jiraiya to face fault. I already have my own summons. I need something with firepower to break through his defenses. I'm off to the library. It was nice to meet you, Jiraiya-san. Line. Naruto parroted in his mind. Jiraiya appeared before him once more. Wait. I can teach you just the technique you need for something like that. It won't be easy though, and I can't guarantee that you will learn it in time. It took Yondaime 3 years to create and took me about a year to learn. He said, catching Naruto's attention. Seeing that he piqued the boy's interest, he held out his arm, creating a swirling blue ball of chakra. It looked deadly and beautiful. The Rasengan. Not only will I teach you this, but will also help you polish those impressive Kenjutsu skills of yours. And Sinker. Naruto thought gleefully. I think you just found yourself a student for the next month, Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto said respectfully. Causing Jiraiya to break out into a grin. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. I hope you're ready to work. He advised. Hi, Jiraiya-sensei. Chapter 7. Welcome to the real world. There was a loud chattering of excitement that spread throughout the large stadium in Konoha as the numerous spectators were eagerly anticipating the start of the finals. Nobles from all over the elemental nations gathered to catch a glimpse of the talent on display and potential shinobi for hire in the future. The participants were all lined up in the middle of the arena, facing a man with a bandana-style hit-eye tied backwards, chewing on a curiously. There were only 7 of the potential 9 participants currently assembled. Odo Nindosu and Uchiha Sasuke were both missing. My name is Shiranui Genma, and I will be the proctor for the final portion of this exam. The bandana-wearing guy said. What happened to the other guy, the one with the cough? Shikamaru asked as he raised his hand. He is currently indisposed, therefore I will conduct this portion. Is that a problem? He questioned. Seeing no objections, he continued. After receiving word that Dosu from Odo has withdrawn, the 4th match will now be Tamari vs Shikamaru. Everything else remains unchanged. Listen up. Although the landscape is different, the same rules apply as in the preliminaries, there are no rules. The match will end if someone dies or gives up. But if I decide the match is over, I will stop the match. Do not argue with me over it. Now, with the exception of Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji, please vacate the field and proceed to the competitor's box. He announced. Naruto nodded and casually walked away until he was at a specific spot in the arena. Genma raised an eyebrow at this. Most people just stand across from their competitor, but Naruto was more diagonal and further away from Neji in his position. Genma just shrugged, writing it off as some quirk that many shinobi seem to have. In the stands. So Sakura, what do you think of Naruto's chances? Ino inquisitively asked as she, along with the rest of the rookies along with their senseis and other jounin, watched from the stands. Honestly, I'm not sure Neji will get out of this in one piece. She said somberly, drawing incredulous glances from those sitting around her. What? You actually expect me to believe that Naruto, the dead last, actually has a chance against last year's Rookie of the Year and the prodigy of the Hyuga clan? Ino asked in a disbelieving and slightly patronizing manner. Hate to burst your bubble, girl, but Neji was the Rookie of the Year last year. He's probably the strongest genin in Konoha at the moment. Your teammate stands absolutely no chance against him. Tenten chipped in. I'm not saying he has a chance, I'm saying he is going to win. The only question is how badly he's going to break Niji. She replied. Seeing that Ino and the other rookies were still looking at her incredulously, she decided to elaborate. You don't know Naruto like I do. He's changed since the academy. Ever since we had the mission in the wave, it feels like he stopped caring as much as he used to. While he looks harmless, especially when he smiles at you, there are times that it feels like I'm in the presence of a predator, like he is just waiting for you to have a false sense of security before he strikes. It feels like a knife is being pressed up against my throat. He isn't someone you want to be on the bad side of. And I think Niji, by some miracle, managed to get on his bad side. It isn't going to end well for him at all. The others looked at her in contemplation, not sure whether to believe her or not. She looked so sure of herself though, it was hard to argue against. They decided to pay careful attention to the match. Back in the arena, you should forfeit. Fate has declared me the victor today. Niji declared arrogantly. Naruto didn't reply to his taunt and continued to look at him with a calm smile on his face. It irritated Niji a great deal that Naruto, who he perceived as a lowly commoner, dared to ignore his words. He did it during the preliminaries as well. You're a loser, doomed to failure. You have no hope against a superior opponent such as myself. He continued. Again, Naruto's expression remained unchanged and unmoving, making Niji even more agitated. Usually, people would get angry and charge at him or give him an opening, but Naruto was letting his comment simply slide off him. Psychological warfare was something Niji used to give himself an advantage. His arrogance and haughtiness upset people, making them sloppy. But this opponent didn't seem to be affected. He was in a quandary. Proctor, start the match. It seems this failure is too stupid to understand how outmatched he is. Allow me to rectify that. First match of the Chunin exam final, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Niji. Begin. Genma declared as he vacated the immediate area. Silence. Both competitors didn't move. Niji continued to look at Naruto with a haughty expression on his face, and Naruto had his perpetual placid smile with his eyes closed. If people didn't know any better, they would think he was frozen on the spot. The tension between them was slowly rising in the arena. Niji was becoming more and more agitated, waiting for Naruto to make the first move. His comments usually spurred people into action, as he thought it beneath him to make the first move in a fight. It was better to have them come to you. Right now, it was more like a battle of wills, to see who would run out of patience and move first. The crowd started muttering amongst themselves. They were here to see a fight, not two genin having a stare down. It wasn't long before they became more vocal in their displeasure. Niji started to twitch in irritation. The pressure of the crowd was starting to get to him. Naruto still hasn't moved an inch. Niji knew that he needed to get this match started before his nerves became even more frayed. He refused to let this loser dictate the pace of the match. As the crowd became more agitated, Niji decided that enough is enough. Even though it went against his usual beliefs, he couldn't allow this standstill to go on any longer. He kicked off the ground with impressive speed that most spectators found hard to follow and appeared right in front of Naruto, his fingers outstretched for a strike. At the last minute, Naruto backtracked, causing Niji to miss and for him to occupy Naruto's previous position. Nobody saw it, but the ground beneath him briefly lit up. Niji, never one to let an opportunity get away from him, kept up his assault. More and more Gyuukin strikes were directed at Naruto. His chest, arms, legs and even his head. However, no matter how fast he seemed to be going, Naruto was always able to evade his strikes and made it look easy while doing it. Niji was becoming more and more frustrated. Suddenly, Naruto broke away. As he centered himself, he took up a strange stance. Niji once again pressed the attack, however, instead of remaining passive and evading, Naruto incorporated more attack variations into his evasion patterns. As Niji jabbed his fingers forward, Naruto dropped into a split before using hands, which were behind his back for balance, as a fulcrum to rotate himself in a sweeping motion, taking Niji's legs from beneath him. Naruto prepped for a devastating axe kick, which Niji anticipated, causing him to use his backward momentum to backflip twice to get out of range. Naruto, seeing his opponent move away, allowed his outstretched leg to return to position. Seeing that he got the basic feel of his opponent's taijutsu, Naruto decided to up the ante. He placed his fingers in a cross seal. Page Bunshin no Jutsu, he called out, resulting in 9 clones appearing around him. He ordered them to attack in groups of 3, while he sat back and observed. His clones attacked Niji from various angles, attempting kicks, punches and grapples. After the final clone dispersed, Naruto nodded his head, assimilating the details of the Gyuukin fighting style and picking it apart in his mind. Niji, for his part, looked a little smug. Is that it, loser? Niji sneered. Naruto, seeing that the regular approach wasn't working, unsealed 4 bottles of water. After opening them, he rapidly flashed through a considerable number of seals. Suryuiden, the large serpentine dragon made of water, with glowing yellow eyes, rushed at Niji, who opened his eyes in shock. He put his entire effort into evading the monstrous water dragon. After 2 minutes, the dragon lunged at him, attempting to pin him against the wall. If not for his quick thinking, as well as using Kawurimi to replace himself with a nearby log, he would have been turned to paste. Naruto didn't look too disappointed, because he wasn't. The objective of the water dragon was already accomplished. Seeing Neji trying to get a second wind, Naruto wasn't going to allow that. He pulled out a handful of shuriken and flung them at Neji, before going through a set of hand seals. Shuriken Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. The 4 shuriken that he threw suddenly multiplied into 40. Neji, sensing the danger and seeing no way to escape in time, used one of his trump cards. Akashim Kaiten. He started spinning on the spot, causing a revolving dome of chakra to encase him, deflecting the shuriken. Naruto just raised an eyebrow in interest as he studied the technique. After reflecting all the shuriken and releasing the technique, Neji was panting a little. He quickly compassed himself before putting up that arrogant look. HMPH, well, you surprised me with a water dragon, but with the ultimate defense in my arsenal, you stand no chance. The air of smugness around Neji was almost visible. Naruto couldn't help but sweat drop. This guy is a fucking idiot. He concluded. He turned his attention to the stands and caught Hinata's eye. Although she still had the look of a somewhat meek kitten, he could see the fire burning in her eyes. It was a small step forward. He motioned with his eyes for her to pay close attention to the match. Oh, so that's the infamous Kaiten. If I remember correctly, it was a technique of the main family. Naruto said, pretending to look intrigued. He already knew that Neji could do the Kaiten. He had his spy clones keep an eye on all the competitors. He knew all the moves they could use against him and engineered counters to them. But for now, he wanted to get into Neji's head. I wonder how much time you spent on your knees this month, sucking main house dick, to get a hold of that technique. Naruto commented, his expression was so calm and sincere, it made the impression that he fully believed his own words and worked well in convincing others to believe his words too. You could have heard a pin drop in the absolute silence of the arena. Jaws were dropping and people were left gaping at the audacious comments from Naruto. Ieyashi, bless his poor soul, was doing his best to run damage control on Hanabi, his young and impressionable daughter, who wanted to know what a dick was. The Hokage could do nothing but facepalm at Naruto's strange and troublesome habits. He only hoped this didn't reflect badly with the nobles. If only he could get Jiraiya to take the hat, then he wouldn't have to deal with this crap. He could spend his days reading Icha in peace. He could already feel a headache approaching. He had a feeling that Naruto would be inducing a lot more headaches in the future. The rookies and their senseis were gaping at Naruto. Sakura just shook her head in exasperation and a little amusement. She had become accustomed to Naruto's eccentricities these last few months and knew he would do something like this, if only to piss Neji off and watch his reaction for the sake of amusement. He had a sick sense of humor like that. Anko was laughing her ass off at the Gaki's comments. He was definitely one to keep around. He was a lot like her, although he made it look so much classier. Hinata knew that, as the heir of the prestigious Hyuga clan, she should carry herself with grace and elegance. But it was hard to contain her humor in the situation. It's been a month since Naruto liked the proverbial fire beneath her and she spent a lot of time evaluating her life. She didn't really like what she saw. While she still loved her family to a certain extent, she came to the conclusion that they weren't worth sacrificing her happiness and her dignity for, just to continually be treated like a failure. If they didn't want to acknowledge her, that was fine, she didn't care anymore. Well, she kind of did, as it's hard to just shake off habits and feelings like that. She just hoped that she could cement her new mentality in the coming years. She had a bit of a grudge against Neji, especially after he tried to murder her during the preliminaries. That, along with Naruto's talk, really opened her eyes to the reality of her situation. So seeing the person she admires the most humiliate her long-time tormentor filled her with an almost karmic joy. She wondered if wanting Naruto to do more damage to Neji made her a bad person, but remembering the damage that he did to her, she pushed those worries to the side and continued to watch with an almost sadistic anticipation. Kiba, who was sitting next to her, started to slowly edge away. Neji's face was turning an ugly shade of puce at Naruto's comments. The rage that was coursing through him wasn't able to be contained and his perfect Hyuga mask was cracking. Naruto was greatly enjoying getting under the skin of such a pompous ass. He knew he probably shouldn't, but the temptation to push him to the brink of his patience and sanity was far too tempting to ignore. There's nothing to be ashamed about, Neji. It's like those nice Ni-chans from the red light district who took care of me when I was younger always said, sometimes we have to do things we don't like to make ends meet. I completely understand. Naruto said, as he directed a look of complete understanding and acceptance at Neji, which only served to make his blood boil even more. The sincerity in Naruto's statement made it seem that he wholeheartedly believed in what he was saying. Neji could hear whispers through the stadium, questioning Neji's obsession with victory, so much so that he would prostitute himself for power. He couldn't believe people were actually believing the blonde idiot. He exploded from the spot with a renewed ferocity, seeking to obliterate the blonde menace. He attacked with vigor, only to see that his opponent was easily evading him without breaking a sweat. In fact, he hasn't even changed his expression. It only served to increase his anger. "Stop running like a coward," Neji roared. "Ara. I am a shinobi who knows, not a samurai. If you want some fair fight to defend your honor or whatever other numerous issues you seem to have, you picked the wrong profession, my friend," Naruto advised, before gracefully backflipping, before taking up a stance. Many in the audience didn't recognize it, but Sakura, who did, widened her eyes. Inpu. Kurigaku no Jutsu. A dense mist spread across the arena floor, originating from Naruto's position. Most were scrambling to get a better view, but their vision couldn't penetrate the dense mist. Neji just smirked arrogantly, thinking Naruto an idiot for trying such a pathetic tactic against one with the all-seeing Byakugan. As he activated his bloodline, he realized, with growing horror, that he could not see through the thick mist permeating the arena. Panic began to set in for Neji, as for the first time in his life, he was deprived of his greatest weapon. Naruto, after completing the and imbuing with his dense chakra, let out a small breath and took a stance. With his side facing his opponent, his upper body turned to face forward with his back foot planted and his front foot facing his opponent. This was the starting stance of his personal taijutsu, the Kaioken. The flow of the match thus far was Neji being on the attack with him being on the defensive. Now that Naruto has the information concerning his opponent's movements, reaction time and speed, it's his turn to take the offensive. With nary a whisper, he vanished from the spot. It was only thanks to the intense training sessions with his teammate Lee and his sensei Guy that allowed Neji to somewhat feel the attack that was coming his way. Even though he had a rough idea that he was being attacked, his body couldn't react fast enough to the brutal kick that Naruto planted on his kidney. Neji gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to cry out in pain. The attack was powerful. On the same level that he takes from his taijutsu crazy teammates. Before he could even ponder on it more, a vicious palm thrust to his chest knocked the wind out of him, sending him staggering back. Another kick to his left eye, a slap to his right ear, a kick to the back of the knees, a punch to the guy that had him doubling over, putting him in the perfect position to receive a knee to the forehead before being grappled and tossed across the arena. These attacks happened in quick succession, not allowing any recovery time or even time to dwell on the pain received before even more was compounded upon it. All the audience was able to hear was the flesh smacking against the flesh of the blows and Neji's grunts of pain. Neji lay on his back, panting for breath and cringing at the pain that was coursing through his body. As he waited for more punishment to be heaped on him, he noticed that the attack stopped. He struggled to get back to his feet, wincing with every movement. He knew he needed to regain control of this match. "Stop hiding like a coward and attacking when I can't see. Fight me like a man." Neji's voice rang throughout the arena. He was frustrated, he was being shown up by such a failure. He was met with an irritating laugh from his opponent. "Yufufu. It seems you are mistaken about the kind of profession you're in, Neji-kun. I'm not a samurai or some storybook hero who's going to fight you in some battle for honor. I'm a shinobi. I attack from the shadows. In fact, it's only because you're a fellow Konoha shinobi that I haven't killed you yet." Naruto's voice reverberated throughout the arena. The cold mist as well as the implications of his words, said in such a matter-of-fact way, sent a chill down people's spines. "You see, I'm impartial to using a sword. But I stuck to taijutsu so far because I didn't want to kill you. But now that I think about it, I guess I can maim you a little. I'm sure you can endure excruciating pain for a few hours, at least until the medics can fix you. Prepare yourself, Neji." As he said those words, the killing intent rose sharply in the arena. It wasn't a lot, just enough to scare the lesser folk in the arena, as well as stun Neji for a bit before Naruto vanished once more. This time Neji felt a small cut on his arm. Before it was followed by another and another and another. Paper-thin cuts started blooming all over Neji's body. Even though a normally small and inconsequential wound, the sheer number Naruto inflicted upon Neji compounded the pain exponentially. What was even more impressive was that Naruto cut deep enough for Neji to feel the burn, but not deep enough to draw blood. It was an exhibition of precision and finesse with a blade. Neji felt tears wet the corners of his eyes. He was used to blunt trauma pain during his spars with Lee and Guy and wasn't even a stranger to cuts and stabs from Tenten on the rare occasion she was able to land a hit on him. But the precision with which Naruto sliced him up was a whole new sensation that his body didn't think it would ever experience. A stinging pain made him want to scream out, but no sound was able to leave his throat. He was on his knees as he tried to find some way to alleviate the pain. What he didn't notice was that the mist was slowly receding. The first view that the audience received once the mist disappeared was of Naruto calmly standing in the middle of the arena without so much as a drop of sweat on his body. His breathing was even and his posture was relaxed. It didn't even look like he was trying. Niji on the other hand was on his knees, trembling in pain. His clothes were dirty, his hair was frizzy, and he had some blood leaking from the corner of his mouth, and only the experienced shinobi in the audience picked up on the multitude of shallow cuts that were flayed across his body. Most of them winced as they felt the phantom pains of what they were seeing. In the beginning of this match, you called me a loser, a failure that was fated to lose to you today. All I see is a sad, pathetic little boy, too weak to fight back, too spineless to take charge of his life. All you're left to do is default to the position you are meant to be in. On your knees, before a superior being. Naruto taunted with a condescending smirk on his face. There were many gasps in the audience at the cruel words of Naruto that cut deeply into Niji, who could do nothing but lay there with humiliation all over his face. How dare you? You know nothing. The Hyuga clan as Div Niji started his rant, only to be cut off by Naruto. Save your breath. I already know the situation of the Hyuga clan. I honestly couldn't care less. So save your sob story for someone who cares. This isn't some competition where you compare your suffering to others and magically have an excuse for being an asshole. You choose your path because you were too weak to make something of your life. You took the easy way out. Ranting about your suffering to everyone that would listen to you, hoping for some pity. There are other people who have it just as bad, if not worse. But they don't whine like some broken record like you do. They pick themselves up and get on with their lives, something you're incapable of doing. And that, Niji, is why you are, and always will be, a failure. Naruto said, with complete seriousness. The arena was silent as many absorbed the words said by the young blonde. Those closest to him and those who knew of his situation could easily tell he was referring to himself and his situation as opposed to Niji's. Niji, though, was gritting his teeth in absolute anger. His resentment for the blonde reached boiling point. He wanted to eradicate this failure before him. Luckily for him, the idiot blonde allowed him just enough time to recover. You talk too much, loser. Niji said with an arrogant smirk on his face. Naruto almost burst out laughing at the irony of the statement. Niji then took up a stance that had many in the audience gape in astonishment, none more so than the members of the Hyuga clan. You are within my range of divination. The smirk increased tenfold. As he exploded from his position, ready to deliver on of the most iconic Hyuga techniques. Hakirakujuionshu, Naruto just smiled serenely at him before making a single hand seal. As Niji got closer, Naruto implemented his Suiten Mizukagami from the water that Naruto previously released and utilized for his water dragon, a flat circular pool of water formed, facing the direction of Niji. From the shimmering surface of the water, a perfect copy of Niji burst through, with the same stance, except in reverse. Niji couldn't stop his charge and followed through regardless of his duplicate's appearance. He assumed it was another petty trick from Naruto. 2 strikes. 4 strikes. 8 strikes. 16 strikes. 32 strikes. 64 strikes. For each and every strike that Niji delivered, the counterpart Naruto conjured mirrored him perfectly. Deflecting each strike with the same precision that Niji trained his body to be able to use. The more strikes he delivered, the more agitated he became at seeing not just his, but the most dangerous technique of the Hyuga clan being countered so easily. Usually, the Mizukagami no Jutsu is classified as an E rank, as it can only sustain one hit before dissolving. It was meant for one-on-one encounters to reflect a single move of the opponent. But Naruto was able to modify them with his monstrous chakra reserves and his unnatural training methods. He was able to sustain them with a steady stream of chakra and masterful water manipulation, making it the ultimate counter technique. As Niji delivered the final strike, the counter Niji dissolved into a puddle of water. He stood there, heavily panting from the strain the technique put on his body, only to realize that it was absolutely useless. His opponent still stood opposite him, with that infuriatingly calm smile on his face. Despair slowly started to set in as it finally dawned on him how hopeless his situation was. Before he could think more on it, Naruto moved to strike him. Naruto purposely moved at a slower pace for Niji to track him. He moved to strike Niji with a closed fist that Niji caught with his right hand. However, Naruto revered the grip and took hold of Niji's wrist. As Niji tried to send a finger jab at Naruto's right arm to disable it, he realized, with a shock, that he couldn't move his left arm. It just hung limply. Naruto smiled at seeing him finally realize it. Ah, I see you finally caught up. You see, in the mist earlier, when I cut you up with my sword, I lightly cut into the tendons in your left arm. Not so much that it would be noticeable, but just enough for my plan. So that in the event that you put too much strain on your right arm, you would damage it further and lose mobility in your left arm. I knew you had the Hakirakujuionshu up your sleeve, that's why I cut you. I've been watching you, Niji-kun. Naruto said with a smile, though his eyes were dancing with a bit of sadistic amusement at seeing the realization dawning on Niji's face. And now you find yourself in a deadlock with me. Though you are at a disadvantage, as your one good hand is preoccupied, whereas I have the full use of my right hand. Let me show you, genius-kun, how outmatched you truly are. To the absolute shock of the audience, Naruto started rapidly going through one-handed seals. In the stands, that's impossible. Kurenai shouted in disbelief. Asuma's cigarette fell out of his mouth at what he was witnessing. What the hell is Kakashi teaching his kids? Asuma muttered, although it was loud enough to be heard by those around him. Kakashi-sensei doesn't teach us any. All we do in training is teamwork drills. The only technique he taught us was tree walking. He mostly focuses on Sasuke-kun in terms of training. Everything you see Naruto doing here is most probably self-taught. Sakura informed, much to the shock of the other Jounin-sensei. That sounds like very youthful conduct from my rival. Guy said. Hahaha. I absolutely love this. Not only does he have a sadistic side. That 100-cut torture that he used was beautiful. But he's also this talented. He definitely has my vote for Chunin. Anko commented. Then she got a glint in her eye along with a seductive expression on her face. Maybe I can tutor him one-on-one. I want to see how long that sword of his is. Her inappropriate comments made those who knew her sweat drop and pray for Naruto's safety in the future. Back in the arena, Neji was gaping in horror and disbelief at what Naruto was doing. It shouldn't be possible. As Naruto completed his series of one-handed seals, he stomped a puddle beneath his feet, causing the water to rise, before shaping them into numerous sharps. He looked at Neji with a smirk on his face, though he was a bit nostalgic on the inside at using his dead lover's technique. The jutsu. Sensatsu Sushu. A multitude of water accelerated towards Neji, burying themselves into his body without mercy. He cried out in agony at the punishment his body was forced to take once again. He could feel his mind on the precipice of breaking at the torture he was forced to endure throughout the match. He didn't have time to recover though. As soon as the final impaled him, a Naruto shadow clone rushed in with a high kick that almost caved his chest in, sending him straight into the arms of another clone behind him, who caught him in a full Nelson before glowing brightly and exploding. Neji's agonized screams tore through the arena, making most of the audience cringe and look away. Naruto, although not really feeling merciful to this asshole, still didn't want to kill him, at least in front of all these witnesses, so he toned down the power of the Bunshin Daibakuha to mostly just a blunt concussive force. When the smoke cleared, Neji was lying flat on his stomach, a small pool of blood accumulating beneath his body. His groans of pain were like music to Naruto's ears. The shock being felt in the stadium was almost palpable to Naruto. He looked to Neji, who was struggling to get to a vertical base. He could have stomped him right then and there, but he needed to make a point with this match. So he stood there and watched, for almost 5 minutes, as Neji struggled, only managing to get to his knees. But that was perfect for Naruto. He held up a single hand seal and pulsed his chakra. The effects were immediate. Neji's entire body went rigid. He didn't even have the ability to blink. He was just stuck there on his knees, forced to look up at Naruto. Naruto, for his part, had a neutral expression on his face. He stared directly into the eyes of Neji, piercing his very soul. This went on for a few minutes, before Naruto's stony expression melted to his usual placid expression. I bet you're wondering why you can't move right now, yes? You see Neji-kun, the answer is very simple. A paralysis seal. Naruto explained, causing many to widen their eyes in shock and comprehension. Most didn't even know that Naruto had knowledge of the sealing arts. Others weren't even expecting it to be used in such a direct battle. I can tell by your expression that you're wondering when I tagged you with this seal. I tagged you at the very beginning of this match. Causing even more shock and confusion. Do you remember, before the match started, I walked to a certain spot as a starting point. When you launched your first attack at me, you stood in the exact same spot that I was. Last night, I snuck into the arena and planted that paralysis seal, for the express purpose of this very moment. I could have activated that seal and slit your throat whenever I wanted. The only reason I allowed the match to drag on for so long was to display my skills to the judges. So you see Neji-kun, you lost this match the moment you set foot in this arena. It was all part of my plan. The astonishment that permeated the arena was incomprehensible. To control the pace of a match, against one of the most promising young genin at that, to such a degree was not expected from a genin, especially one that graduated from the academy only 8 months ago. You see, the problem in Konoha is that the word prodigy gets thrown around too casually. If you have a fancy bloodline or graduate from the academy as the rookie of the year, you are automatically labeled a prodigy. I find it quite repulsive. I can't stand weaklings like you, who hide behind the false praise you get because you don't have the will to push yourself beyond the norm. Your teammate, Lee, is someone I would have much rather fought. He understands the hard work and dedication that is needed to succeed. You see Neji, you simply aren't worth my time. I look at you, and I see a pathetic hate-filled little boy trying to make himself into a bigger deal than he really is. I watched how you almost murdered your cousin, Hinata, who cared deeply about you, in some misguided notion of revenge. You have never learned that every action has consequences. However, there will always come a time, like now for instance, when all your posturing and preening is revealed to be the same as you. Absolutely worthless. That's why I allowed you to get to your knees before I activated the seal, because this is your natural position. You revel in being a servant to the Hyuga clan. You throw around your last name to everyone who wants to hear it. This is my kindness to you, Niji. So as you lay there, on your knees like the impotent worm you are, looking up at your superior, I want you to think about what I've said. Because the bottom line is, you aren't even worthy of breathing the same air as me. You never stood a chance against me, and you never will. Naruto said, before calmly walking out of the arena. Leaving behind a broken and beaten down Niji, who could do nothing but drown in his own tears of pain and humiliation. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Announced Genma. There was absolute silence in the arena. Before they burst out in cheers and applause. Naruto just shook his head ruefully before continuing his walk. He spotted Hinata out of the corner of his eye. He sent her a playful wink, causing her to beam at him. As he continued his walk, he looked up to the competitor's box, where he was headed to. He stared directly into the eyes of Gaara. An unspoken challenge was issued. You're next, Tanuki. Naruto thought as he left the arena, a raucous applause fading into the background. Chapter 8. A tale of a one-sided beatdown. Holy fucking shit. Anko exclaimed as she sat amongst her fellow jounin and their students. They were all staring at the arena that Naruto just vacated, with varying degrees of shock, awe and fear. Watching the apparent dead last systematically dismantle and break the prodigy of the Hyuga clan was an awe and fear-inspiring experience. I think I may need some new panties. She panted out, her face flushing red. The others were in too much shock to properly respond to her audacious statement, though Kurenai did twitch briefly. Although she was annoyed by Anko's comment, Kurenai never took her eyes off Naruto, who was calmly making his way out of the arena. She was always one to follow the crowd on things. Being a bit of a weakness of hers. Hence the reason she never took a deeper look at Naruto. People said he was the dead last with no talent, and that's what she always believed. It was shameful to admit on her part. She was a kunoichi, a jounin at that. Intelligence gathering and observation was supposed to be one of her strong points, yet she completely disregarded the ability of a fellow shinobi. She wondered if it was because of this habit of hers that she wasn't promoted until a few months ago. It also explained the veiled looks of contempt that Kakashi would occasionally shoot her. I can't believe it. Ino muttered, seeming to be in a daze. It went against everything she believed and everything that was supposed to make sense to her. She was beautiful. Sasuke was the rookie of the year. Naruto was the dead last. Those were indisputable facts. That was what a reality was supposed to be like. But Naruto crushed that reality before her eyes. She couldn't help but think about the times back at the academy when she along with the rest of the popular kinds would bully Naruto. For being the dead last and for being different. He was different now, alright. He has grown up since those days. To be a strong, handsome man who was brimming with self-confidence. She wondered if she had a chance with him. Tenten looked as though her entire worldview was shattered. She had completely disregarded Naruto as a threat, thinking that as the dead last, Niji, and by extension herself, could easily wipe the floor with him. Watching him beat, break and humiliate one of the strongest people she knows without even breaking a sweat was almost too much for her mind to handle. Lee, on the other hand, looked as though a fire had been lit beneath him, or maybe his flames of youth leveled up at the dominant display from Naruto, a fellow dead last, against his biggest rival, as well as the huge compliment Naruto paid to him during the match. Sensei. Naruto-kun's flames of youth are burning so brightly. I need to get back into fighting condition soon if I want to overcome Naruto-kun's magnificent youthfulness. If I can't do that, I will run 100 laps around Konoha, and if I can't do that I will climb the Hokage monument 200 times with my teeth. Lee declared passionately, with an almost visible fire burning in his eyes. His sensei looked at him with a few tears in his eyes. Lee. I'm so proud of you. Your flames of youth are burning brightly in my eyes. Guy responded to his student, who looked at him with a look of admiration. Sensei. Lee. Sensei. Lee. The more prudent members of the rookies turned away before they could be scarred for life by one of the most horrific sights in the elemental nations. The Jounin weren't even paying attention to them in the first place, having long grown used to Guy and his antics. I told you this would happen. Sakura pointed out a little smugly. She wasn't sure if she should be happy she could rub this in Ino's face or be a little scared at how brutal and sadistic Naruto seemed to be. It was such a contrast to Naruto who used to follow her around like a puppy and beg her for dates. Looking at him now, she couldn't help but feel a little regret. He really grew up in the last few months, becoming stronger, more attractive as well as mysterious. Some of the things that drew her to Sasuke. She wondered what could have been if she had accepted one of Naruto's dates. She decided that it wasn't the time to think about that. Looking at the strength of Naruto and knowing how strong Sasuke is. She began to question her worth on Team 7. It was a bitter pill to swallow. But she realized that she was the dead weight of the team. No amount of posturing and preening on her part could change that. She had work to do if she wanted to catch up. I would be surprised if he didn't make Chunin. Asuma commented, drawing the attention of the rookies. Seeing them looking at him, he decided to elaborate. Chunin are expected to be team leaders. Having strength isn't enough, you also have to have a good head on your shoulders. Seeing as how Naruto not only controlled the pace of the match, but also lured his opponent into his traps, all while keeping a level head. Not many people could do that. It makes him almost a shoo-in for being a Chunin. He definitely has my vote. He finished. The rookies were looking at Naruto in a new light following Asuma's evaluation. It seemed like not too long ago, Naruto was simply a blonde knucklehead, pulling pranks and ditching class. It is only now that they can truly comprehend the gulf in class and ability that seemingly opened up between them and him. It was a humbling realization. Hinata, for her part, could only look on in admiration and adoration at the way Naruto performed. It really drove home that hard work paid off in spades and that nothing will ever change if she sat on her ass all the time hoping things will magically fix themselves. Naruto, like her, was regarded as talentless, yet there he was, completely dominant in a fight against the prodigy of her own prestigious clan. She knew it was a little delusional of her, but she couldn't help but think that Naruto specifically put on such a display as a message for her. Whether he did, or it was just a figment of her overactive imagination, she will take away the lessons he put forward in his fight. It was time for her to evolve. She would not fail. Not after the faith that Naruto-sama has placed in her. That was more than enough to push her further than she ever tried to get. She focused her eyes, which were normally a light shade of lavender, but seemed to have darkened for a moment, on the figure of her younger sister. The malicious intent that she unconsciously projected seemingly affected Hanabi, who shivered slightly at the malevolent sensation she was feeling. Just as it appeared. It vanished. Hinata went back to smiling sweetly as she gazed upon her Naruto-sama. She would eventually take care of any worms that stood in the way of accomplishing her goals. With extreme prejudice. Scene change. Damn. That blonde bastard is just as dangerous as we thought he might be. This might be a problem for the plan. Kankuro whispered to his sister as they stood in the competitor's box overlooking the arena. Temari, though she didn't reply, agreed with her brother's assessment. Watching Naruto destroy that stuck-up Hyuga boy made her feel unsettled. She wasn't sure whether she should be unnerved or a little turned on by his display. She looked to her youngest brother who, while still remaining expressionless, had a hateful glint in his eyes. She could almost feel the bloodlust he was emanating in anticipation. Shikamaru, for his part, watched the entire proceeding with a calculating eye. He thought he had Naruto pretty much figured out, but then he goes and does something like this and completely throws him off balance. He's definitely counted as a troublesome blonde. Shino silently looked upon the arena, his bugs having told him of the massive reserves of Uzumaki Naruto. He knew he wouldn't stand much of a chance against someone like that, given the nature of his own skill set. It seemed like the future will be something to look forward to. Scene change. Quite the promising young shinobi you have there, Hokage Dono. The Kazekage commented. In reality, he was Orochimaru in disguise. He was inwardly salivating at the skill in one-handed seals that Naruto demonstrated, having not known it was even possible till the boy demonstrated it. Though, on the flip side, the boy could prove to be an obstacle to his plans. Not only his plans for Konoha, but also his acquisition of Uchiha Sasuke, who happens to be his teammate. Ho. Young Naruto-kun is certainly one of the more talented and hard-working shinobi we have. He definitely has the qualities needed by a Chunin, and he has it in spades. The Hokage responded. It certainly warmed his old heart to see how far the legacy of his predecessor has come. While he still harbors a large amount of guilt concerning the boy and the decisions he took in regards to Naruto's life and upbringing, he still cared deeply for the boy. He had many tough decisions that caused the boy many years of pain and loneliness, and while he regretted those decisions, he would not change them. He made them with the good of his village at heart. While it may seem heartless, such is the burden of those in positions of power and leadership. He just hoped that the boy would one day come to understand the sacrifices that were made. Scene change. There was an uncomfortable silence as Naruto stepped into the competitor's box. Temari and Kankuro shifted nervously in his presence, while Shino remained as stoic as ever. Shikamaru looked a bit annoyed at Naruto, probably for being so damn troublesome, and Gaara just ogled Naruto in a way that only served to creep him out. Naruto just ignored the tension and took up a spot in the corner, next to the railing. He nodded to Shino as he passed him and made himself comfortable. He was looking forward to the next match. Not for the apparent pomp and circumstance that the civilians are all hyped up about, but rather to see more of Gaara's abilities. He was curious as to what else his fellow Jinchuriki could do. Sabaku no Gaara and Uchiha Sasuke, please make your way to the field. Genma announced. Gaara didn't respond and simply vanished and reappeared in the middle of the field via sand shunshin. A few more minutes went by and the crowd started getting restless. Murmurs started to be heard around the stadium as people wondered where the last Uchiha was. "Will Uchiha Sasuke please make his way to the field?" Genma ordered once again. When he still didn't get a response, he looked up to the cage box to get some direction from the Hokage. Scene change. "Hokage-sama, we have searched the village, and there is no sign of Uchiha Sasuke or Hada Kakashi," said one of Sandame's bodyguards, Raito. The Hokage looked a little annoyed at the tardiness of one of his genin, in front of important clients no less. While many people may have flocked to the stadium to watch him, Sasuke being late to such an important event could prove an embarrassment to Konoha. "Let Genma know that if Uchiha Sasuke doesn't show up in the next 5 minutes, he will be disqualified," the Hokage ordered. While it may not be a popular decision, he couldn't allow the favoritism of one genin in such a manner, regardless of his heritage. He had already seen a masterful display from Naruto, who was a shoo-in for being promoted and would make a more positive and lasting impact on future clients. It would also be more prudent to allow him to be the one to nullify his fellow Jinchuriki. And from the display that he put on, he seemed more than capable of doing it, far more than Sasuke. "Hokage Dono, perhaps you should hold off on that decision. Many people, myself included, have come to see the last Uchiha battle for my son. It would be prudent to allow him more time," the Kazekage suggested hastily. Inwardly, Orochimaru was cursing his former sensei for attempting to ruin the little exhibition he was waiting for. He was looking forward to seeing his future vessel in action against a strong opponent. The gap in power between him and Gaara would make Sasuke see the Konoha is holding him back and cause the boy to seek him out. He needed the match to happen, or else he would have to find another way to persuade him. "I understand what you are saying, Kazekage Dono, however, the fact remains that as a genin, regardless of his family ties, it is his responsibility to show up on time for his match. He had ample time to prepare, as did his fellow competitors who made use of their time well and arrived early. I will not allow favoritism for the boy on this day. If he can't understand something as simple as being on time, then he is unfit to be a Chunin," the Hokage declared, much to the displeasure of the disguised Orochimaru. Sandame nodded to radio and asked him to pass on the message to Genma. The Uchiha boy was getting far too big an ego by the ass-kissing and the sucking up the civilian council was doing. He needed to understand that his actions have consequences. He also made a note to have a discussion with Kakashi. Not only for allowing his student to be late, but also about the revelations about how he trains his team that Jiraiya managed to acquire during his time training young Naruto. Scene change. "If Uchiha Sasuke does not show up in the next 5 minutes, he will be automatically disqualified, awarding victory to Sabaku no Gaara," Genma announced, causing the crowd to boo and jeer. They clearly wanted to see the so-called Uchiha prodigy in action, but Genma agreed with the decision by the Sandame. If the kid couldn't be bothered to show up on time, he should get the boot. He heard stories about what an arrogant little prick Itachi's little brother was, and he was definitely not impressed. Gaara just stood there, impassive. But for his siblings, who knew him relatively well, they could tell from the minor twitches of his body and facial expressions that he was annoyed. They only hoped that he didn't snap and go on a rampage. Yet, Sakura and Ino were nervously biting their nails, wondering where their crush was. Sakura had a pretty good idea, given her prolonged exposure to Kakashi, why he might be late. She could only hope that they made it in time. Though a small part of her wondered if this was a blessing in disguise, having seen what Gaara did to someone as strong as Lee. Naruto, from his spot in the competitor's box, was highly amused at the current happenings. He knew what kind of training Kakashi was putting his golden boy through. He scoffed inwardly though, at Kakashi's naivety, or maybe it was arrogance, in thinking a single technique is all that's needed to take down a Jinchuriki, especially one as unstable as Gaara. In Naruto's mind, all he was doing was sending Sasuke to his death. He knew they would not make it in time. Kakashi's inability to be punctual and Sasuke's ego would lead them both to believe that his match would be pushed back to accommodate him. Normally that would have happened. Which was why Naruto was a tad surprised at Sandame's decision. It was good to see that the old monkey still had some fight in him after all, instead of letting those peons on the council walk over him. Maybe it was because of his performance, or maybe the intel he received a few weeks ago. All that Naruto cares about though is that he is finally becoming somewhat proactive in his duties instead of sitting back and hoping for the best. Maybe he could finally fix some of the damage done to the village by those power-hungry morons. He did hide a little smirk though, as he put quite a bit of money on some of the matches. He already made a killing from his first match, and with Gaara looking set to win the second by default, it puts a pretty sum in his coffer. On the field, Genma looked at his watch once more before nodding to himself. This is the last call. Uchiha Sasuke, present yourself for the start of the match, Genma declared. When he didn't get a response, he looked at the Hokage, who nodded to him. Due to his inability to show up for his match on time, Uchiha Sasuke has been disqualified. The winner of the second match is Sabaku no Gaara. There was a wave of hostility directed towards Genma, who just stood calmly and let it wash over him. The booing and jeering amplified around the arena, mainly from the civilians who came to watch the last Uchiha compete. It was not a popular decision. Madara just stood still for a moment before using his sand shunshin to appear next to his siblings. His bloodlust was leaking out to a dangerous level. He was on a hair trigger, a tiny push was all he needed to snap. Ignoring the colorful opinions that the crowd were sending his way, Genma proceeded to announce the next match. Abiram Shino vs Kankuro. Competitors, please enter the arena. I forfeit. Kankuro cried out. He knew he had to save his abilities for what was to come, he couldn't afford to take a chance of having his match. Naruto looked at him and raised a single eyebrow in his direction, looking amused. Kankuro started sweating a little at the knowing gaze the blonde trickster was sending him. Even Shikamaru was starting to get a little suspicious. Shino gave no outward reaction, though his body did twitch in annoyance at the result. Winner by forfeit, Abiram Shino. The displeasure from the crowd just increased even more with that announcement. So far they were only treated to a single match, it wasn't what they paid to see. Next match, Temari vs Nara Shikamaru. Temari snapped her fan open and glided down to the arena. She knew that she needed to do something to at least buy some time for Gaara to calm down a little. She also needed to put on a display of power for her village. When she reached the ground, she planted her fan and looked imperiously toward Shikamaru, challenging him to face her. Seeing her expectant look made Shikamaru cringe. Hey, what is she getting so excited about? Actually, why do I have to be the one who gets his matchups changed so frequently? Damn it, I should just copy the other guy and forfeit. Were his thoughts. Naruto, having known Shikamaru for a long time, recognized the signs he was seeing from his former classmate. Knowing he would need to give him a little motivation, Naruto grabbed Shikamaru by the waist of his pants and hauled him over the railing, leaving him to fall to the arena below. Shikamaru looked up to his previous position, only to see a serenely smiling Naruto waving at him for good luck. He cursed the enigmatic blonde for putting him in this situation. It would have been so much easier if he just surrendered without having to fight his opponent, who was clearly fired up for some reason. As he lay on his back, on the edge of the arena, the audience started throwing all sorts of trash onto the field. Whether it was in protest of the last Uchiha being disqualified or as the fact that they held no interest or expectation for the current match was anyone's guess. Shikamaru ignored it completely and just lay there, gazing at the clouds. It looks like they were looking forward to Sasuke's match and now they have to watch some no-names match. He hypothesized. There's no point in fighting this match when nobody expects anything from it. What's this? You're going to give up as well. Temari taunted. When she realized that he was ignoring her, she narrowed her eyes dangerously. If you're not going to attack, then I will. She shouted as she charged at him, ignoring Genma's warning about the match not having officially started. She seems really excited about this. Shikamaru lazily commented as he searched his pockets and pulled out 2 kunai. He didn't have a lot of time though as Temari arrived at his position before jumping into the air, before bringing her fan down like a hammer that demolished the small portion of the ground he was lying in. When the dust cleared, she was shocked to see that he disappeared. When she looked up, she saw him leaning against the wall, using the 2 kunai he pulled out as a foothold as they were embedded into the wall. I don't care if I can't become a Chunin. But a man can't lose to a woman. I guess I'll fight. Shikamaru declared. Temari, upon hearing his comment, adopted a look of pure fury. Her face was turning red in both anger and hatred. You could almost hear the impact of Naruto's palm meeting his face. He quietly groaned to himself as he lamented the stupidity of Shikamaru. He had to be the dumbest smart guy around to make a comment like that to a woman, especially a Kunoichi as powerful as Temari proved to be. He basically signed his death warrant. It didn't help that Naruto had the most powerful being in existence, who just happened to be a woman and a proud one at that, thrashing around in his head, screaming obscenities at Shikamaru for his sexist comments. That limp dick little fucker. Let me out boy. I'll rip his dick out and force it down his throat. That sexist motherfucker. She raged. There was a lot more colorful language being thrown around, but Naruto turned her out, for the sake of his sanity and his innocence. He looked around the arena and noticed a lot of the women in the crowd looking dangerously at Shikamaru, clearly having grievous bodily harm on their mind. He even caught Anko licking a kunai, but seeing as though she does that a lot, he exactly wasn't sure if it was because of Shikamaru's comments or because she just liked licking kunais. It was clear Shikamaru lost a lot of points with the ladies, heck, most of them were actually cheering for Temari to kick his ass. Naruto just chuckled to himself at his friend and his troubles with the fairer sex. It would be amusing to watch him try to worm his way out of this. What followed was, for lack of better term, a game of cat and mouse. Temari bombarded Shikamaru with a full frontal assault, displaying her masterful knowledge and application of Futon ninjutsu, while Shikamaru did his best to not get shredded to pieces. He constantly put her in situations that forced her to stop and take stock of her surroundings as well as her situation. The crowd, who were at first booing, were quickly becoming enthralled by the strategic brilliance on display from both competitors. Many of the Jounin and Chunin who were watching were impressed with Shikamaru's strategic planning. When, after a long build-up, he finally ensnared a shock Tamari with his family's signature, the Kajime no Jutsu, everyone assumed he had everything in the bag. They were then treated to an even more bewildering scene when Shikamaru surrendered. He cited his waning chakra reserves as the reason. Many were outraged at the ending of the match. None more so than Tamari, who was glaring daggers at Shikamaru for his humiliation of her in front of so many nobles. It didn't take a genius to figure out that she had some serious bodily harm in mind for him with the way she glowered at him. Naruto just laughed lightly at the predictable move from the lazy Shikamaru. The Kyuubi wasn't happy, and she was letting Naruto know it as she raged about how well that chauvinistic peon did in the match. Now that the first round matches have been concluded, we will get underway with the second round. Would Uzumaki Naruto and Sabaku no Gaara please make their way to the field? He announced. Many in the crowd were a little tense in anticipation. While many were there to witness a Uchiha Sasuke fight, Naruto's performance against a prodigy like Neji made many people sit up and take notice. Some were more fearful than others, considering his brutal display, as well as their past treatment of Naruto. Gaara immediately appeared in the arena in a whirl of sand, while Naruto decided to take the scenic route. As he casually walked to the arena floor, he spoke with his tenant friend. Any last-minute advice, Kayu-chan? HMPH. Don't act as though you didn't plan out this battle from the moment you laid eyes on the container of that insufferable tanuki. I'm honestly impressed by your plan for once, but that isn't really saying much considering your annoying personality. It was inevitable that you would channel it in ways that would inconvenience others. She said exasperatedly. Naruto, being the mature and level-headed guy that he is, responded in an apt fashion, that is, by sticking his tongue out at her. I know that you love me, Kayu-chan, and that those poisonous barbs are just your own way to express your latent feelings for me. I know how tsundere you can be, so don't worry, I never take you seriously. He said pleasantly, which did nothing except piss her off even more than she normally is. As for our wayward sandy friend, well, I can't say that I feel too guilty for what I'm about to do to him. Then again, maybe spending so much time with you has caused me to develop some sadistic tendencies. Ah, how I have strayed from the path of the light. My dear Haku-chan, please forgive the degenerate I have become. Then again, knowing how submissive my Haku-chan was, she might have enjoyed my tender mercies. Naruto giggled perversely as blood trickled slowly from his nose and a trail of drool escaped the side of his mouth as he lost himself in his perverted fantasy involving his dead lover, fuzzy handcuffs, a bowl gag, as well as some honey, a riding crop and a rubber duck. The Kyuubi started blushing profusely at the depraved images her container was conjuring up in his mind. Oh boy. Get your head out of the gutter and on the match. You can think up those filthy thoughts later when you have some privacy. She shouted at him. Snapping out of his delicious daydream, Naruto smirked mischievously at his friend tenant. Why, if I didn't know any better, Kayu-chan, I would think that you were looking forward to perving on me while I relieve my urges. I didn't take you for a Shotokan. Hiro Kitsune. Naruto teased, causing the Titanic fox demon to splutter indignantly. Shotokan. I'm not a Shotokan, you insufferable bastard. How dare you insinuate such a thing about me, the mighty Kyuubi no Yauko. If I wasn't trapped in this seal, I would eviscerate you. Slowly and methodically. Till you beg me for a swift death. She said with a menacing tone and a cruel expression on her face. Which did absolutely nothing to detract Naruto. You are always saying that you are a millennia-old entity, which implies that everyone around you is younger by centuries, so technically you are a Shotokan. Also, I didn't hear you denying that you are a pervert. He pointed out smugly, causing her to fume in pure unbridled anger at her container. He just had this talent of pissing her off majorly. As much as I would love to continue teasing you, Kayu-chan, we're almost there. Get your game face on, it's time the world knew that Uzumaki Naruto is not someone you want to fuck with. Naruto said with a cold smile on his face as he entered the arena and took his place form across Gaara. Kyuubi smiled giddily to herself. Even though her Jinchuriki was an annoying bastard who took some sadistic joy in teasing her, she never doubted his ability to cause chaos and mayhem on a wide scale. It was a joy watching him inflict pain and instill fear into his enemies. She would never say it out loud, but he was her favorite person in the whole world. Even his teasing became something she looked forward to as he treated her as a friend and companion instead of a tool or a monster. It was a breath of fresh air for her, not that she would ever admit it to him. He would be far too smug for her to bear. For now though, she would sit back and watch her partner do what he does best, fuck up the plans of meddling assholes while causing anarchy all around him. Scene change. This is going to be an interesting one. Asuma commented. Indeed, the Suna boy is not one to be taken lightly. Then again, young Naruto-kun has shown us how dangerous he can be as well when he defeated my student. Considering the skill set he has shown so far, along with what he probably didn't reveal. Coupled with the one-dimensional offense defense of the Suna boy. I think Naruto-kun has a good chance to win this. I remarked, with a rare moment of lucidity. Lee, who was watching from beside his sensei, gripped his cane in anticipation. He watched Naruto-kun, who was labeled a dead last like himself, defeat his greatest rival easily. And now he was up against the guy who basically crippled him. He remembered Naruto-kun's words of praise for him, and he vowed to himself to find a way to get better, to not only live up to the expectations of a man he was coming to respect as much as Guy-sensei, but to also to one day give him a fight he can remember. Damn right, Guy. I got a lot of money on that sexy down there. He's gonna be helping mama rake in a fuckload of cash. Anko declared with her eyes turning into Ryo symbols at the thought of all the dango she could buy with the money she was going to win. The other rookies were silently watching, still trying to fully comprehend the fact that Naruto has become such a powerhouse. It was still surreal to see how much he's changed in the last few months. Scene change. The first match of the second round, Uzumaki Naruto vs Sabaku no Gaara Genma announced, looking to each participant, who nodded in confirmation, before bringing his hand down, Biggie. He was stopped as a swirl of leaves erupted in the middle of the two fighters, revealing a nonchalant Kakashi and a haughty-looking Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto just sweat dropped at these two idiots, trying to look cool. He honestly had to question the system in Konoha if these two morons got as far as they did without a psych evaluation, followed by being confined in a white padded room. Sorry, are we late? Kakashi questioned casually, without taking his eyes off his little orange book. Genma had to bite down on him to stop from lashing out at the Jounin for his behavior, along with the fact that he and his student have caused some embarrassment for Konoha with their tardy behavior. As a matter of fact, yes you are. The first round of matches has already concluded. Your charge was disqualified after failing to show up, even after being granted a 5-minute extension. I would kindly ask you to evacuate the field so we can get on with the next match, which you just interrupted. Genma pointed out, watching with a small sense of satisfaction, the growing horror on Kakashi's face, as well as the infuriated look on the face of the Uchiha. Boo. But. Kakashi spluttered. He thought they would postpone the match to accommodate Sasuke, seeing as most people came to watch him. They were forced to arrive later due to the fact that Sasuke finally managed to get a good grasp on what Kakashi taught him, to a level that was deemed acceptable. He never imagined that his student would be disqualified, making all the work that they put in amount to basically a waste of time, as his student wouldn't be able to show the fruits of his labor. He looked across the field and was shocked to see his other student standing there nonchalantly, without so much as a scratch on him or a hair out of place. Naruto fighting in this match could only mean that he defeated Hyuga Neji, something that Kakashi didn't really think he would be able to pull off. The fact that he doesn't even look like he was in a fight could only mean that he won with relative ease. A small part of him wondered if he made a mistake in focusing mainly on Sasuke's training, but he decided that there was no point in dwelling on his choices. Sasuke, for his part, was infuriated. He expected them to hold out till he got there. He was the last Uchiha after all. His importance to the village was parroted to him so often that it almost became a rule of thumb in this village to cater to his whims. Being denied the chance to fight a powerful opponent was galling, and more proof in his delusional mind that this village was holding him back. In his mind, that old fossil should have had the balls to delay his match till he got there. He looked behind him, prepared to intimidate whichever loser took his place in the match to hand their place over to him. When he froze in place, he looked directly into Naruto's playful eyes. He spent enough time around the blonde these last few months, enduring casual remarks about his masculinity and humiliating pranks, which he knew his teammate was behind, although he had no proof, for his body to develop a natural response to Naruto's presence. He didn't really care about the blonde, but he was smart enough to know when to be afraid. And every fiber of his being was telling him to get the fuck out of the blonde's line of sight immediately. Even though he still looked as calm and casual as he always did. There was something different about his teammate right now, and he knew instinctively that if he made a scene right now, it would not end well for him. So, although he hated it, he swallowed his pride, which was no small feat, and consoled himself that he would put the blonde in his place in the future. After the two interlopers evacuated the arena and took their place with the rest of the Jounin and the rookies, Genma once again took his place to call the beginning of the match. Uzumaki Naruto vs Sabaku no Gaara. Begin. He declared, before using the Shunshin no Jutsu to get the fuck out the way of the two titans that were about to clash. There was an eerie silence that descended upon the arena. The tension was rising exponentially, even though neither of the competitors so much as twitched. Some of the more squeamish members of the audience started to squirm uncomfortably. The killer intent from Gaara started to flood the stadium, taking many off guard by the sheer quantity and potency of it. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't even look fazed by the intimidation tactics from his opponent. He still looked as tranquil as ever. He smiled at Gaara. Almost mockingly. with a single raised eyebrow, like a parent looking at a petulant child throwing a tantrum. It only served to upset Gaara even more, making him even more unstable than usual. Uzumaki. Mother will have your blood. You will prove my existence. Gaara declared, with a sick smile on his face directed at Naruto. Naruto just raised a single eyebrow in amusement at the clearly unstable boy. It was almost cute how he tried to intimidate Naruto. Tell your mother that I'm flattered by her interest, but blood play is a bit too far outside my comfort zone. Perhaps some old school BDSM first, then we can work our way up to it. He said gently, causing many women in the audience to blush fiercely, conjuring up images of themselves in compromising situations with the yummy blonde. His reputation actually helped him in this situation, considering that he is the village pariah. Coupled with him blooming into his new looks, it gave him a bit of a bad boy reputation among the civilian girls, as well as some kunoichi. He heard a loud cheer from the audience that sounded suspiciously like Anko. He decided not to dwell too long on that thought for the sake of whatever little sanity that he still has left. What he didn't realize was that his tenant also had an atomic blush on her face at the imagery that she was thinking up. As he focused his attention back on his opponent, he couldn't help but sweat drop at the clueless expression on the boy's face. For a genocidal maniac, he sure seemed to be innocent of the more depraved side of society. Seeing Naruto chuckling to himself, Gaara took it as an insult and directed a wave of sand at the blonde, causing him to skip backwards to avoid the attack. The sand persisted though, with Gaara being the conductor of the show. Naruto skillfully and gracefully avoided the rush of sand constantly directed at him, frustrating Gaara, making him feel his prey was looking down at him. What he didn't realize was that Naruto was taking the time during the usual friendly opening salvo to take measure of Gaara's sand, its reaction time and speed of attack for later use. Naruto dodged another wave of sand that came his way. But this time he did a little something different. As he backflipped out of the way, he planted a kunai directly into the ground. It was an ordinary kunai, with the exception of the tag that was attached to the ring. Most that saw the tag assumed that it was an explosive tag. Naruto quickly vacated the area before running perpendicular to the kunai that he planted. Gaara's sand followed after him once again, but Naruto skillfully dodged before repeating his actions and planting a kunai. He repeated his actions twice more, to the frustration of Gaara and the confusion of the audience. After a short game of cat and mouse, Naruto decided that he gathered enough data on the offensive capabilities of the sand and decided to test its defenses. All Gaara managed to see was a blur of Naruto before a concussive force battered his sand shield, forcing him to take a step back. It was a similar feeling for the Redeed as compared to when the one with the large eyebrows forced something similar. Naruto continued to use his superior speed to take pot shots at the shield, continuously upping his speed to match, and then finally break through the shield, enough to land a solid hit on Gaara's jaw. As he was carrying out this sequence, it looked to the audience that he was simply getting faster and faster, which was true for the most part. What they didn't see was that Naruto was constantly lowering the levels of the gravity and resistance seals covering his body, allowing him to move faster, till he got to the point that he could outmaneuver Gaara's automatic defense. He still had a few more levels that he could have dropped the seals, but settled for the point that he was currently at. He didn't plan on using brute force to defeat Gaara, but the ability to overcome his defenses was essential to his plan. Gaara stumbled backward after eating a fist from Naruto, bewildered that once again, someone had managed to overcome his defense. Naruto, for his part, long realized that Gaara was completely helpless without the aid of his automatic defense. He did not train himself into jutsu, kinjutsu or jinjutsu. His over-reliance on his defensive technique made him arrogant, and he neglected the other shinobi disciplines, which in turn led him to the belief that he was invincible. If you take away his defense, he's just a poorly trained academy student with no idea how to properly fight. Lee proved this in the match during the preliminaries. If Lee had the ability to use ninjutsu or had a weapon to use against Gaara, he could have won that match. Unfortunately for Gaara, Naruto not only had exponentially more chakra and stamina than he did, but his brutal training regime made it so that he could hold himself in almost every shinobi discipline. Naruto had no intention of going easy on his opponent. Even though they were fellow Jinchuriki, he knew from his intelligence network what Gaara was really meant to do during these exams. He also knew that the Hokage was aware of what was to come as well, thanks to the quick work of his shadow clone, as well as his familiar, Saya, that saved the life of the Takebetsu Jounin, Gekuhade. Naruto therefore took it upon himself to defang the weapon of the enemy. He knew that Gaara wouldn't even pose much of a threat to him now. He was far too reliant on his abilities as a Jinchuriki for him to have any chance against Naruto. He knew he had to get Gaara to a point where he could nullify him in the way he intended, and to do that, he would do what he did best. Prod away at him till he ran out of whatever little patience he had left and abandon his defense and go full frontal in terms of his Jinchuriki abilities. He created a single shadow clone before flinging out a handful of shuriken at Gaara. The original and the shadow clones started going through different sets of hand seals respectively before calling out. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Buiten. Kaiten Shuriken. The 5 shuriken that Naruto threw multiplied into 50 before each of them were coated with razor-sharp wind chakra, further accelerating their rotation and cutting abilities. The speed of the throw as well as the nature of the chakra meant that quite a few of them got through the sand shield, even if their momentum was somewhat slowed, to inflict numerous lacerations on Gaara's body. A piercing scream echoed throughout the arena as Gaara caught sight of his freshly flowing blood, a sight that he never thought he would ever see. A few members of the Suna party shifted uncomfortably at the sight of the most dangerous person in their village, behind the Kazukiage, being wounded for the first time. Many looked towards the cage box for some sort of signal, but were surprised when none came. Most were positive the Kazukiage would have given the signal by now. Seeing no choice in the matter, lest they attract even more suspicion upon themselves, they decided to settle down for now, uneasily, and hope the match plays out in their favor. While Gaara was in the middle of his panic attack at the sight of his blood, Naruto pounced on the opening and blurred to the space in front of him before delivering a solid palm right to the chest, causing Gaara to stagger backwards and cough at the unexpected hit. Most didn't notice the slight blow coming from Gaara's chest after the hit. He followed that up with a backhanded fist to the side of the head before ducking low to sweep him off his feet before delivering a thrust kick to the ribs as he was falling, causing Gaara to rocket across the stadium before crashing into the wall on the far end, his sand trailing behind him impotently. The exchange lasted only a few seconds as the sheer speed of Naruto was too much for even some of the jounin to follow. Most were shocked the boy could even move like that, none more so than Kakashi and Sasuke. Sasuke was silently seething to himself once again at the blonde skill. He found himself doing that a lot in these past few months. Just when he thought he put the blonde behind him, the insufferable dead last would unveil more of his talents that left Sasuke in the lurch. He needed that power to kill Itachi and power to put the dope in his place. His neck started to pulse uncomfortably at that thought. Luckily for him though, everyone was glued to the match and nobody paid any attention to him. Naruto stood back and took stock of the situation as he watched Gaara try to pull himself out of the wall Naruto lodged him in. His primary objective was complete with that last combination, and this match was as good as his. He could easily end it right now, but in the end he decided against it. It came down to a combination of 2 factors. 1, he wanted to see the capabilities and strength of his fellow Jinchuriki, and 2, he wanted to send a message. Gaara, even before the start of the exams, was regarded as the most dangerous opponent. Naruto wanted to send a message, not just to the other competitors, but also the council idiots and the other idiots that populate this village. He was done being their scapegoat. For most of his life, he's had to endure their taunts and cruel words. The attempts to ostracize him and make his life miserable. He endured it all, being forged in the fires of loneliness and despair, and came out a stronger, more driven person. This was his coming out party, so to speak. He didn't want to show his whole hand, but he would do enough to foster a healthy dose of fear in those who sought to ruin him. Naruto lifted his hand up in the ram seal, catching the attention of those around him. He closed his eyes before channeling his chakra just the way he wanted it. While Naruto was seemingly meditating, Gaara laboriously made his way towards the middle of the arena. Glaring hatefully at his opponent the whole way. He has never felt this much pain in his life. It shouldn't be possible. But somehow this person was hurting him. He drew out his blood. He was denying his existence. Unforgivable. It was unforgivable to Gaara. The voice in his head was egging him on as Gaara slowly gave into its commands. Sand started to swirl violently around him. The Sunin in the audience tensed up when they saw what was happening. They were all too familiar with what was about to happen. Temari was gripping the hand railing in the competitor's box to the point of it almost denting. She looked to the cage box to see that the signal still wasn't given out yet. She wondered what the Kazukiage was waiting for. Things were about to get ugly soon and they needed to act quickly while they still had the element of surprise. Orochimaru was simply looking on in interest. Now that Sasuke wasn't competing any longer, he wanted to see what other surprises the Kyuubi brat had in store. He allowed the match to drag on, hoping that he would reveal some tricks like he did in the last match. But he didn't so far. He was about to signal Kabuto to start the invasion. When Naruto beat him to the punch. In the middle of the arena, opposite a silently stewing Gaara. Naruto's eyes snapped open. He started rapidly going through a chain of hand seal that none of those few that could follow could recognize. Before settling on the snake seal. As his chakra flared. The kunai he planted earlier reacted. The kunai to the east lit up in an azure glow. The kunai to the west lit up in white. The kunai to the south lit up in vermilion. The kunai to the north lit up in black. Finally, Gaara's chest lit up in yellow. Each color had an accompanying kanji. Seiryu, Byako, Suzaku, Genbu and Karyu respectively. Many were off their seats, watching the strange phenomenon. It was an entrancing display of colors. Gaara was frozen on the spot. Not by choice. but because Naruto made it so. Uzumaki Hijutsu. 5-point demonic suppression. Naruto whispered as he clapped his palms together. The effect was instantaneous. The colors danced with each other as they circled the boundary that Naruto had outlined with his kunai at the beginning of the match. They started rotating faster and faster. All the while they started closing in on their focal point, that being the holder of their beacon. Gaara. No. Stay away. Mother. Mother makes it go away Aig. Gaara screamed out hysterically as the colors closed in on him. He instinctively knew that something was wrong and every fiber in his body was telling him to run. But he couldn't and he didn't have any more time as the colors slammed into him. There was a blinding flash as Gaara's scream pierced the arena. The audience had to shield their eyes to prevent being blinded by the brightness of it. The seconds slowly ticked away as every person was waiting with bated breath to witness the result of such a display. As the glare died down, the audience was once again able to have a full view of the arena. And what they saw disappointed them. Naruto was still standing in his previous position in the exact same pose. Gaara was shielding his face in fear. But eventually even that gave away when he realized that he felt no pain. He slowly brought his arms down and flexed his hands to see if everything was still working. He finally calmed himself down when he realized that he was unhurt. He slowly looked across the arena towards Naruto. When he suddenly froze. His eyes widened frantically at what he was hearing. Or better yet, what he wasn't hearing. Naruto casually relaxed his stance and took up his usual posture. His back was straight and he gazed placidly at Gaara. If you looked closely though, you could see the mischief dancing in his eyes. Naruto slowly bent over and picked up a small stone and tossed it up in his hand a few times. He smiled in the direction of Gaara and lazily lobbed the stone in his direction. It was the most casual throw anyone has ever seen in the history of the Chunin exams. Even the slowest member of the audience could follow the trajectory of the stone as it sluggishly sailed through the air. It was as if time was moving in slow motion as they watched the stone leisurely cruise through the air before finally plunking the top of Gaara's head and harmlessly bouncing off. For the more slow viewers in the audience, that action didn't mean much. Most of them still wore confused faces. For the more intelligent members though, the implications hit them like a freight train. The look of absolute horror and fear on Gaara's face just solidified the conclusion. His automatic defense didn't activate. His greatest protection was crippled. Gaara was a sitting duck. Gaara was in the middle of having a nervous breakdown. He couldn't hear the voice of his mother anymore. For the first time since he could remember, he could hear the voice. His ultimate defense didn't work either. He was so unresponsive that he didn't even bother to check if his sand manipulation was still functioning. Naruto just looked at him. It was tiny. Minuscule amount of pity that he felt for what he was about to do. But the larger part of him didn't really care one way or another. This was currently the largest threat to his shitty village. He wasn't about to let some tanuki jump up on his turf. He was 8 tails too short to be trying to accomplish what he and his village were trying to do. You probably won't hear me. The shock is probably setting in. I want you to know. This is going to hurt you a lot more than it's going to hurt me. Naruto stated. His face took on a look of anguish. He was so good that most of the audience didn't know if he was seriously feeling remorseful or if he was just mocking Gaara. It was the latter fee. I'm about to give you a lesson in respect. Something that should have been given to you ages ago. But having a deadbeat dad tends to rob one of those important lessons being imparted. The beating you're about to experience is going to be the most brutal you'll ever experience in your life. If you are still sane after what I'm about to do to you, I'm sure we can become good friends. Naruto remarked. You've been asleep for a long time. This is your whatif call. After saying that, Naruto flicked a regular kunai straight up into the air from his position before vanishing from the spot. Just as Naruto finished his speech and flicked the kunai up, Orochimaru realized that he may have left things for too long. He finally moved to motion Kabuto to start the invasion. But it was too late. Naruto appeared right in Gaara's face and connected with a brutal headbutt to the bridge of his nose, breaking it. Gaara screamed in pain, but he didn't have time to dwell on it as pain started erupting from different parts of his body. Naruto vanished again and appeared behind Gaara and elbowed him in the spine. Naruto sent a kick to Gaara's right kneecap, breaking it. Gaara wanted to cry in pain, but Naruto the back of his head and brought it down on his knee, busting his face up even more. Naruto got into his guard and directed 5 swift but powerful jabs to his unprotected sternum. As Gaara staggered back painfully, Naruto thrust the tips of his middle and forefinger straight into Gaara's throat, cutting off his air supply. At this point Gaara looked like a bloody piece of meat. His right eye was swollen shut. His lip was busted open. His nose was broken in at least 3 places. My right kneecap was busted. His face was smeared with blood and there were bruises all over his body. This was the most intense pain that he has ever felt in his life. He couldn't even distinguish the sources of pain anymore. It was as if they all compounded upon each other and equaled one big beating. This all happened in the space of a few seconds as Naruto appeared back in his original position and held his hand out to catch the kunai that he previously threw into the air. It was a blur to most of the audience. They just saw Naruto throw his kunai into the air and catch it. But Gaara looked like he was put through the meat grinder afterwards. It was extremely confusing to them. The more experienced members of the audience had no trouble following the sequence. Some had to close their eyes and wince at the brutal beatdown. Anko looked as though she had an orgasm. It was at this time that Orochimaru finally managed to get the signal to Kabuto. It only took him a few seconds to pass that signal on. But it was a few seconds too late. By the time Kabuto started going through hand seals, it ate up even more precious seconds. Time that Naruto sure as hell took advantage of. Naruto looked directly into the one good eye of Gaara, who was still pathetically staggering. That one eye showed pure unadulterated fear. Naruto smirked deviously at him before rapidly going through 3 hand seals. Original sin. Gaara's body went rigid. Before his eyes widened in horror. His mouth wide open in a silent scream as his body toppled over. He was completely catatonic. Feathers started floating down the arena. Naruto flared his chakra and dispelled the illusion that was trying to take hold. Explosions rang out in the stadium and throughout the village. Temari, Kankuro and their sensei, Baki, suddenly surrounded him. Looking at him in anger and fear. But fear won out as they were terrified to be in his presence. Naruto looked into their eyes. And a horrific expression appeared on his usually tranquil and serene face. A bloodthirsty, malicious smirk was directed at the quivering opponents in front of him. The invasion has begun. Chapter 9. The plans of mice and men. Temari and Kankuro were trembling in fear as they stared at the monster that had just brutalized their younger brother. Baki wasn't faring much better in that regard. The potent bloodlust that Naruto was directing at them only further compounded their fear. It made Gaara's bloodlust seem like a passing breeze in comparison. They wanted to retrieve Gaara from his position next to the blonde, hoping that he can still fulfill his role in the invasion. But they were terrified that any overture they made would result in Naruto tearing bloody chunks out of them. Naruto, sensing their fear and hesitation, gave them a challenging smirk. Almost daring them to make a move. The sounds of kunai clashing and explosions rocking the village provided the background soundtrack for the stare down. Naruto had no intention of letting them have their way though. Faster than they could react, he went through a series of 3 hand seals before slamming his palm on the ground in front of him. Daiaku Kuchius no Jutsu. A spider web pattern of kanji spread across Gaara's body before he vanished in a puff of smoke, Naruto's reverse summoning taking effect. Gaara. Temari shouted in distress at seeing her little brother vanishing to who knows where. Sorry, Gaara can't come to the phone right now. Can I take a message? Naruto taunted with an amused smile on his face. Temari's body shook in fear and anger, both emotions warring inside of her. She wanted so badly to tear the bastard in front of her to ribbons, but she knew that she couldn't lose her cool right now. Gaara's safety was on the line. Nothing in this damn invasion of theirs was going to plan. Their moves were being read and they were being perfectly countered. It seemed as though Konoha found out about their plans and put measures in place to foil them. So while she may want revenge on Naruto, she knew that they needed to find Gaara first. She wasn't sure where the blonde sent him, but their survival in this war depended on his participation. She silently motioned towards Kankuro and Baki, signaling their need to retreat. Without ever taking their eyes off the blonde before them, who was still looking at them as if they were a particularly amusing sideshow, the 3 of them rapidly retreated. Naruto was highly amused as he watched them retreat. He knew what they were trying to achieve, which was what made it funnier as he had sent Gaara to the summoning realm, more specifically, the territory of the Kitsune clan. They could spend the rest of their lives looking and they would never find him. Not unless Naruto wanted them to find him. Now that the biggest problem was taken care of, Naruto allowed his gaze to wander, taking in the various scenes that were playing out throughout the stadium. The Jounin were holding their own against the flood of Otonin and Sunanin. Most of the rookies seemed to have been ensnared by the Genjutsu, the exceptions being Sakura, Sasuke and Hinata. He wasn't too worried about the previous 2 as Kakashi and Guy were in the immediate vicinity, but the latter was in a bad way. She was still injured from her fight with Neji, and she had no protection as Kiba was knocked out. Naruto wouldn't let anything happen to her though. He had an invested interest in the young heiress, and he would make sure she survived his war. Page Bunshin no Jutsu. A large plume of smoke erupted from his position as hundreds of Naruto clones were created, each one itching for some action. He directed 3 of them to watch over and protect Hinata and Kiba. The rest knew what they had to do as they broke off, each going in different directions to different points in the village. The original Naruto remained in his spot as he gazed up at the translucent violet box that appeared on the roof of one of the buildings. He recognized the technique as the Shishi engine. Quite the tricky bit of barrier work. He was impressed that Orochimaru had the personnel to actually pull that off. He wondered whether he should go help the old monkey, but he decided against it. He was the Hokage for a reason, regardless of his age. He knew the man could take his former student on with no problems. The fact that Naruto left a nasty little surprise for Orochimaru also helped his decision. The old man would be fine. For now though, there were a lot of moving targets here. Each one begging out to be eviscerated. A bloodthirsty smirk spread across his normally serenely smiling face. Some of the nearby shinobi jerked back in fear at his expression and the accompanying bloodlust. Well Kaio-chan. There's a lot of fresh meat on offer. What's to say we partake in this meal and hopefully satisfy that enormous bloodlust of yours, Naruto quipped. HMPH, don't make it sound like I'm the only one who's getting excited at the prospect of shedding some blood. You're even worse than I am in that regard. She shot back. Naruto's grin widened at that, not disagreeing with her. He decided that he spent enough time giving the enemy a head start. It was time to hunt down his prey. Scene change. Hinata wasn't having a very fun time right now. Having been sharp enough to break out of the genjutsu that tried to take a hold of her, she now wondered if she would have been better off allowing it to put her to sleep. She was currently surrounded by 5 Odonin, each leering at her perversely. Kiba was of no use as he had succumbed to the genjutsu and was knocked out beside her. Akamaru was much the same as his owner. There were no Konohinin near her position, and her father and the rest of the Hyuga clan had disappeared, leaving her on her own. She would like to say that she was surprised, but this was expected. It just further solidified her resolve to follow the path she intended. That was for the future though, if she even made it that far. Currently, her options were not looking good. She could try to fight them off, but her body was still racked with pain from her fight with Niji. A toddler could probably put up a better resistance than she could in her current condition. She could try and hold out for help to arrive, but she had no weapons on her, having come from the hospital where no such things were allowed. There didn't look to be anybody who could get to her either. The other option, and most preferable one at this point, was to take her own life. It may seem a bit extreme, but the way these men were eyeing her made her sure that she would prefer death over what they had planned. Not to mention that she refused to allow her purity to be sullied by such filth. Her body belonged to her Naruto-sama. He was the only one allowed to have his way with her, as such, she would rather die than allow these pieces of trash to violate what belonged to him. She raised her hand toward her temple, intent on using a Jiken strike to shut down her brain, when one of the Odonin's head slid off his shoulders. The other 4 looked on in shock at the occurrence and didn't have much time to launch a counter-attack as they were picked off. One of them was split in half, right down the middle. The other had his neck snapped. The 4th member had a kunai plunged into his brain, and the final member felt an arm rip through his chest from behind. He remained alive for a few seconds, enough to see his beating heart in the hand that tore through his chest. Hinata looked on in rapture as the 3 Naruto clones wiped off the blood they got in themselves. She felt herself shiver a little in pleasure at the lengths he went to. Just to protect her. She was important to him. He cared for her. He wanted to protect her. She felt her body heating up at those thoughts. Then Naruto-sama. She said softly, with a giddy look on her blushing face. Yo, Hinata-chan. The boss sent us to take care of you and make sure nothing happens. One of the clones said, confirming Hinata's hopes. She closed her eyes as her body shivered in pleasure just hearing his clone say the words. The clones looked at each other dubiously, confused at the strange behavior of the weird girl. He also wanted us to make sure the flea-ridden mutt didn't get killed. The same clone said, before he shrugged. Of course, we'll take care of Akamaru as well. Hinata just giggled at his jibe at Kiba. That seemed to be a common argument between the two of them. Hinata found it to be quite amusing. Especially how Akamaru would often agree with Naruto, who would compliment him and buy him off with snacks, much to the vexation of Kiba. We should probably get moving. Do you want us to escort you to the Hyuga compound, Haim? The second clone asked. Hinata blushed at being addressed in such a way. I would prefer not to. They sort of left me here and I'm not in the mood to be around them right now. Hinata answered, her eyes darkening as she spoke. She knew the consequences of saying that to Naruto, even if it was just his clones. It was a deliberate move on her part. The way all 3 of them narrowed their eyes dangerously confirmed that they were displeased by the actions of her clan. She knew that there was a good chance of him getting some silent and humiliating retribution for her. That thought alone filled her with untold bliss. She wondered if there was something seriously wrong with her. But looking at the handsome face of Naruto, all 3 of them, she decided that feeling this way about him was wrong. Then she didn't want to be right. The clones gave each other a look before nodding. No problem. We'll take you to the boss's private training ground till the little temper tantrum from Suna is over. However, you have to promise not to reveal it to anyone. We are trusting you with this. The first Naruto clone said sternly. The glassy look in her eyes and the way her body shuddered violently should have been an indication to the 3 that something wasn't right with her, but they decided that it wasn't their problem. They would leave it to the original to deal with her weirdness. Seeing that all 3 of their targets weren't particularly mobile, they decided to swoop in. The 3rd clone picked up Akamaru and gently cradled him in his arms. The second clone slung Kiba over his shoulders, intent on dropping the both of them off at the Inuzuka compound on the way. The final clone swept Hinata off her feet, causing her to let out a cute eep and held her bridal style, much to the girl's embarrassment and happiness. "Okay, let's move out," he ordered as all three of them made their way to the main districts of Konoha. Scene change. Iruka panted for breath as he looked at the opponents before him. It all happened so suddenly that he and his comrades barely had the time to react. He was in the middle of a lesson when explosions rocked the village and the academy was put under siege. Odonin came flooding in. It was only the quick thinking of the Chunin staff that were able to protect the kids from danger. 4 of the Chunin quickly surrounded the children with a barrier, but it wasn't the sturdiest. A few good hits and it would crumble. It was their job to hold out as long as possible. He could hear the sounds of the numerous battles occurring and knew that a lot of the shinobi were being bogged down by the sheer number the enemy had on their side. That meant that they couldn't really count on a lot of reinforcements coming to their aid. He knew what he had to do, but he also knew that they, the teachers, were fighting a losing battle. Unfortunately, as teachers, they had allowed their skills to rust a bit. He wasn't in the greatest fighting condition that he could be, and he knew it was much the same for his colleagues. If he survived this war, he was definitely going to start intensely training again. Maybe he could join his favorite student. He heard that Naruto had some crazy training regiments. They had already suffered a few casualties on their side, but were barely able to dent the enemy. There were a few good hits here and there, but there were too many of them and they covered each other well. He was honestly starting to lose hope. It was only the thought of what would happen to his beloved students if he failed that kept him moving. His body was starting to wear down and his mind was working overtime just to stay coherent. His chakra reserves were almost depleted and if something didn't happen soon, it would be the end of them all. As that thought passed through his mind, he heard a very familiar voice. He couldn't help but smile as he felt his body relax. Buiten. Kami Arashi. The furious torrent of razor-sharp winds tore through a large chunk of the Odonin as 4 Naruto clones landed in front of Iruka and the rest of the teachers. Iruka let out a sigh of relief as he looked at his favorite student, not that you'll ever hear him admit that out loud. He could hear the Konohamaru Corps cheering loudly from within the barrier at the appearance of their boss. Iruka-sensei. You look like shit. This is what happens when you sit in your ass all day and neglect your training. The lead Naruto clone said to him with a laid-back smile on his face. Iruka felt his forehead throb violently at the cheek of this little bastard. He spent so much time away from Naruto these last few months that he forgot what an impudent brat he could be. He still smiled though, as he wouldn't have him any other way. Okay boys, we've got a bunch of Odo dumbuses who thought it was a good idea to attack our academy. Take them out with extreme prejudice. He ordered before vanishing from his spot and appearing next to the barrier. He pumped more chakra into it and solidified it further. It also had the effect of blocking the vision from outside and inside the barrier completely as he didn't want the kids to see what was about to happen. You brat. One of the Odo nin shouted at seeing the damage Naruto managed to do with his jutsu. That was the signal for the renewed attack as the Odo nin pressed on even harder, not caring for their losses as they tried to inflict as much damage as possible. They were doomed to failure though as each Naruto clone activated the storage seal on the side of their kimono and unsealed their sword, brandishing Benehem in all her glory. Buiten. Kazakiri. All 4 of them said, coating the already frighteningly sharp blade with a razor-sharp coating of Futon chakra, increasing Benehem's cutting power to godly levels. All 4 of them grinned evilly, spiking their killing intent to the max as they burst into action. They literally tore through the ranks of the enemy with frightening ease. Their blades cut through flesh and bone as easy as a hot knife would cut through butter. Blood coated the courtyard as body parts were flying through the air, littering the ground as all 4 Naruto clones moved with perfect synchronicity and absolutely massacring their enemies. There was some resistance from the Odo nin, but they were too shocked by the casual violence and disregard for life as their comrades met swift and brutal ends. Hack and slash. That was all that was happening as heads were rolling and limbs were being separated from their bodies. There was a morbid beauty to the sight that those witnessing it could attest to. Those that could hold their stomach, that is. Iruka had to work hard to keep himself from vomiting as the sight he was witnessing. While he was no stranger to death and violence, seeing the friendly blonde perpetuate such a ruthless bloodbath was a bit of an eye-opener. It was difficult to reconcile the silly prankster that was always ditching his class to the brutally efficient killer he was witnessing. And these were just his clones. While a part of him was horrified, another part couldn't help but be a bit proud. It was bittersweet to know that he had seemingly done a good job as he watched as Naruto bifurcated another Odo nin. This was what he had trained Naruto and all his students to be. Efficient killers for the protection of their village. It was one thing to know about it theoretically, it was another thing to see it in action. He made a note to speak to Naruto about it later. He didn't want the boy to become some emotionless killer. Once the last of the enemies fell, each clone wiped their blades off on their victim's clothing until it was blood-free again. 3 of them kept a vigilant eye for any more possible enemies as the 4th mode his way to Iruka. Isn't there some sort of evacuation drill that the academy usually initiates once a week? I'm pretty sure that there is a bunker nearby for these very situations. He asked. Iruka gave him an affirmative nod. Hi. We were on our way there before we were ambushed. We couldn't take the chance of moving the kids and fighting off the enemy at the same time as we were severely outnumbered. He explained. The Naruto clone gave him a small smile in return. Okay, continued the evacuation. We will watch your backs and make sure nothing gets in your way. Just focus on getting those snot-nosed brats to safety and leave the enemy to us. He said with a smirk as he pointed his thumb towards the barrier. Iruka shook his head in exasperation at the blonde but was glad to see that some of the old bite that made him such a troublemaker was still there. He followed Naruto's orders despite being of higher rank and experience. His eyes were clear enough to see that his old student had seemingly surpassed him. It was something that made his chest blossom with pride. He was definitely going to take the prankster out for some ramen after this is over to hear his story. Scene change. Similar scenes were witnessed all over Konoha. Naruto clones were laying waste to the enemy with overwhelming force on most occasions, and at times subtle traps were laid and at other times with kamikaze attacks. Regardless, it helped trim down the enemy numbers and allow the villages Jounin and Anbu to systematically pick off the Odo and Sunanin. Without their advantage in numbers, they were nothing but sitting ducks in enemy territory. It wasn't just Naruto either. The various clan heads were leading from the front and taking out enemies left and right. Senior Jounin like Guy and Kakashi were doing their best to decimate the enemy ranks, along with the likes of Asuma, Kurenai and Anko. The Sandaime had the full view of this happening from his position on the roof. He couldn't stop the pride that shone in his eyes as he watched his favorite blonde. Don't tell Tsunade he said that. Turn the tide of this war. Naruto really has grown up these last few months. He felt a little sad, knowing that he probably wouldn't see him grow to be the man he knew he would be and eventually take his place as the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen had resigned himself to die in this battle. He knew he wasn't as young as he used to be and that he had lost a bit of his power over the years. It would take everything that he had to put his student down, something that he was more than prepared to do. He would correct the mistake that he had made all those years ago. DCH. That insufferable brat is ruining everything. Orochimaru cursed as he watched the Naruto clones go to work. Orochimaru cursed himself for allowing that match with Gaara to go on as long as it did. He never expected the brat to know such high level of genjutsu. He had gone and completely taken their secret weapon out of the equation. He cursed for losing himself in his scientific curiosity. Now, once again, an insufferable blonde stood in the way of his ambitions. Ahaha. Naruto-kun has a terrible habit of completely derailing the plans of people in the worst way possible. It's a special talent of his. One that has given me endless headaches, but now that I'm not on the end of it, I can see how amusing it can be. The Sandaime chortled. Orochimaru frowned at his words before he composed himself. He had more up his sleeve, and as long as he killed his old sensei here, then his objectives would have been completed. Fukuku. That's all well and good, sensei. But you have bigger problems to worry about. Orochimaru taunted before going through a series of hand seals. Hiruzen, seeing the initiative taken, flung a handful of kunai at Orochimaru before going through hand seals of his own. His chain was shorter though, so he finished first. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The shuriken multiplied, heading straight for Orochimaru who had finished his chain of hand seals and clapped his hands together. Uchiha. Ito Tensei. The Sandaime face morphed into one of horror as he watched 3 coffins rise off from the ground to block the shuriken. He knew he had to at least stop the third. He concentrated and pushed back as best as he could and, to his relief, the 3rd coffin sank back into the ground. Orochimaru. What have you done? He shouted in disgust. Fukuku. I simply thought a reunion with your old teachers would make you happy, Sarutobi-sensei. He taunted. As the coffin lids dropped, the Shodaime Hokage, Senju Hashirama and the Nidaime Hokage, Senju Tobirama stepped out. It's been a long time, Saru. Hashirama said. Oh? Is it you? You've aged, Sarutobi. Tobirama added. I didn't expect to see you two in a form like this. I am mortified. Hiruzen said, before narrowing his eyes. Please prepare yourselves, Shodaime, Nidaime. Tobirama looked around before spotting Orochimaru behind them. Ito Tensei, eh? So this kid summoned us with a forbidden technique. Quite a guy. He said. If that's the case, Sarutobi, we must fight you. Hashirama warned. Let's cut the chit-chat, old men. And let's get this started. Orochimaru said as he approached Shodaime and Nidaime with a kunai in each hand with a strange tag on the rings. He was preparing to insert the command kunai into their heads when the bodies of both the former Hokages burst into little scraps of paper. There was nothing left behind but a few clouds of smoke. What? Orochimaru raged. The Sandaime, who saw the residual smoke, knew exactly what happened and who had done it. He couldn't stop himself from laughing uproariously, much to the fury of his former student. It seems I owe you once again, Naruto-kun. You really know how to come through for this old man when it counts. I think I may actually be able to survive this now. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hiruzen thought as he charged at his still seething former student, intent on taking advantage of the opening afforded to him. And so, the battle between the leaders of the respective armies started their titanic battle. Scene change. While this was happening, Naruto, the original one, was heading to a much more interesting place. It was a small clearing just outside Konoha. Here he could see the enemy's intelligence officers bustling around and commanding officers in charge of directing traffic for the foot soldiers. These were the men in charge of providing crucial information to their shinobi, as well as the ones who picked the priority targets. He also spotted a few Konoha Anbu with blank masks amongst them. He smirked when he saw that, knowing exactly what division they were a part of and who ordered them here. It seems that the old war hawk is getting impatient in his old age. I didn't think he would overplay his hand. The old man will have a field day with this. Naruto thought as he secretly took a few photographs of the scene with the camera he kept on hand to record his glorious pranks. He made sure to include the Konoha nin in the picture with the enemy commanders. All in all, there were about 20 of them, including the root agents. 6 of them were Suna nin, with the remaining 10 being Odo nin. A normal person would have walked away from the scene and called a superior officer. Not to mention, the political power of the one in charge of the traitors was nothing to sneeze at either. But Naruto was the furthest thing from normal. He wasn't afraid of fighting the odds, nor was he afraid of some old prune who probably couldn't even get it up anymore. He knew that when he cut off communications with the rest of the invading army, they would run around like headless chickens. Making the jobs of the rest of the Konoha nin a lot easier. He knew he couldn't allow any of them to leave, especially the root agents. This was a golden opportunity for him to get a peek at the infamous seal that is said to be on the tongues of all root agents that apparently prevent them from divulging information about their organization as well as their leader. Through his own little spy network, he picked up a few tidbits here and there regarding the seal, and he has been curious ever since. The Uzumaki blood in him wouldn't allow him to let it go. Not to mention, Danzo has been a thorn in the side of the Sandaime for a long time, which translates to being a thorn in Naruto's side going into the future. The man was an instigator with a superiority and inferiority complex towards the old man. He was a lot like Sasuke in that regard. Which was enough to put the guy on the top of Naruto's shit list. But the guy was apparently the one behind the civilian portion of the Konoha Council, thinking they actually have the power to run things, as he has been rallying them from the shadows. Which was even more motivation to try and crack the seal. He wasn't sure if he could actually get something concrete on the old bastard to have him executed, but if he could make his life even a little more difficult then it was a win in Naruto's books. With nary a thought, 4 shadow clones silently popped into existence. He gave them each a nod and they vanished from the spot. He hid a smirk to himself. It was a bit of karmic justice for him, as he would use the very same technique that they did in their quest to destabilize the village. He knew he could have stealthily killed them if he wanted to. But he was in the mood to have a little fun today. Not to mention, most of these cocky assholes looked likely to brag about their objectives if he egged them on enough. So he would forgo any stealth and he would do what he always did. Kick down their front door and cause as much anarchy as humanly possible. Inpo. Shishi engine. The translucent violet box encased the clearing, same as the one that the Hokage was currently trapped in. What's going on? Check the perimeter. Find out the source. If we take out at least one of the casters, the jutsu will fail. One of the more level-headed commanders belted out. That was impressive thinking under such a stressful condition. I must say, I'm impressed with your fortitude, Hiroshi-san. Naruto drew out as he made his position known. He was casually sitting on a tree branch with his right leg crossed over his left and his chin resting on his palm, the arm of which was being supported by his leg. There was a half-lidded look in his eyes as he gazed down at the tense enemy shinobi. Who the hell is Hiroshi? The once level-headed commander retorted. Eh? You're not Hiroshi-san who used to run the local pet shop? Naruto asked. He cupped his chin and adopted a thinking pose as he squinted his eyes a little and stared at the man. Sure, you lost a lot of hair, your stomach looks a lot bigger than before and your face looks a little more deformed. But I'm sure you're the real Hiroshi-san. He finished, nodding his head sagely like it was a foregone conclusion. You little bastard. You dare to make fun of me. Calm down, Hiroshi-san. I just came here to return this collar and leash I bought from you. It was bad stock and my girlfriend said it makes her neck itch. Could I get a refund? Naruto questioned as he held up a dog collar with a leash attached to it. You. The enemy commander gritted out, clearly recognizing that Naruto was mocking them. He eventually got himself under control though as he smirked at Naruto. You made a mistake coming here boy. You trapped yourself in a box with us. There is no escape for you now. Men, teach our little friend a lesson in respect. Keep him alive though, I want to be the one to end him." The man ordered with a cruel smirk on his face. Naruto continued to look bored at the proceedings, further unnerving the men in the clearing. He was keeping a careful eye on the four root agents though. He knew what they were most likely to do in this situation. They couldn't afford to let their involvement in the invasion become known to the public and by extension implicate their leader. Even though there will be no solid proof to incriminate Danzo, the Sandaime is smart enough to know that he had his hands in it. They also couldn't afford to kill Naruto as he was too high a priority for the village, not to mention that their leader probably had his own plans for him as the village Jinchuriki. The only option they had here was to incapacitate him and take him back to their base to be re-educated in a way that would benefit their leader, passing it off as him being a casualty of war. Naruto gave them a calm smile as he eyed them predatorily. They assumed him to be easy picking because he was a kid. They were sorely mistaken. Before they could even react, Naruto flung a handful of shuriken at 5 of them before going through rapid hand seals. Shuriken Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. The handful of shuriken multiplied into hundreds of them. There were far too many for the men to effectively dodge successfully as so many of the shuriken embedded themselves in their bodies. It wasn't anything fatal, but it was sure to be painful. He was doubtful they would be able to fight at full capacity, which was the point of the attack. "What are you idiots looking around for? Attack him," the leader urged. They sprang into action with 2 Odo Nin and 1 Sunin Nin charging at him with kunai at hand. 4 others stationed themselves just behind the charging group, going through hand seals. Naruto gave a languid smile as he blurred from his position, coming to a crouch a few meters in front of the charging shinobi. He lashed out with a thrust kick to the stomach at the closest one, sending him flying into a tree. The second one received an uppercut that caused him to bite his tongue, as well as lifting him off the ground. As he hung in the air for a few seconds, his mouth filling with blood, Naruto delivered a brutal roundhouse kick to his side. You could hear the crunch of bones as a few of his ribs shattered under the force of the kick and his body went skidding along the ground. The final shinobi tried to take advantage of Naruto's focus on the other two and slip a kunai into Naruto's unguarded back. Unfortunately it didn't work out that well for him as Naruto twizzled his body at the last second, allowing the arm to pass through nothing but air. Naruto then caught the arm, his back still facing the man, and casually snapped it at the forearm. The man's scream pierced the clearing. Naruto then spun him around and clapped him hard on his ears, further disorientating him. Pain. Gakakyu no Jutsu. Duoten. Tatapa. Naruto heard the 4 from before they unleashed their jutsu. 2 of them used the Gakakyu no Jutsu, which melded as they flew through the air. The other 2 augmented the already impressive fireball with the Tatapa no Jutsu. Naruto actually took a moment to admire the seamless collaboration of jutsu. It was a pretty impressive sight. He didn't think the cannon fodder could produce something so good. He wasn't too worried though as he used the still groggy shinobi that he had just incapacitated as a meat shield. His screams once again echoing throughout the clearing as the sizzling of his flesh could be heard along with the putrid smell of it. Naruto, not waiting around to admire his handiwork, used a shunshin to appear in the immediate vicinity of the jutsu casters. They were still a little disturbed by their comrade being roasted alive by their jutsu, but they were a little slow to react as Naruto enhanced his kunai with Futon chakra before throwing it at one of them, piercing his brain. The other 3 quickly snapped out of their shock and charged him, intent on engaging in a taijutsu battle. He was happy to oblige them as his fists and feet danced through the air as he took all 3 of them on. Blocking and dodging. He would strike out every so often when he found an opening in their guard. He used his superior strength and agility to evade most of their hits, as well as landing his own. He could tell they were a little tiring. The drain from those large jutsu they used earlier along with trying to match his stamina was always a battle that they had no hope in winning. Just as he was about to finish them off, he was grabbed from the back and held in a full Nelson position. From the corner of his eye, he could see it was the guy that he first kicked away. Excellent men. Cut him up a little. This little brat needs to be taught a lesson in respect, the leader ordered. He had yet to move from his position as he stood with the root shinobi just watching. The 3 he was fighting each took out a kunai, intent on carrying out their orders as the one holding him tightened his hold. As they got within range, Naruto gave them an indulgent smile as he uttered 2 words. Bunshin Daibakuha. His body glows white before he explodes violently. The shinobi that was holding him took the brunt of the attack as his body exploded in a shower of bloody chunks. The other 3 took quite a bit of concussive damage from the attack but managed to escape the more fatal effects. Their good luck didn't last long however, as 3 Futon enhanced kunai penetrated their skulls. The leader looked around the clearing to see Naruto still sitting in the same position, only on a different tree. He was casually tossing a kunai in the air with that same placid expression on his face. Before the leader could say anything, Naruto flicked the kunai he was tossing to his left, killing the shinobi that was curled up on the ground. It was the same one whose ribs he broke. Naruto turned his attention back to the leader. There were only 13 of them left now. It didn't look like the leader or the root agents were planning on moving anytime soon, so he just left 8 more till he got to them. You. The leader growled, the vein on his forehead throbbing violently. Oi oi. You might want to calm down, Hiroshi-san. It's not healthy for a man of your age to be under so much stress. You might have a brain aneurysm. Shizuka-chan will be sad if anything happens to her too-chan. Naruto warned, though there was no sincerity in his voice. The leader wanted to react, he wanted to shout at the annoying brat. But he knew that was exactly what Naruto wanted. He wanted a reaction from him. He wanted to rile him up. Even though he knew it was happening, it was hard to fight its effects. He signaled for the remainder of his men to attack, hoping they could remove the annoying shit stain in front of him. Naruto saw the 8 of them charging him and decided to take them all out at once. He would pick off any stragglers if they managed to survive. He spotted the clear lake beside them and decided to use it to his advantage. As the men ran towards him, he went through a chain of 23 hand seals, faster than their eyes could follow. The feeling of dread welled up in them, which only solidified when they heard the jutsu being used. Suiten. Daibakufu no Jutsu. An enormous, violently swirling torrent of water crashed into them. Bones were broken, and lungs were filled with water as they struggled in the nature of the jutsu. Due to his large chakra reserves, Naruto could hold the technique far longer than normal, or was thought possible, without too much of a drain on his reserves. He held it for a few more seconds before releasing it, allowing the torrent of water to calm. Using his heightened senses, he could make out the faint heartbeats of at least 3 of them. He was surprised that they had actually managed to survive that. He put that to rest though as they each received a kunai to the skull. Naruto once again turned his attention to the leader, still sitting on the tree branch. And then there were 5. Naruto drew. The leader started sweating badly at what just happened. He didn't think the kid would be this dangerous. It was just one boy against 20 of them. This should have been easy. He was seriously rethinking his life decisions at this point. You? What kind of monster are you? He gritted out. Naruto gave him an indulgent smile in return. The best kind. Those were the final words the man heard as his head was separated from his shoulders. Naruto simply raised an eyebrow as one of the root agents. Naruto decided to refer to him as Dickface1 and wiped the blood off his tanto. That wasn't a very nice thing to do. Hiroshi-san and I were having a nice conversation. He scolded, getting absolutely zero reaction out of his opponents who just stared at him with their blank masks. Naruto sighed in annoyance. You guys are no fun. It's no wonder Danzo is a senile old goat if he's surrounded by colorful personalities like you 3 clowns all day. That got a reaction as the 4 of them twitched before compassing themselves. That was enough to make Naruto smirk. He gently kicked off the tree, silently landing on his feet as he made his way towards the middle of the clearing. Let's get this over with. You 3 are probably going to try and capture me, so your precious Danzo-sama can mold me into a perfect weapon that will allow him to take over Konoha and conquer the elemental nations. Or some crap like that, right? He drew out. Their bodies twitched once again, this time a little more violently. I was told to stay away from creepy old men who had an unhealthy interest in me. So I'm going to have to pass on that. I doubt that will be enough to stop you though. Unfortunately for you, I've got places to go and people to see. So let's get this show on the road. Naruto said before flinging 3 kunai at them. All 4 of them broke away from each other as they circled him, each with a tanto in hand. Naruto unsealed Benihim and took a ready stance. He swiftly brought his sword up to block that slash aimed at his back. Using his strength, he pushed his attacker away while he simultaneously lashed out with a kick at the other one trying to flank him. The other 2 brought their blade down on him simultaneously, intending to cut him down. There was no space for him to maneuver, so he jumped into the air while simultaneously twisting his body at just the right angle to allow the blades to lightly brush his kimono. He didn't stop there though. While falling from his position in the air, he planted a single hand onto the ground as a fulcrum and kicked upwards, the soles of his boot catching both attackers in the chin, sending them both flying backwards. He didn't have time to dwell on that though as he used his arm to push himself off the ground just as a blade passed the space it was occupying previously. He landed on his feet and deftly swerved before slicing the space to his left, drawing blood from the attacker that tried to sneak up on him. There was a large cut going down his side. He kicked the man away, making sure to plant his boot on the cut as he did so. As the man flew back, another came in swinging. Naruto recognized this one as Dickface1. Naruto used his inhuman reflexes and dodged the swing before delivering a palm thrust to the man's chest, forcing a hacking cough out of him as he lost his balance. Naruto didn't get time to dwell on that though as he spied a large fireball speeding towards him. He coated his blade in a thin layer of Suiten chakra and sliced the fireball in half, the reaction between the fire and water causing steam to sizzle through the air. All 4 got up and regrouped, silently stalking Naruto. He could see this was going nowhere as while they certainly were skilled. Their movements were far too robotic and predictable. He could read them from miles away. There was no creativity or improvisation from them. They moved in predictable attack patterns and used simple tactics. This was further proof in Naruto's mind that Danzo was a fucking moron. If he wanted Konoha to be composed solely of shinobi like this, then Iwa and Kumo would kick the shit out of them. Konoha was successful in so many wars not because of quantity, but because of quality. The quality and ingenuity of their individual shinobi was enough to outstrip battalions of shinobi from enemy villages. Danzo thought that these emotionless robots could replace people like Haddock Kumo, the Sannin or Namikaze Minato. Then the guy needed to desperately see a therapist. Naruto decided that this had gone on long enough. He held up a single one-handed seal. Ninpo. Kurigakure no Jutsu. A thick mist filled the clearing, completely concealing Naruto from view. His enhanced sensory abilities allow him to pierce the mist. He could see the root agents looking around unsurely. He spiked his killing intent, allowing it to flood the clearing, causing the four of them to flinch at the sensation. He moved silently and swiftly behind his first target before plunging his kunai into his jugular. The man gurgled his own blood before drooping to the ground, dead. The sound of a body dropping drew the attention of the other three. As they looked toward the sound, Naruto snuck up behind one of them and caught her in a chokehold. She struggled against the hold, but Naruto didn't give her much of a chance as he effortlessly snapped her neck. Once again, the remaining two turned towards where they heard the sound of a body dropping. They tensed themselves, knowing that Naruto could be sneaking up on them at any moment. Apprehension started to slowly set in. They were being stalked like animals, and their stunted emotional growth left them unsure as to how to feel about that. A minute passed and still nothing happened. Fear was starting to set in as that was the only thing that made sense to the two right now. No other emotion could describe what they were feeling from this monster. Without warning, a wind blade bisected one of them right down the middle, causing both halves of his body to hit the ground. The wind blade also blew away the mist, allowing the final member to see Naruto standing a few meters in front of him. He jumped back on instinct at the close proximity of his enemy. He brandished his tanto, intent on at least going down with a fight. Naruto held up a single one-handed seal once again. The man wasn't going to allow him to activate the Kurigakure no Jutsu again and made him charge forward. That didn't go according to plan though as he found himself rooted to the spot, unable to move a single muscle in his body. He focused his gaze on Naruto, who was in front of him, as he was simply unable to look elsewhere. Paralysis seal. Naruto explained with a placid smile. You made a grave mistake, Mr. Rude Anbu. You allowed an Uzumaki to touch you. I would have thought that Danzo would have taught you better. Naruto said, the same infuriating smile on his face. Even though he wasn't supposed to have any emotions. The man was really starting to hate this kid. He thought back to when he allowed the blonde to touch him. He remembered when he hit him with a palm thrust to his chest. He didn't think much of it and just shook off the attack. He didn't even feel the seal being placed on him. Naruto came forward and placed more paralysis seals on the man's body, just in case. He reached up and took off the man's mask, revealing an ordinary nondescript face. Brown hair, brown eyes. No distinguishing features. Once again, even though he wasn't meant to feel emotions, the blonde before him seemed to have the ability to evoke the most primal emotions within him. Which was why he felt nothing but pure terror at the chilling smirk on the normally placid face of his enemy as he forced his mouth open and pulled his tongue forward. Now, let's take a peek under the hood. All that could be heard in the silence of the clearing were the agonizing screams of a man wishing for death. Scene change. As the furious battle between the Hokage and Orochimaru waged on, the aged leader knew that he was losing. It was slowly becoming a battle of attrition, and his tired old body was starting to give up on him. He knew he had to do something. He had just the solution. He was hoping he didn't have to use it, but it looked like he had no choice in the matter. If it meant erasing his mistake, he would gladly pay the price. As she stood there, taking in deep breaths and listening to Orochimaru taunt him, the Hokage started going through hand seals. Genjutsu. Shiki Fuijin. The ghastly apparition of the Shinigami appeared behind Hiruzen before sinking its arm into him, allowing it to pass through his body and impale the panicking Orochimaru, who could now see the Shinigami since his arm was buried in his abdomen. You insufferable old monkey. Why won't you just die? Orochimaru raged as he tried to use whatever remaining strength he could muster to impale the Sandaime with the Kusanagi. He couldn't manage it though as he had to focus every ounce of his chakra and his concentration to keep the Shinigami at bay. He was struggling though. The pain he was experiencing was unimaginable. He had to do his best to hold out though, as he could see the Sandaime's strength fading. He couldn't keep this up much longer. It looks like I don't have the power to drag out all of your soul. However, your ambition ends here. I will hand down your punishment for drowning yourself in jutsu. I will take away all that you have. Sandaime shouted as he used whatever strength he had to pull out a small portion of Orochimaru's soul before the Shinigami cut it off with his blade. Hiruzen completed the technique, sealing that portion of Orochimaru's soul within himself, forever robbing him of his ability to use his arms. Orochimaru looked on in horror as his arms turned grey and he lost all feeling in them. He saw the same thing happening to the Sandaime who had passed out from exhaustion. His own mortality never felt so near as the implications of what his former sensei had done to him had set in. He needed to get out of here fast. He signaled for his bodyguards who dropped the barrier and whisked him away just before the Konoha could intercept them. The Konoha shinobi surveyed the destruction on the roof before kneeling next to the Sandaime, fearing the worst. He tentatively put his finger to his leader's neck. He felt around for a while before his head shot up. He has a pulse. It's faint but it's there. Get him to the hospital. The man ordered as the rest of them burst into action. And so, the Suna Odo invasion came to a screeching halt. With their leader abandoning them, the enemy forces had no choice but to surrender. There were a lot of casualties and a lot of damage done. But in the end, the great tree of Konoha stood strong against the fierce wind. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. Turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.